الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا، من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله ومن والاه، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. Bismillah. There was the Seljuks of Central Asia, of which Abu Hamid al-Ghazali radiyallahu anhu was part of. And then there were the Anatolian Seljuk. But they were very, what's interesting about the Seljuks is that they were very disturbed by a trend in all religions, which is esotericism, what's called batiniya in the Islamic tradition. They were very bothered by batini influences in Islam, and this is why Abu Hamid radiyallahu anhu was not a polemicist. He did not write a lot of polemical treatises. Some scholars are polemical, like Ibn Taymiyyah is an extremely, rahimahullah, he was an extremely polemical writer. So he was often writing to refute or to undermine the arguments of others. And there's a role in all religious traditions for polemics. The Quran itself has arguments against those who say things against the truth. But Abu Hamid was not. He was a very constructive writer. He did not really like polemics because one, there's a hub for the nafs that's very dangerous. So polemicists can often, because they're arguing, they can often end up falling into a certain trap that's very easy to fall into, especially when you're clever, which is seeing the faults in others all the time and seeing your own superior position. So he did not do a lot, but the polemics that he did write against were against the batiniya. It is very interesting. Now, one of the things about our time is that the batiniya influences on our civilization are great, both within Islam and without. So there is a lot of, the whole New Age philosophy comes out of batiniya. A lot of the religious trends that you see, even within traditional Christianity, which was also deeply opposed to esotericism. And the Sufis, I'm not going to have that, yeah, that's okay. The Sufis who have a tendency to slip into esotericism, which is very dangerous, and get involved in things like numerology and things. So within the Sufic tradition, you have those problems as well. So and Imam al-Ghazali addresses that. What people tend to forget, even though he's accused of being a Sufi, is that he was one of the greatest critics of the Sufis, which is very interesting. That Abu Hamid radiyallahu anhu, they always say that he's the one that brought Sufism into Islam. It's not true. Sufism was very much part of Islam before Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. And in many ways, he's a derivative writer in Tasawwuf. He does not, he's really taking previous sources like Abu Talib, Qut al-Qulub, Kashf al-Mahjub, and other very great works of literature, Abu Naim's Hilya, and other things, and he's condensing and writing. If he does have a genius in Tasawwuf, it's certainly, his pen was an extraordinary pen. He had great abilities at drawing analogies, at creating images that tend to be unforgettable when you read them. But he also, prior to him, most scholars saw the science of Tasawwuf as a part of Islam. It was what they called ihsan. And there's people that don't like the word tasawwuf, but the word tasawwuf has been used consistently in our civilization for almost since the very start. So this idea somehow that it's a problematic term is problematic in and of itself. Because if you get rid of it, what you're doing is denying an incredible amount of tradition, including Ibn Taymiyyah, who has a whole volume on fatwa in tasawwuf, including Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, who wrote a book commenting on one of the most important works of tasawwuf and asserts the tasawwuf of Imam al-Junayd. So the problem with the word, if there is a problem, is that the word becomes nebulous. And one of the most important things in any tradition is to define terms. And so much of what it is not tasawwuf and has nothing to do with tasawwuf is included in this concept of tasawwuf. And so, like everything, tasawwuf needs cleansing because things accrue within traditions that are alien to the tradition. So that's one thing. But Abu Hamid, and he was a truly great genius. I mean, one of the truly great geniuses in human history. He is more important in the Islamic tradition as an usuli scholar than he is as a Sufi. And as a mutakallim, as a theologian. He's more important. His work at Mustasfa is the single most important book of usul after Imam Shafi'i's preliminary work on the subject. The Mustasfa is the foundation of usul. One of the ironies of the Hanbali tradition is that their most important work on usul, Rawdat al-Nadar by Ibn Qudama, is an actual abridgment of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali's book. And so the Hanbali madhab itself is their usul is based on the usul of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, which is just the irony, I think, is lost on a lot of people. But what he did was he showed that tasawwuf, or rather ihsan, is not a third of Islam. It is the animating factor of the religion itself. In other words, it is the heart of Islam. And without it, Islam becomes a dead thing. And that's really what he did. He centralized the concept of spirituality. That this is a spiritual tradition before it's a legal tradition, before it's a theological tradition, before it's a religious tradition of rites and rituals. It is a spiritual tradition. And the reason for that is because he understood that the single most important of all the sciences of human beings is the science of being. And he clearly states this in the introduction to his book on usul and Mustasfa, where he says that all knowledges can be divided into two: universal knowledges and particular knowledges. There's only one universal knowledge, and that is the knowledge of al-mawjud, of being, of what exists. So he understood that metaphysics is the foundation of knowledge. And what he understood is that the strangest thing about the world is being itself. Being itself. Like the story that David Foster Wallace tells in his famous essay, This is Water, where two young fish are swimming by an old fish, and the old fish says to the two young fish, "How's the water, boys?" And the two young fish move a little further along, and then one says to the other, "What's water?" Right? Because we don't think about being. It's what we exist in. And so we don't actually think about it. But it is the single most important thing to understand. Because this thing which is being is called alam. It's called the world, the cosmos. Alam in Arabic is called ismu ala. It's the noun of instrumentation. It's the noun of instrumentation. Like tabi' is what you imprint with. The tabi'. It's what you make an imprint with. Alam is what you know by. It's the instrument of knowledge. That's why it comes from ilm itself. It's the instrument of knowledge. And so knowledge is the single most important thing that we do as human beings. Why? Because we are knowers by our very nature. This is what sets us aside from all the other animals. And this is why Allah says about people that don't seek knowledge, إِنْهُمْ كَالْأَنْعَامِ بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ سَبِيلًا. They're like cattle. No, they're even more astray. Why? Because a cow is being a cow. Its being is being fulfilled in its cowness. But a human that does not seek knowledge is not being a human, because it's not fulfilling its humanity as a knower. This is what we are as human beings. And this is why life itself is a spiritual experience. You've got all these people, I want a spiritual experience. This is it, folks. This is the spiritual experience. Because how are we experiencing it? With consciousness, which is not a material thing. It's a spiritual thing. We're experiencing it through the senses, but the reality of our lives are spiritual realities. We're having a spiritual experience right now by simply being conscious. You don't need, if you want an altered consciousness, there's drugs for that. That's why people take drugs. Because they don't understand they're already having a spiritual experience. They don't need drugs to have a spiritual experience. You don't need to jump out of a plane to have a spiritual experience. You don't need to be on Mount Kilimanjaro to have a spiritual experience. It's right here and right now. It's just simply being aware, being conscious. Because this is an immaterial phenomenon. Consciousness is not a material reality. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He created the human being, خَلَقَهُ, right? مِن طِينٍ. He created him from طين. This is the body. It's made of mud, material matter, water and earth, which is the essential elements of this planet. Water and earth. 70% water, 30% earth. Like our bodies, 70% water, 30% earth. Allah created us min طين, right? But then He said, نَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِن رُوحِي. I breathed into it from my ruh. So this is, when He talked about the nafs, the soul, He didn't call it teen. He said it came from His ruh. Because your soul is not a material thing. It's a spiritual thing. And it's your soul, through the vehicle of the body, that's experiencing the world. You can't experience the world through anything other than your soul. And that's why mere experience of life on earth is a spiritual experience. And there are people that become aware of it, and there are people that think they're having a material experience. They're called materialists. They deny the unseen, even though their very soul can't be seen. Their own consciousness can't be seen. You cannot find consciousness in a microscope. Scientists have been looking for it for a very long time, and they haven't found it. So the very thing that enables them to deny the spirit is the spirit itself. And this is why the malahida are ahmaqun nas. They're the most stupid people. They are. Our ulama have always said that those who deny the soul are fools, because they're denying the very thing that's enabling them to deny it. So that is one of the great contributions of Abu Hamid, to recognize that the animating spirit, the thing that gives it life, that gives it animus, spirit, is this ihsan. And that Islam without iman is nifaq, but iman and Islam without ihsan becomes, it can become a harsh thing very often, like what we see now amongst some of these extremists. It's a harsh thing. Or it become or it becomes just a dry, legalistic thing that doesn't enable people to taste the sweetness. Man dhaqa halawat al-iman. The Prophet ﷺ said, the one who's tasted the sweetness of faith. Faith has a sweetness. And that's when ihsan infuses the faith. So, you're here seeking knowledge, inshallah. That's the point of this. It's called a rihla, because the rihla in classical Islamic tradition was a journey of knowledge. And there are many great rihlas. The rihla of Ibn Jubair is a great rihla. It's worth reading. It's translated into English for those who are interested. And it's a very interesting picture of, for want of a better term, medieval Islamic civilization, where you, for instance, when he goes to Damascus, there were circles of ilm all throughout the masjid. They did the Dala'il Khairat, they did Khatam al-Quran, they were studying all the traditional sciences. This was rife throughout the Muslim world. These mosques were filled with either dhikr or knowledge. And these are the two paths to God. The path of the ulama is not the path of the ubbad. Every alim is a abid by nature, because our tradition is ibadah. But the ibadah of the alim is study. And this is something that a lot of students of knowledge fail to understand within the tradition. And this is why within our tradition, these people that are opposed to tradition have been very successful, because they take the so-called traditionalists and they look at their activities and their practices, and very often they've lost study as a foundation of their tradition. They're more interested in doing mawalid or doing inshad, which is not the way of the ulama. The way of the ulama was not having like gatherings of dhikr. The way of the ulama was study. The way of the ulama was dars and transmission and naql and mastering the ulum. It takes a lifetime to master the Islamic tradition of immense study and hard work. We don't have people that have that himma anymore. And this is part of our crises, is that we have so much ignorance, widespread ignorance. And this is why when people come with refutations and proofs, even if they're fallacious ones, they're very often, the traditionalists are unable to actually refute them, because they don't have knowledge anymore. All they can say is, oh, he's a Wahhabi, or this is their response, is just to say, and dismiss them like this. But meanwhile, these other schools spread more and more, because the traditionalists in many ways have abandoned their tradition. They give it lip service and they tell how important it is, but they actually don't really do the work needed to preserve the tradition. Because you can have a library with all the books on the shelves, but if you never open the books, all you're preserving is the books. And Allah faults the Jews for that. كَمِثِلَ الْحِمَارِ يَحْمِلُ أَسْفَارًا. Like the donkey that carries books on its back, if you don't understand the tradition. And this is why one of the things at Zaytuna that's been, for me, bête noire, is this students coming in thinking that they're going to be doing dhikr and doing things. And I'm not interested in that. I want them memorizing Quran and studying. The best practice of ibadah, if you want to do extra ibadah, is to memorize the Quran. Instead of singing qasidas that are nice. I like qasidas, I like poetry, they're nice, but you can sing qasidas until the cows come home. It's not going to rectify the crises of our ummah. And the proof is, in many of the places where the worst calamities are happening, those places were filled with qasida singing and filled with mawalid. And that's the truth. And it didn't prevent these fitan from happening. This is this is a civilization of knowledge. This is the civilization of knowledge. Franz Rosenthal, the great Jewish Orientalist and historian, who was a world-class historian, he wrote a book called Knowledge Triumphant, arguing that he could not find any civilization in human history like the Islamic civilization, because this is a civilization, he said, that put the pursuit, the acquisition, the development, and the transmission of knowledge at the forefront of its existence. Its very reason for existence was knowledge itself. And the Prophet ﷺ was a seeker of knowledge. He was a seeker of knowledge. Why was he up in the cave? What was he trying to do in the cave? He was trying to know reality. He wanted to know reality. كَانَ يَتَحَنَّثُ. And the Prophet ﷺ, what is the first commandment that he's given? once that reality addresses him. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. Read in the name of your Lord. And then tells him that he's the one that علم بالقلم. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. He taught with the pen, and he taught the human being what he didn't know. So at the very beginning of the revelation is read in the name of your Lord. Read. Who taught with the pen? He taught with the pen, and he taught man what he didn't know. And this is why the path of knowledge was the central path of our tradition. But not everybody is cut out for this path. Everybody has to do some suluk on the path of knowledge, and this is called fardul ayn, which is really what this rihla is about. But from amongst those who and this is where you discover whether or not this is really your path. Once you learn your fard ayn, during that time, if you tasted a love for that knowledge and a desire to learn more, then you're going to want to set out on that path of the pursuit of knowledge. For those who don't have that, and there are many examples in the hadith, but always, almost always, the person that the Prophet permits the other path is nakira. Look in the hadith, and you will notice that, like for instance, the hadith of bin Busr, who says that, Ata an-nabiyya rajulun, a man, nakira, a man came to the Prophet, and he said, Ya Rasulullah, قد كثرت علينا شرائع الإسلام فباب أتشبث به جامع. Give me some door that's comprehensive that I can do. And the Prophet ﷺ said, لا يزال لسانك رطبا بذكر الله. So he's saying, look, I can't learn all this stuff. It's too much. Give me something that I can do that will enable me to get to my Lord. And the Prophet ﷺ said, let your tongue always be moist with the dhikr of Allah. So that is a path. It's the path of ibadah. But فَقِيهٌ وَاحِدٌ أَشَدُّ عَلَى الشَّيْطَانِ مِنْ أَلْفِ عَابِدٍ. One person who understands this religion with knowledge is worse for shaitan than 1,000 devotees, than 1,000 people of the path of dhikr. And dhikr is a path, and I'm not denying that path. Dhikr is a path, but the path of knowledge is a higher path, and it's the central path of our religion. When the Prophet came into the masjid and saw 2 hilaq, one of them they were doing dhikr, and another they were studying, he sat with the one studying. And he said, إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ مُعَلِّمًا. I was sent as a teacher. So, if you want to know which circle your Prophet ﷺ is going to sit in, it's the one where people are learning. Not where they're doing dhikr, saying, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, La ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar. And those are good circles. And that's part of our religion. But that's not the circle that the Prophet ﷺ sat in. It's the circle of knowledge. And all of the greatest scholars of tasawwuf were great ulama. They were muhaddithun, muftun, fuqaha. Abu Hamid is considered one of the greatest fuqaha of the Shafi'i madhab. He's arguably the greatest usuli scholar in the history of Islam. He was a logician. He wrote 6 books on logic. He was a mutakallim. He wrote very important works on theology. So, that's a very important thing to remember while you're here. مَنْ سَرَكَ طَرِيقًا يَلْتَمِسُ فِيهِ عِلْمًا سَهَرَ اللَّهُ لَهُ بِهِ طَرِيقًا إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ. So, hadith sahih, in Sahih Muslim. Whoever sets out on a path, يَلْتَمِسُ فِيهِ عِلْمًا. And there it's nakira. He seeks a knowledge. It could be tajweed, it could be hadith, it could be fiqh. It has to be ilm nafi', a beneficial knowledge. And even engineering is a beneficial knowledge. Medicine is a beneficial knowledge. These are called fara'id kifaya. These are not the ayn knowledges, they're kifaya, they're collective obligations. In Bab al-Jihad, in the Maliki text, This is where they mention the obligation of engineering, of medicine, of agriculture, studying agriculture. We need people to study, especially now, studying alternative methods to these methods that are destroying topsoil and things like that, like hydroponics and other methods of alternative agriculture, organic agriculture, getting back to the things that preserve the land and not dissipate and waste and destroy the land. So medicine is one of the great sciences of Islam. Many of our ulama were physicians as well as being ulama. So medicine is a great science, and it's a knowledge, and it's a beneficial knowledge. And if you set out after learning your fard ayn to become a doctor with the intention of keeping Allah's servants healthy, then you are rewarded. And it will be a path to Jannah. Seeking medicinal knowledge can be a path to Jannah if your niyyah is the right niyyah. Going to engineering school can be a path to Jannah if you learn your fard ayn. Our religion is not simply religious knowledge per se. And I mean by all knowledge is religious knowledge if it's beneficial. But what I'm talking about is what we usually think of when we think about religious knowledge, which is fiqh and hadith and tafsir and usul. These are the quote-unquote religious knowledge. No, all knowledge that's beneficial is religious knowledge in our tradition. And this is why scientists are honored in our tradition. One of the crises, and I wrote about this recently with the moon sighting, one of the crises is that so many of the people that study fiqh now no longer know knowledge. They don't know science. And this is one of the things that secularists use against religion, is look at these religious people. They know nothing about science. Our tradition was a tradition that science was part of our religion, which is why many of our ulama were cutting-edge scientists at their time. Abu Hamid was a master of geometry. Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi said by 15 he could survey land, he knew trigonometry, spherical geometry, and he could use an astrolabe with excellent abilities. At 15, he was a master of the mathematical sciences. Our religion, the Muslims created many of the higher mathematics that ended up being developed in Europe with calculus to solve religious problems. They used the trigonometry to solve problems of qibla and problems of moon determination. NASA, all these moon sighting charts that the West uses now were developed by the Ottomans. That's where they actually got them. The Ottomans were using trigonometry. I have a book, a handwritten manuscript on the azyaj, the charts that they used to do for moon sighting. And now we've got people that ignore them. They're looking for the moon in a place where it's impossible to see the moon. By consensus. It's a ilm qat'i. And we've got fuqaha saying, no, but the book says if two just people see the moon, then we fast or break our fast. But if science says it's impossible for those two just people to see the moon, they must have seen something else. Like Shaykh al-Qadi, who went out to sight the moon with a man, and the man said, Subhanallah, there it is. And Shurayh's looking, he said, I don't see it. He said, right there, look. He said, I don't see it. He said, Subhanallah, it's right there. And so Shurayh looked at the man, he noticed one of his eye had curved over in front of his eye in a crescent form. And so he took it, moved it back, and he said, do you still see it? He said, Subhanallah, it's gone. This is what we're dealing with. There's so many things you can see in the sky. Anybody that's gone moon sighting over a period of time knows how tricky moon sighting at the early stage, the birth of the moon, is very difficult to see. But if science says you cannot see it, according to our usuli scholars from centuries ago, they said that al-falaki yanfi al-ru'ya wa la yuthbituha. This is al-Qarafi, one of the greatest usuli scholars of Egypt. He said, the astronomer negates a sighting. In other words, if the astronomer says that he couldn't have seen it, it's impossible. Because that knowledge is not new knowledge. It was developed centuries ago. Observational astronomy has not developed considerably in the last 3,000 years. Theoretical astronomy, that's a whole other kettle of fish. But the observational astronomy has not developed. They could predict eclipses to very, very narrow margins centuries ago. They knew when new moons would arrive. They knew when it could be seen. They knew what day it could be seen. And the Prophet said, if it's obscured, either by cloud, he didn't say if clouds obscure it. If it's obscured, then أكمل العدة 30. Complete 30 days. And the other hadith, فَقْدُرُوا, calculate it. Ibn Rushd says that hadith is mujmal. In other words, it's ambiguous. And the mubayyin, the clarification of it is in the other riwayah, فَأَكْمِلُوا الْعِدَّةَ 30. And he negated calculation. There's only 3 scholars in the history of Islam that permitted calculation. And they were all refuted by the vast majority of scholars because they said the mubayyin of hadith overrides the mujmal hadith. Anyway, that's a whole other debate. But my point is the loss of this balance between natural sciences and between the sciences that are based on revelation is a crisis in our ummah. And this is why we need both. But we also need our natural scientists to have enough knowledge of the traditional sciences to know their limits, because they often don't realize their limits. And also for the people on the other side to know their limits. We're half educated on both sides. There's very few fully educated people today that are educated in natural sciences and are educated in the qualitative sciences. So in conclusion, you're here to study, and so use that time wisely. In one of the early chapters of Riyadh al-Salihin, which is a very important book, it's the best book of hadith for lay people to read. Hadith books are actually very dangerous for non-experts. In fact, one of the greatest hadith scholars in the history of Islam said, hadith books will lead you astray if you're not trained. They are actually malinna lil-dalala. They will lead you astray if you're not trained. And this is why all the attacks on Islam, the vast majority of them are from the hadith tradition, not from the Quran. Because the hadiths, our scholars were not like some of the medieval scholars in other world religion traditions, where they hid all of their things that they didn't like. If it bothered them, they just removed them from the books. Our scholars put everything in the book. And this is why the seerah book, the earliest seerah book, has stories that are clearly impossible to have occurred. But the enemies of Islam take those stories and they say, look, the Prophet ﷺ was poking out the eyes of people that were in ridda and things like this. The Prophet never did anything that was cruel. He didn't torture people. And these are qawa'id in our deen. But those stories are there. You'll find them if you read them. Even some got into the Sahih hadith. Imam Ali, the hadith that he burnt people in Palestine for ridda, which is one of the proofs that one group recently burning people used as a kind of proof for burning people. Any hadith that puts Ali in a bad light is suspect, even if it gets into the hadith collection. Any hadith, because of the fitna. So you will get hadiths even in the Sahih, if they put Ali in a bad light, they're suspect. In that very same hadith, his own cousin, Ibn Abbas, said that he wouldn't have done it. So how is it that Ali could have less knowledge than Ibn Abbas, especially about something as momentous as that? So anyway, these are the problems of a hadith. But if you're going to read a hadith on your own, just for the enjoyment of reading directly the words of the Prophet ﷺ, which has a type of what they call fayd. There's a great blessing in reading his words because they do affect the heart. The best book is the Arba'in an-Nawawiyah, which still should be read with a teacher. It's much better to read with teachers. Especially, there's a few hadiths in there that are problematic. The hadith, Umirtu an uqatil an-nas hatta yashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammad Rasulullah. That hadith, Umirtu, he didn't say Umirtum. you were commanded to fight people. He said, umirtu. He was commanded to fight the Arabs. That hadith is khas. It was not considered a general hadith. And in the later, when Abu Bakr and Umar debated about he used that hadith, Umar to say that Abu Bakr shouldn't fight the Arabs. But he said, even if they refused the tying cord of a camel in zakat they used to pay to the Prophet, I would still do it. Those were Arabs that had submitted to that time. But anyway, that hadith is not a general hadith. It's not meant to be applied. And this is what Ibn Abi Jamrah and others have said. It's clear. So people can read that hadith, and this is what these people now do. Oh, we're commanded to fight people until they say La ilaha illallah. No. You let people, lakum dinukum waliya din. In fact, the great Ibn Ashur, the Tunisian scholar, said about all of the hadiths, abrogation is one of the major problems in our tradition, this idea that there are ayahs that are abrogated. And there are many books. The Malikis tended to incline towards the abrogation, and Qadi Abu Bakr wrote a great book on abrogation. But there are very few hadiths in which there's a consensus of abrogation. Very few ayahs in which the ulama actually agreed upon that they were. And anytime there's an ikhtilaf about the Quran, is it muhkam or not, you should assume it's muhkam. Because there should be an ijma' for that. It's not something, the Quran is the kalamullah. Fakhruddin al-Razi said, if we say that all these verses about being patient and bearing other people's wrongs, if we say these are all abrogated, we've essentially abrogated makarim al-akhlaq. We abrogated ethics. Why would Allah command people to do those things? And then say, oh, I didn't mean that really. You don't have to do that. But the difference of Mecca and Medina is the difference between personal behavior without authority and the behavior of the government. The government has the government's not there to forgive. They're there to redress wrongs. And so when you get into power, you don't when somebody steals your car and then he goes to trial for doing it, and the judge says, no, it's okay. You can have the car and I forgive you. He has no right to do that. It's your car, and you want to redress the wrong. But you have a right, if somebody stole your car, you have a right to actually forgive them and not take it to, maybe he needs it more than me. You can do that. And just say, like a story about Abu Yazid, who somebody stole his clothes at the hammam, and he ran after him, chasing him, and the thief's running further, and he said, no, slow down. He said, I want to just say you can have them. أَرَدْتُ أَنْ أَجْعَلَكَ فِي حِلْ. I just wanted to put you into the halal. And that's a maqam for people, that forgive other people. And that's a right. But once, like for instance, if somebody steals in your store, you can forgive them. You don't have to take them to the government. But once you take it to the government, then there's no wasata. You can't say, oh, I forgive him, or no. Once you bring the government in, the government has a job which is public order and safety. So these are the nuances of our tradition that have to be studied. So his tradition in this book is to bring, he has a chapter like this is في فضل طلب العلم والدلالة على الخير or دلالة على الخير. So it's the virtue of seeking knowledge and of pointing others to good. And he begins with some verses. قُلْ هَلْ يَسْتَوِي الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Are they the same, those who know and those who don't know? They're not the same. يَرْفَعِ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنْكُمْ وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمِ دَرَجَاتٍ. Allah elevates those who believe amongst you and who have been given knowledge by degrees. So the more belief, the more knowledge, the higher your rank. إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِيَ الْعُلَمَاءِ. Those who have true khashya of Allah, awe of Allah, are ulama, are people of ilm. Because khashya is fear that is accompanied with knowledge. You cannot say al-kalb yakhshani, the dog fears me. You can say al-kalb yakhafuni. Khashya is always maqruna bil-ilm. It has to be coupled with knowledge, or it's not khashya. روى الشيخان عن معاوية رضي الله تعالى عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من يريد الله به خيرا يفقهه في الدين. So this is what's called a jumla shartiyya. Whomsoever Allah wishes good for or wills good for. من يريد الله به خيرا يفقهه في الدين. مجزوم بالشرط. So he gives him understanding of the deen. Now later fiqh it meant knowledge of fiqh, of ahkam. That's not the meaning in the hadith. The meaning is understanding, fahm, which can include fiqh and knowledge of fiqh. That's why he's called a faqih, because he understands those ahkam, and fiqh is very important. وروى الشيخان عن أبي موسى رضي الله تعالى عنه قال قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مثل ما بعثني الله به من الهدى والعلم كمثل غيث أصاب أرضا فكانت منها طائفة طيبة قبلت الماء فانبتت الكلى والعشب الكثير وكان منها أجادب أمسكت الماء ونفع الله بها الناس فشربوا منها وسقوا وزرعوا وأصاب طائفة منها أخرى إنما هي قيعان لا تمسك ماء ولا تنبت كلأ فذلك مثل من فقه في دين الله ونفع وما بعثني الله به فعلم وعلم ومثل من لم يرفع بذلك رأسا من لا يرفع بذلك رأسا ولم يقبل هدى الله الذي أرسلت به. So this hadith is a very important hadith, because the Prophet gives the likeness of what God sent him with from guidance and knowledge. That it's like a rain that settles on an earth, right? Comes down on an earth. And a group منها طائفة طيبة قبلت الماء. So there's a good earth that قبلت الماء. And it's very interesting, قبلت الماء, because one of the things that happens when rain comes is the earth literally بذلك رأسا ولم يقبل هدى الله الذي أرسلت به. So this hadith is a very important hadith, because the Prophet gives the likeness of what God sent him with from guidance and knowledge. That it's like a rain that settles on an earth, right? Comes down on an earth. And a group منها طائفة طيبة قبلت الماء. So there's a good earth that قبلت الماء. And it's very interesting, قبلت الماء, because one of the things that happens when rain comes is the earth literally soaks the rain. And the reason you get floods is because too much water comes and the earth can't absorb it. Right? So this idea of قبلت الماء, that it accepts the rain is a beautiful and accurate, of course, scientific description. And so al-kala, which is pasturage, kala, wal-ushb. And ushb in Arabic is grass that's moist. If it's not moist, if it's dry, it's called hashish. And fiqh al-lugha, which is the science of knowing the distinctions of words, is important in reading the hadith. So ushab would be moist grass that, when you break it, it's got liquid in it. It's moist. So it produces a lot of grass. وَكَانَ مِنْهَا أَجَادِبُ. And then there's areas that were jadba. It's dry, desiccated. أَمْسَكَتَ الْمَاء وَنَفَعَ اللَّهُ بِهَا النَّاسِ. So those areas, the earth gets it and it benefits others. So the first one, it benefits that earth. The other one, it's just, it holds the water so people go and they can benefit from it. That's like a scholar that doesn't act according to his knowledge. He'll benefit others, but he doesn't benefit from it. Whereas the first one, it benefits him and it benefits the other. فَشَرِبُوا مِنْهَا وَسَقُوا وَزَرَعُوا. So they drink from it and then they water their crops with it and their agriculture. وَأَصَابَ طَائِفَةً مِنْهَا أُخْرَى إِنَّمَا هِيَ قِيعَانٌ. And then the Prophet ﷺ said that another part of the rain hits qi'an, which is, qa' is a flat earth that's like rock. So the rain doesn't stay, it just runs off of it. لَا تُمْسِكُ مَاءً وَلَا تُنْبِتُ كَلَأً. It neither holds the water nor brings forth pasturage. فَذَلِكَ مَثْلُ مَنْ فَقُهَ فِي دِينِ اللَّهِ وَنَفَعَهُ. So the first one is like the one who understands the religion of Allah and the religion benefits him. وَعَلِمَ وَعَلَّمَ. He learns, studies, and then he teaches. وَمَثْلُ مَنْ لَمْ يَرْفَعْ بِذَلِكَ رَأْسًا وَلَمْ يَقْبَلْ هُدَى اللَّهِ الَّذِي أُرْسِلْتُ بِهِ. And then the other are like the one that it doesn't benefit them. And they don't accept the guidance of Allah that the Prophet ﷺ was sent from. And then he says, Rawahu Shaykhan. These are muttafaq alayh. When it says Shaykhan, it means al-Bukhari, Imam al-Bukhari, and Imam Muslim. Muslim is obviously a student and of Imam al-Bukhari. But Imam al-Bukhari, when you see hadith, always the first one mentioned in a riwayah is Malik. So even if it's in al-Bukhari, if it's in Malik as well, he's always mentioned before al-Bukhari. The next one mentioned is Ahmad ibn Hanbal, always. And you can see in modern books, they no longer have this adab. So you'll see like, it'll say, Rawahu al-Bukhari wa Ahmad, because they think al-Bukhari is stronger than Ahmad. But Ahmad is honored higher and over al-Bukhari as an imam. So this is the adab of the muhaddithun, is that they put Malik first, and then Ahmad, unless it's munqata'. And these are daqa'iq of ilm al-hadith. So if it says al-Bukhari wa Malik, then it's from the marasil of Malik. If the scholar knew what he was doing. But when it says the Shaykhan, it means al-Bukhari wa Muslim, and that means it's muttafaqun alayh. When the ulama say it's muttafaqun alayh, it has a high maqam, because they both agreed on its sahha. An Sahal bin Sa'ad, radiyallahu anhu, أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لي عليا رضي الله تعالى عنه فوالله لأن يهدي الله بك رجلا واحدا خير لك من حمر النعم. He said, by Allah, that God should use you to guide one person, it's better for you than humr al-na'am, which is the best type of camels. In other words, great worldly wealth. For the Arabs, that was real wealth. So it was like better than gold and silver. وروى البخاري عن عبد الله بن عمرو بن العاص رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال بلغوا عني ولو آية. بلغوا عني ولو آية. بلغوا تكليف. That's called taklif. عني تشريف. ولو آية تخفيف. So the ulama say that بلغوا is taklif. He's telling you, tell people what I said. عني تشريف. It's an honor to say the Prophet ﷺ said. And then وَلَوْ آيَةً, even if it's just a little bit. وَحَدِّثُوا عَنْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ وَلَا حَرَجٍ. And you can tell the Israeliyat without feeling some kind of constraint. You can mention what the Bible says or what the Jews say about something. The Prophet permitted that. In a riwayah, it says, لَا تُصَدِّقُهُمْ وَلَا تُكَذِّبُوهُم. Don't say it's absolutely true, but don't deny it either. So there's wisdom in their books. The ulama mention this, the tafsirs mention it. The Bible has much wisdom, but because of the problems of transmission, they don't have the same authoritative basis of transmission that we do because of the preservation of the isnad and the mutawatir. So ahad things got into their books, and also some distortions, tahrif. وَمَنْ كَذَبَ عَلَيَّ مُتَعَمِّدًا فَلْيَتَبَوَّأَ مَقْعَدُهُ مِنَ النَّارِ. And this portion of the hadith is mutawatir. This is, in other words, that has the same veracity as an ayah in the Quran. Whoever lies about what I said, let him take his seat in hell. So to tell a lie on the Prophet is one of the worst things that somebody can do. روى مسلم عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال من سلك طريقا يلتمس فيه علما سهل الله له أو له به كذلك طريقا إلى الجنة. روى مسلم عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال من دعا إلى هدى كان له من الأجر مثل أجور من تبعه لا ينقص ذلك من أجورهم شيئا. So whoever calls to guidance, he has the same reward as the rewards of those who follow him. And that does not diminish from their rewards anything. So if you teach somebody and they act according to your teaching, this is one of the reasons why so many shuyukh wrote awrad. Because there's no wird that the Prophet did that we have in order. We know what he said, but we don't have any wird specifically he did this, then this, then this. So the ulama always put, it's not because there aren't enough of them already. There are plenty of awrad by great ulama. But they want people to do their wird, so they get the reward of the person doing the wird. So it's a blessing to do that. If obviously if you can. So anyway, and now finally the last one. This is important. رواه الشيخان عن عبد الله بن عمرو بن العاص رضي الله عنهما قال سمعت رسول الله يقول إن الله لا يقبض العلم انتزاعا ينتزعه من الناس ولكن يقبض العلم بقبض العلماء حتى إذا لم يبقي عالما, and there's a riwayah حتى إذا لم يبقى عالم اتخذ الناس رؤوسا جهالا فسئلوا فأفتوا بغير علم فَضَلُّوا وَأَضَلُّوا. It's a very important hadith. Allah will not take knowledge suddenly by seizing it from people's breasts. But the loss of knowledge is in the death of scholars. Until Allah leaves no scholar on the earth, people will take leaders who are ignorant and they will ask them questions, and they will give them fatwa, and they will lead them astray. And they themselves go astray by doing it. This is very important, because this is the time that we're living in, so it's important for people to be aware of that. There's plenty of fatwas that are completely insane today. If consciousness is a spiritual phenomenon, and the world can only be experienced by the soul, what about animals who appear to have... No, the animals have souls. Yeah, animals have souls. They don't have 8 eternal souls, to use a scholastic term. 8 eternal is something that has a beginning but no end. So they're not created, but they're created with a spiritual animating force. They have ruh. Even trees have arwah. Every living thing has a ruh. And according to Razi, even inanimate things have a type of ruh and a nafs. The nafs is what causes harm. The ruh is what's medicinal in the thing. So you have things that have medicinal properties, and then they have toxic properties. So the nafs is the toxic element. The ruh is the medicinal element. Just like people, there's toxic people and medicinal people. Like Hitler was a very toxic soul. It's about as toxic as you can get, unless you want to add George Bush or something like that there. I was reading a commentary of Imam al-Ghazali by an Orientalist who stated that the popularity of al-Ghazali's work led to a decline in scientific progress. I'm going to talk about this when I get into my session on Imam al-Ghazali. This is one of the greatest lies against Imam al-Ghazali perpetrated. It was perpetrated in the last 100 years, It's a slander against Imam al-Ghazali, and that's the truth. And I'll get to that. Can the Quran lead anyone astray without external guidance like hadith? Or does the Quran have inherent guidance? The Quran can't lead us. Yahdi illati hiya aqwam. It will guide to what's best. But people can go astray by misunderstanding the Quran. And there's no group in the history of Islam that's ever gone astray other than because of linguistic problems. Not knowing grammar, not knowing rhetoric, not knowing logic. These are the reasons why, which is why these three sciences were the focus of the madrasa tradition. People spent years studying these three sciences, mastering grammar to a very high level, mastering rhetoric to a very high level, and mastering logic to a very high level. And these are the sciences that will protect people from making egregious errors in the Quran or in the hadith. Which aspects of Sufism did Imam al-Ghazali criticize? Well, he criticized a lot of things, but one of the things he criticized was the delusion of the Sufis. Like, there are a lot of Sufis that think they're the elect of God, and that's a delusion. Right? They're deluded into thinking that they're special and they're the khasa or khasa al-khasa. They're deluded into thinking their sheikh is the qutb. Every murid says, oh, my sheikh's the qutb. There certainly are a lot of qutbs. Right? They're deluded in their dress. Like they wear a certain dress that distinguishes them, which the real Sufis like to be hidden. They didn't like people to know that they were people of tasawwuf. They like to be hidden. They didn't want people to see them. The ulama were supposed to wear a dress that distinguishes them in the Eastern Islam. And the reason for that, Abu Hanifa encouraged the scholars to wear dress that enabled others, so that people could go and ask them for knowledge. Imam Abu Hamid says one of the problems with that is that false scholars started dressing like that, and then people assumed they were knowledgeable. At Al-Azhar, they have there's a whole meaning to their turbans. Like if it has blue and, if it's red, white, and blue, then it means something. If it's black, it means another thing. And the Azharis know that, but the common people don't know that. Because some Azharis, all they know, they just did the tahfidh al-Quran and the qira'ah. So they're qurra. They studied in the tradition. And so they learned how to recite Quran, and they can lead prayer and taraweeh, and they learn basic Islam. But the ulama are different. And that's a distinction. We'll get into that, inshallah. There's an important distinction between the alim, the faqih, the mutafaqih, the mufti, and then degrees of ifta. Because there's mujtahid mutlaq, there's mujtahid muqayyid, there's mujtahid murajjih, there's mujtahid madhab, and then there's mujtahid ahkam, anyway. And then you have du'at, which traditionally were called the qusas, storytellers. And most of the ulama were opposed to them. They're like preachers that go around telling stories that make people cry and things. The kids in Medina used to throw their sandals at them if they started in the mosque of the Prophet. Imam Malik said, this mosque is for knowledge, it's not for stories. Yeah. And then you have the salihun, righteous people that are, ubad, zuhad, and those are good people, and you should, yultamis minhum khair and dua and barakah, people that have simt, you look at their faces, they remind you of Allah. You can see salah on their faces. They carry themselves in dignified ways. Those people, yurja minhum al-khair. But they might not know very much. They should know at least enough to worship their Lord. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. جزاكم الله خيرا. Inshallah, it'll be a good journey. I'm seeing a lot more women than men again. It's scaring me, you know. The women too are having a hard time finding akfa, you know. For non-Arab speaking Muslims, what should be our criterion of action to gain a deeper connection to Allah and our deen rather than ritual practices, memorization, dhikr, etc.? I want a guide or a specific action list to incorporate into my daily life. This is a long question. Inshallah, I'll think about that. Allah yubarak fikum. Subhanak Allahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله ومن والاه. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. Bismillah. Before we get into Mizan al-Amal, one of the major Mizan al-Amal really is the standard of action. It's Imam al-Ghazali wrote 2 books. One of them was called Mizan al-Ilm, and it's a book on logic. Logic traditionally was considered the grammar of thinking. You need grammar, for instance, to speak properly because language is communication. If you learn how to communicate properly, then it facilitates human understanding. And one of the things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the human being is the ability to speak. أَعْلَمُهُ الْبَيَانِ. And that's from the Rahman, the merciful, taught us how to speak, because speaking is one of the great mercies of Allah to humans, because we're able to communicate, unlike animals that have obviously some level of communication, but they cannot, for instance, you know, the bird can't go to a bird doctor to find out what's ailing it and have a CAT scan and determine that the bird brain is suffering or something from a tumor, from putting his nest on a chimney and inhaling too much smoke. That's not going to happen. So humans were given language, and language is extremely important to know and learn language. Now, in Aboriginal cultures, one of the interesting things about Aboriginal cultures, and these are the earliest cultures that we have, Bedouin comes from Beda, to appear. They're the first human beings, the Bedu. And the Bedu are not simply the Arab Bedu. They're Aboriginal, from the original people. So sometimes they're called first peoples. Wherever these people are, one of the things that's significant about them is that their language is highly specific. And they often, anthropologists are amazed at how sophisticated their languages are. They often have names for all of the relatives, so each one has a specific name. They have names for all of the things in their environment, so they don't use something like thingamajig. You know, where's the thingamajig? Which is for people that don't know the names of everything. Now, obviously, as culture gets more sophisticated, there are more names. And this is why the English language has literally hundreds of thousands of words. The Arabic language is probably the richest in terms of the actual number of possible words, because it has a method of bringing new words. For instance, a word that appeared in the 1940s in the Arab world was tahatlara, yatahatlaru. And it's in dictionaries, which means to behave like Hitler. So that's an Arabic word that can be used. Or to Amraka, he became an American. Or to Maghraba, he became a Westerner. So this is something that Arabic has this ability to generate words, which is one of the unique aspects. Other languages tend to borrow from languages, which was why the Majami' al-Lughawiyya were so important in the Muslim world. Fu'ad al-Awwal, the king of Egypt, who was unjustly overthrown in that coup, he actually was a great patron of the Arabic language and started these first centers for the preservation of the Arabic language and for the advancement of the Arabic language as new words came in. So for instance, the word telephone is used commonly, but the Arabs have a term in classical Arabic called hatif, which is a voice that you can hear but you can't see the source of it. And so this word was used, it's actually used in Sufi terminology. The hatif is sometimes people like Omar heard Sadiya, his general, he called out to him from, this was before AT&T, this is Muslim traditional telecommunications, right? Sayyidina Omar was on the minbar in Medina and he said, Ya Sariyat al-Jabal, Sadiya, look to the mountain. And nobody in Medina knew what he was talking about. This is one of his confirmed miracles. But Sadiya heard his voice in Persia, and he was warning him about an army that was going to attack them. So he was saying, look to the mountain. So hatif is an example of bringing that. So when societies get complicated and sophisticated, you need language. Language is absolutely essential. Now the problem with language is that it becomes corrupted. Now modern linguists, and this is a whole madhab or school in the West, will argue there's no such thing as language being corrupted. It's just what people speak. And this is a view of language. And so they don't like grammarians, they don't like these pedants that tell them that you don't say, if somebody says, how are you? You don't say, I'm good, you say, I'm well. They don't like that. And they rebel against it. And they think that these grammarians, they call them grammar Nazis, are really, they don't understand that the nature of language is fluid and that it changes. But part of the problem with that approach is that language is for communication. And if you allow it to constantly change, then you lose the ability to communicate. One of the things that the early ulama debated was whether it was permitted for people to have private languages. Think about that. In other words, in a lot of cultures, you have subcultures that speak in their own lingo. And their fear was that if you allowed private languages to emerge, it would create dissension in a society because people could not communicate together. And this is why Umar radiallahu anhu actually beat people for speaking grammatically incorrect language. And Abu Bakr was very concerned about it also. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya in his book on Usul al-Fiqh said that it makes perfect sense that the Khalifa would be concerned about the preservation of language in his society because he knew that that is how communication is preserved. So if language breaks down, communication breaks down. And this is why young people and old people can't speak anymore, because they speak a different language. They don't know their communication. And when this breaks down, society breaks down. And you no longer have the purpose of language being fulfilled, which is to unify people. And so grammar is actually very important because syntax, which is the proper word order, and although languages have flexible word orders, they have nonetheless rules of word ordering. Because if I begin to change an English word order, now obviously when you hear a foreign person speak English, who's not native to English, they will often use the syntax of their language and put it into English because they're used to thinking in the syntax of their language. We can get used to that, and there's certain expectations from certain peoples about that. But a lot of people can't understand them. 1 out of 4 people in America cannot understand somebody if they're speaking in just a foreign accent. So you lose 25% of your population just in not pronouncing the English correctly. But most of us can work it out, what they're trying to say generally. But there's cause for concern because people can miscommunicate. So grammar was a very important science in Islamic tradition And it comes according to our tradition, Abu Aswad al-Du'ali. I mean, modern redactors reject these and say they're apocryphal. But this is, all of our books convey these stories, and I don't see any reason to doubt them. But Abu Aswad al-Du'ali, he was with his daughter, and they were looking at the sky, and she said, "Ma ajmal as-sama'i ya Baba," and he said, "An-nujum." You know what? She put the sama, she made it majroor. And she said, I didn't mean that. I meant how beautiful it is. So she wanted to use ta'ajjub, like ma ajmar as-sama'a ya abati. It should have been mansub, but she made it majroor. He was very concerned about this, so he went to Imam Ali and he told him, he was a student of Imam Ali, and he said, you should put down some rules to protect the language. And then he told him, العربية تنقسم لاسم وفعل وحرف فنحو هذا النحو. The language is divided into three: nouns, verbs, and particles, and prepositions, all those other, what they call glue words in linguistics. And then he said, so go this path, فنحو هذا النحو, which is where we get the word nahu, which means grammar, from Sayyidina Ali saying, go this way. So nahu is what grammar is called in the Arabic language. So one of the big problems in our culture now is communication. We have a very hard time communicating. Now, another problem that's added to that is when you have a religious tradition that obviously, as all religious traditions are, is rooted in a revelation. The revelation is delivered in language. So, because language has ambiguity, in other words, it has more than one way of being understood, you get problems arise. Problems of communication. Because I can say something and you can understand, I can say, let's eat, Grandma. And if you're there with me and I'm talking to my grandmother, but you think I'm saying, let's eat, Grandma, right? Because there should be a little comma there. Then this is the nature of language. It can be misunderstood. And people have been, according to our tradition, people have died because of grammar mistakes, and people have also been saved because of grammar mistakes. There's a famous Khariji who wrote a line of poetry, and he said, وَمِنَّا أَمِيرَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ Shabibu, and وَمِنَّا أَمِيرُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, and he put a dhamma, and from us is the caliph, and then he gave his name. So he was arrested, and then the real caliph said to him, so you're claiming that he's the caliph and I'm not? He said, no, I didn't say that. I said, وَمِنَّا أَمِيرَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And then he made it mansub, which is speaking to the Amir al-Mu'mineen, not claiming he was the Amir al-Mu'mineen. So they say that his knowledge of grammar got his head preserved, right? So, anyway, there's a lot of stories like that in our tradition. But one of the things that prevented people from speaking about knowledge was a lack of knowledge of Arabic. And that included rhetoric, because rhetoric is one of the fundamental and most important sciences in our tradition. Because rhetoric deals with things like kinaya, isti'ara, and then there's different types of isti'ara, which are metaphors, analogies, metonymies. These are very sophisticated tropes and figures in language that can mean different things, even contextually. They can have different meanings. So these are all sources of confusion for people that don't know, but they're also sources of difference of opinion for people that know. And this is why our tradition has such... Islam is the only religious tradition that I can see outside of the Jewish tradition. It's the only religious tradition that really understood that human beings truly, legitimately differ in their understandings. And so it codified a type of difference of opinion that enabled Muslims to live together and practice different things and do different things in different ways, and yet live in solidarity. One of the proofs of this that it is an intention of our Creator, because Allah did not make all the flowers one color. He diversified them. So you have red roses and white roses, you have azaleas, you have daisies. They're all flowers. They have an essential nature of a flower, but they differ because Allah loves differences. And it's a reason why when bouquets are often made, they're made with a lot of different flowers. People prefer a diverse bouquet than a bouquet of all the same flowers, unless they're roses, because roses have a special maqam amongst flowers. But these differences were codified in a tradition called usul al-fiqh. Our religion has two usul, usul al-din and usul al-fiqh. Usul al-din is what you believe. It's the foundations of our belief. And usul al-fiqh is the foundations of our practice. And this is, all of Islam is divided into ilm and amal. And so the foundation of ilm is usul ad-din, which has come to be known as aqidah. It came to be known early on as kalam, which was initially a very negative term, and there are a lot of negative statements about it by the early imams. Later on, it was incorporated into the Sunni tradition as a positive term, meaning dialectical theology, a theology of question and answer. And then usul al-fiqh, which is the foundation of how we derive rulings, legal rulings about things. Because everything in Islam is categorized under one of 7 categories, 5 primary ones and 2 secondary ones. The 5 primary ones, I think all of you know, are wajib or fard. And then there's nuances in the Hanafis, and they differ about wajib and fard, but generally they're considered synonyms. And then you have mandub, which is encouraged. That's also called nafila and sunnah. And then it goes into sunnah mu'akkada, sunnah manduba, raghiba. They're different. These are all technical terminology of usuli scholars to determine a category. But the first category, you have to do it. If you don't do it, you're punished. Second category, you're encouraged to do it, but if you don't do it, you're not punished. Third category, mubah, which is also called jaiz. But jaiz can also mean makruh. So something's permitted, but could be makruh. And then the third, so that's neutral. The third one is makruh, which is that if you do it, you're not punished for doing it. If you don't do it, out of a belief that it's makruh, then you're given a reward for not doing it. And then the final one is haram, which is also called mamnu' and muharram. And haram, if you do it, you're punished. And if you leave it, you're given a reward. So if you look, the rewards are much more than the punishments in those 5 categories. And then you have what's called, fasid or batil and sahih, contracts that are either valid or invalid. And then depending on situations, even an invalid contract could be considered valid if time has passed and there was khilaf about it. Anyway, these are all usuli. So this is how the usuli scholars determined how we derive rules. Now what's important about this is one of the things that has been lost in our tradition is the dynamic engagement of the usuliyun of deen, in other words the theologians, with the world, and the usuliyun of fiqh with the world. And so what's happened is our theologians stopped addressing problematic issues confronting believers. And so we have very few books that deal seriously with evolution. We have very few, and people are confused about this. We have almost no books that even mention quantum physics and the problems of cause and effect. We have very few books that deal with nominalism and essentialism, which are problems, or critical theory, which involve problems that relate to aqidah as well as fiqh. So, because the tradition has ossified or petrified. When I was young, my grandmother used to take us to a place called the Petrified Forest. It's in Sonoma, and it's trees that have been there so long they become stone. So a living thing became a dead thing. In many ways, this is what's happened to our tradition. A living thing became a dead thing. It's still a marvel to look at, but it's dead. In other words, it's not actively because the definition of life biologically is that it responds to stimuli. If it doesn't respond to stimuli, it's dead. So, usul al-din and usul al-fiqh are supposed to respond to the stimuli through ijtihad, through radd al-shubuhat, either through legal reasoning to arrive at conclusions, or through the ability to refute obfuscation, shubuhat, things that create doubt in the minds of believers. New atheism, which is far less sophisticated than old atheism. And one of the proofs that people are really, really uneducated today is that the new atheists are read instead of the old atheists who were much more sophisticated. I mean, Nietzsche runs rings around Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens or Dennett, any of these people, runs rings around them in the sophistication. Even the ancient Greeks, in their level of sophistication. Materialism is not new. Materialism existed in the time of the Greeks. There were materialists that believed that this was all there was. They didn't believe in spirits, they just believed in matter. So materialism is not new. Humans have been confronting materialism for centuries. Karl Marx wrote his PhD thesis on the Greek materialists. And those were the ones that Plato and Socrates were going around and destroying their arguments. So nothing is new under the sun in that way. But one of the things today is that there's a level of education that has led to a lot of people being exposed to ideas that they would not have been exposed to in the past. And because they're semi-educated, partially educated, most of us are half-wits, because true education is on the quantitative and qualitative sciences. Most of us, my quantitative side is much weaker than my qualitative side. I studied a lot more the language arts than I did the sciences, but I did have science education. And I'm able to read science books if they're not extremely technical. But a lot of people aren't educated anymore in one or the other, and very few are educated in both. Very few people on this planet are really educated in both. Our traditional ulama were educated in both. So these all create problems and a lot of confusion. Now, the ulama dealt with these things different ways. One of the most important things that they felt to prove was the prophecy of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. They were not that interested in proofs for the existence of God, partially because the Quran says, "Afillahi shak," is there any doubt about God? That it's really not it's a fitra thing to believe in God. It's very easy to convince children that, God exists. I mean, you could say, well, it's easy to convince them that Santa Claus exists, but at a certain point, they actually can see the difference between the two. Because it's very difficult for people to believe that this popped into existence out of nothing. Or that this organization that we see, the opposable thumb, the eye, the ear. I was with an audiologist who was checking the ears of one of the Mauritanians that was with us in America. And on her wall, she had a PhD in just the ear. Isn't that amazing? Just the ear. That was her PhD. It's like 5 years of just studying the ear. And she had pictures on her wall with all of these ears, the eardrum, the shell, all of these intricate, the eighth cranial nerve, its relation to the central nervous system. And I said to her, it's amazing, the ear, isn't it? That just the level of sophistication in its design. And she said, it's funny you say that, because she said, I entered grad school and I didn't really believe in religion, or I was trained in science and much more interested in science. But during my PhD program, just studying the ear, I became more and more convinced that this could not have just happened by chance. And now Dawkins would say that, well, she doesn't really understand evolution, right? But that's a fitra response. And that's just the ear, let alone the eye. Darwin referred to it as that damned eye, because it was hard to explain how it evolved. But, this is the age that we're living in. We're living in an age where you've got all these people out there creating doubts, and you don't have responders to the doubts. So this created a lot of problems. Now, to accentuate the problem even more, you have a new phenomenon in our community, which is all of these people who have never been trained in grammar, in rhetoric, in logic, in the traditional madrasa studies. But they've gone to schools. So they went to public schools in Egypt or in Iraq or in Syria they have a relatively reasonable knowledge of Arabic. They can read it fairly well. And then they begin to self-study. And they become autodidacts. And so they read the Quran and the Hadith. Now, one of the things about Hadith tradition, both Quran and Hadith, it was prohibited traditionally to take Quran and Hadith from books. Right? لا تأخذ القرآن من مصحفي ولا تأخذ الحديث من صحفي. That was a qaida amongst the ulama. Don't take the Quran from the mushaf, and don't take knowledge from sahafi. Sahafi is the one who learned from books. The reason for that is because they're too difficult. There's too many possibilities for error, even in the hadith. One example. In the hadith of the moon sighting, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Sumu li ru'yatihi wa aftiru li ru'yatihi." Fast in sighting it, and then he said, "Wa in ghumma alaykum." That's one riwayah. In ghubiya alaykum, that's another riwayah. In ghumiya alaykum, that's another riwayah. In ughmiya alaykum, that's another riwayah. And in umiya alaykum. All those are riwayat. And they all have different meanings. And so then faqduru lahu, it says faqduru lahu with a dhamma, faqduru lahu. But there's another riwayah, faqdiru lahu with a kasra. And they have different meanings. فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ قَدَرَ يَقْدُرُوا and قَدِرَ يَقْدِرُوا قَدَرَ يَقْدِرُوا. So this is sarf. And by changing just the dhamma, you change the meaning from dhamma to kasra, you change the meaning of qadar. Now this takes a long time to learn. Just to learn the Arabic takes a long time. But then to learn the hadith, to listen to the muhaddith, and to learn, these take a long time. And this is why knowledge is difficult. It's not an easy thing. Knowledge is difficult. And so you have all of these people now that are out there and coming up with very different conclusions that the traditional people came up with. Let me give you one example. In the burning of the Jordanian, it was said that this was qisas, right? Do people know that? Did anybody follow that story? The burning of right? They said it was qisas, right? Well, in Sharia, you don't apply qisas in war. There's no qisas in war. There's no qisas in fitna. If a fitna happens and Muslims fight each other, there's no qisas. Because if you have qisas, it's just going to continue. It will never end. So you just forgive once it's all over. So that's the first problem. Nobody in the history of Islam said there's qisas in war. Second problem, the hudud aren't implemented during war. Qisas is part of hudud. Then, another problem, burning. The Prophet ﷺ ordered in a hadith to burn some people if they found them. And then later he said, don't burn them. أمرتكم أن تحرقوهم فلا تحرقوهم فلا يعذب بالنار إلا رب النار.
I told you to burn these people, don't burn them, because nobody can punish with fire except the Lord of fire. So now that hadith, some of the ulama took that hadith, other ones didn't take it, because nasikh and mansukh is a real problem in the hadith tradition. So some of them did not take that, because what they took was عَاقِبُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا عُقِبْتُمْ بِهِ, punish people according to the way that they've punished. Like in the Maliki tradition, in the Mukhtasar, it says, مَنْ قَتَلَ قُتِلَ بِمَا قَتَلَ وَلَوْ نَارًا. Whoever kills somebody, he's killed with what he was killed, even if it was fire. There's a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ, a Jewish man, threw a woman off and her head was smashed on a rock. He stole from her jewelry, and the Prophet ﷺ, according to the tradition, said his head was smashed with a rock. And this is what's called lex talionis. It's the Jewish tradition of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's right out of the Old Testament. But then the Prophet ﷺ, as his religion evolved, because it did evolve, the Prophet ﷺ was part of a process. He had legal rulings that later were changed. And this is to show that situations change rulings. This is the human condition. You can't just fix rulings and with statute law and think that you can apply that until the Day of Judgment. There are certain things that are thawabit in Islam, fixed, and there are other things that are mutaghayyarat. This is the usuli prerogative to work out what's fixed and what changes. It's a very sophisticated tradition, which is why we need usuli scholars, and they're actually considered the generals. According to Imam Qushayri, they're the generals of this ummah, because they're the ones that are able to command the troops. Not the fuqaha. The fuqaha can give you an opinion, but the usuli is the one that deals with new issues. And this is very important. Fatwa comes from fatiya, yafta, to be young. It's new, fresh. Right? So the root of fatwa is freshness. Also from it comes futuwa. What is futuwa? Chivalry. It defends the community. So the fatwa is a defense mechanism of the community to protect it from harm. So this was very, very important. And this is one of the crises that we find ourselves in. Now the Prophet ﷺ said, أَعَفُّ النَّاسِ قِطْرَةً أَهْلُ الْإِيمَانِ. The people that are most merciful. This is what Imam al-Munawi says it means. The people that are most merciful in their killing are the people of Iman. Because the Prophet said, إِذَا قَتَلْتُمْ فَأَحْسِنُوا الْقِتْلَةِ. If you have to kill, do it well. إِذَا ذَبَحْتُمْ فَأَحْسِنُوا الذِّبْحَ. If you're going to sacrifice an animal, do it well. In other words, don't cause the animal pain. Sharpen the knife. In the sunnah, you give the animal water. You don't kill it in front of other animals. The Prophet saw a man sacrificing an animal in front of another animal. He said, are you going to kill it twice? Because the other one's seeing it and you know, it's his friend. Right? You know, this is rahmah. But what does Imam al-Munawi say? He says, look at the way the kuffar kill. Right? He said they kill they torture, they do all this. This wasn't from Islam. The Prophet was a mercy, and he came as a mercy. And this is why the ulama, the majority of the ulama said, in qisas and in these things, you just kill them. Even in the riwayah al-Bukhari of Imam Ali, there's another riwayah that says he killed them first and then burnt them. So this idea of burning people, لا يعذب بالنار إلا رب النار. Despite the fact that there are riwayat, this is the position, and this is why the Ottomans never burnt people as a punishment. You know, the Muslims didn't do this. And even in the Quran, when it says when you meet the enemies, strike the necks, فَضَرْبُ الرِّقَابِ, right? Look at the tafsirs. They say this is the most merciful way to kill a person. If you have to kill them, be merciful. Don't cut their arm off first. Go right for the death blow. Because it's the most merciful way to kill. That's what they say in the books. That even in jihad, you're supposed to be merciful to people. So this whole idea of cruelty, it has nothing to do with Islam. And Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah said, if you see cruelty, know that it's not from this religion, because the religion is rahmah. Even in killing, there's rahmah. And so Abdurrahman, Imam al-Munawi says about that hadith, أَعَفُّ النَّاسِ قِطْرَةً أَهْلُ الْإِيمَانِ. The people that are most
You know, iffa is like chastity, it's like aversion to something, you know, being, you know, a'affahu, like if you don't like something, you know, the people that are most averse to killing are the people of faith. Because they see they see the Creator in the creature. وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَفَلَا تُبْصِرُونَ. They see that you are a sign of God. Whether you're Jewish or Buddhist or Hindu, you're a creature, you are made by God, and therefore the sign of God is in you. And so they're loath to do anything. And that's why the Prophet said, لَا تَتَمَنَّوْا لِقَاءَ الْعَدُوِّ. Don't desire to meet an enemy. Don't desire it. There's a sickness in this desire to kill people. So, what I wanted to do was just look at some principles that were established. This is a book that was written, and you know, these problems have been around for a long time. It's not like they haven't been around. But the difference between the past and the present is that in the past you had hisba, you had regulators. You know, if you have, there are several doctors here. How many doctors here? Yeah. So are you licensed? Yeah. So what do you do to get licensed? Yeah, you have to pass an exam. What else? But before you get licensed, what do you have to do? Yeah. How many years? Yeah, okay. So that's 11 years, right, of training. Why? But why would they put all that effort into training you? Because, I mean, you could train a taxi driver. How long do they train for? I know it's more complex, but not driving in London. Because they take years to memorize all the streets. Yeah. Yeah. So the taxi driver has to know how to drive. Because if you let him drive taxis without a license, he's going to kill somebody. He might still kill somebody if he's reckless, because you can have a license and be reckless. Like doctors can kill people with a license. But we know that you cannot, even surgery, you have to do extra training. So you can be an MD, but you don't perform surgeries unless they're minor. But if you're going to do brain surgery, neurology is a very difficult. Even getting into a neurology residency is not that easy. Because it's very difficult, because you can really make a mistake. One slip of the scalpel and you've got, a lobotomized patient. This is for the protection of the body. Now the soul is where religion is concerned. It has a concern with the body, and that's why tib is a fard kifaya. It's considered a collective obligation to preserve the body as part of our tradition. You're not allowed to harm the body. La darara wa la darar. Don't harm the body. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Inna li jasadika alayka haqqa." Your body has rights over you. And the Prophet warned about overeating. The Quran warns about overeating. Kulu wa sharabu wa la tusiru innahu la yuhibbul musrifin. Eat and drink, and don't drink to excess, because Allah loves not the excessive. One of the Christians, when they heard that ayat, he said, "Ma taraka kitabuka shay'an li jalinus." Your book didn't leave anything for Galen, because traditional medicine believed that al-ma'idatu baytu da, the stomach is the seat of all disease. The National Center for Health in the United States, the NEH, says that the 80% of illnesses are caused by diet, bad eating. So fatwa is even more dangerous, right? In Urdu they say, Neem Hakim Khatari Jan, Neem Mullah Khatari Iman. Like to have a half-baked doctor is dangerous for the body, but to have a half-baked scholar is dangerous for the soul. Right? Now, the body is finite. The soul is infinite. The body will have 80, maybe 100, maybe 120. It's pretty unlikely you're going to go past 120. There have been people that have done that, but it's pretty unlikely. But the soul is eternal. So the danger involved in the soul is much worse. And this is why our scholars developed ways of ensuring that people, there was a licensing tradition. You had to get licensed, which was called ijaza. And that license was much more rigorous than it is today. And this is why even having a license today is not necessarily foolproof that the person isn't going to go astray. But generally, the ijazah tradition, and this is a proof of our religion, because the isnad is from our religion by consensus of the ulama. Al-isnadu min ad-din. Isnad is from religion. And لولا الإسناد لقال من شاء ما شاء. If it wasn't for the isnad, people would say whatever they wanted to say. So traditionally, you had to work before you got ijazah. You read with teachers. They could see the level of your reading. They would know the level of your understanding very quickly. I mean, if you study with any real shaykh, they'll quickly discern whether you're getting it or not. They can see it just on your face. And often they would ask you questions when they saw something was difficult, they would say. And the great teachers like Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, somebody who's at that level, Shaykh Abdullah Wald Ahmedna is another one, really stunning understanding. Shaykh Muhammad Yaqubi has brilliant mind. I mean, really brilliant mind. And I haven't met anybody at the level of Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, and I've had the good fortune of reading with several really great scholars, but I've never met anybody at the level of Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya in his understanding, in the vastness of his knowledge of Arabic, the vastness of his knowledge of the Book of Allah, of usul. And this is why he makes statements that the ulama haven't caught up with yet, because he's on another level. And Imam al-Ghazali was fought in his lifetime. Abu Bakr al-Tartushi, one of the greatest scholars of Imam al-Ghazali's period, wrote a book against him. Imam al-Maziri, the great Maliki scholar, one of the greatest Maliki scholars in our history, wrote a book against Imam al-Ghazali. Imam al-Ghazali's books were burnt in Andalusia and in Morocco. But it was Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, who was a student of Abu Bakr al-Tartushi, that recognized Ghazali. Because when he met him, I mean, if you read the description of his meeting of al-Ghazali, he said, I went in there, and he was already a well-seasoned scholar at the highest level. He has over a 30-volume tafsir of the Quran that unfortunately got lost with the loss of Andalusia. But his 4-volume Ahkam al-Quran is a umda. It's a foundational book in the Maliki tradition, and as well as the other people read it. Like the Malikis read al-Jassas from the Hanafi tradition. The Hanafis read Qadi Abu Bakr from the Maliki tradition. So it's a book that transcends madhab. But Qadi Abu Bakr was a giant of his time. When he met Ghazali, he said, it was like I had been in darkness before that. And he said, I came into the room and it was as if the sun rose and eclipsed all the stars. And he said, I'd never seen anybody like him. And he sat with him, he read the Ihya with him, he read books, he asked him, he said, I wanted to understand the subtleties of his language. And so I asked him, and he said he treated me like the most generous of guests during the time that he stayed with him. He stayed with him in Jerusalem when he was in retreat, and he stayed with him in Baghdad. But he was the one that took his teachings back to North Africa, and Imam al-Ghazali's teachings spread. And so those critics of Ghazali during their time, even though they're great scholars, they didn't recognize, and with all respect to, because they are truly great scholars. But Shatibi mentioned that the fuqaha were like tuyus ala zariba. They're like goats fighting on the garbage heap. The ulama of one time. That's why you can't judge scholars in the time. A scholar can't really testify against another scholar in his time because of the hasad. Scholars are really understood after they're dead, because during their time they're always going to have people that envy them and attack them just because they're, and they won't admit, Kierkegaard said people will admit a felonious crime before they'll admit envy. Nobody's going to say, you say, no, you just envy him. Astaghfirullah. Me envy him. A'udhu billah. So, anyway. So I just want to go over a few of these rules. How much time do we have left, Asma? Okay. So I want to go through a few of these rules. من شأن العلماء بالله وبأحكام الله أن يذهبوا مع الناس في الرخصة. وَالسَّعَةِ مَا لَمْ يَخَافِ الْمَأْثَمِ. This is, Sidi Muwaq was the last, al-Abdari, Muhammad al-Muwaq al Abdari, was the last great scholar of Andalusia. He literally was when they surrendered Granada, he was the scholar that all of the other scholars recognized as the top scholar in Andalusia. So he is the last, he's Khatimat Ulama al-Andalus. He studied with great scholars. He's in the line of Ibn Lubbin and Shatibi, these great Usuli scholars. He was an Usuli scholar of the highest order. And he wrote this book. It's almost as if this book, which is called Sanan al-Muhtadin, it's as if he was saying, apply this book or else you will have the fate that we had in Andalusia. Because what destroyed Andalusia was all of the fitan between the Muslims. So he said, it is of the nature of the ulama billah wa bi ahkamillah, because he divides the Imam al-Ghazali said there were ulama billah, and then there were ulama of ahkam Allah, but not of Allah, and then there were ulama of Allah but not the ahkam of Allah, and then there were ulama of Allah and the ahkam of Allah. So the ulama of Allah are people that know Allah profoundly, even if their knowledge of the Sharia is limited. They have to know at least the Fard Ain, but they could have limited knowledge. So you can have a great wali of God who has very little knowledge. And there, in the history, there are, I'll give you a good example. Abu al-Abbas, Abu al-Abbas al-Hadrami, who was the teacher of Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, was illiterate. And Ahmed Zarruq was one of the greatest scholars of his time, but he sat with a man who was not, he spoke in Ammiya. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq took permission from him to put his sayings into classical Arabic, because he didn't speak proper Arabic. And there are many examples of that, of people that Allah gave great knowledge to. Sidi Abdul Aziz al-Dabbagh, the great Moroccan, is an example of that. So anyway, he said, it's from the nature of the ulama billah and of the ahkam of Allah, the categories of legal rulings of Allah, that they treat people, they give license to people. And يَذْهَبُوا مَعَ النَّاسِ فِي الرُّخْصَةِ وَالسَّعَةِ, to make things easy for people and give them room. This is the nature of the real ulama. They don't constrict for people. They give people license within limits. And this is why he says, مَا لَمْ يَخَافِ الْمَأْثَمِ, as long as they're not worried about sinfulness. And mar'u la ya'khudhu ala ahlihi bil wara'. A man should never expect scrupulousness from his own family. So if somebody has wara', and wara' means that you avoid anything that even smacks of doubt. And people of great scrupulousness will even not take permitted things, mubahat. So it just depends. But those people are not, they should not expect that from their own family or force it upon their family. بدعة الضلالة أعني أن تحكم على شيء بغير حكمه. The bid'ah of going astray, what the Prophet called كل بدعة ضلالة, right? Every bid'ah is a dalala. That's the bid'atul dalala. Every bid'ah is a dalala. Now, that is a bid'ah shar'iyah. So, and the hadith clarifies it on Aisha, which is in the Nawawi, من أحدث في أمرنا هذا ما ليس منه. He didn't say من أحدث في أمرنا فهو رد. He said من أحدث في أمرنا هذا ما ليس منه فهو رد. Because something can be from something. For instance, you have to know the times of prayer. Now, Sahaba didn't have watches. They told times by shadows. But if you use a watch, it should be a good one, like a Swiss watch. If you use a watch to determine the prayer time, which many of us do, right? We look on our watch and we see, oh, it's time to pray. We go pray. We didn't go check the shadows. The sunnah was to check shadows. So that is a ihdath. To use prayer schedules is a hadath. It's a bid'ah.
but it's a bid'ah that's from the religion. It's minhu, and that's why it's permitted. If it's not from it, it's a bid'ah dalala. And that's an important distinction. So he said, أَن تَحْكُمْ عَلَى شَيْءٍ بِغَيْرِ حُكْمِهِ. It's to give a thing a ruling that is not its ruling. So to say something like the mawlid, to say that this is wajib, right? It's mandub to learn the seerah of the Prophet. The mawlid was one of the techniques that people brought later to teach people seerah. If you look at mawalid, they're basically seerah. You could literally call a mawlid a seerah. But to say that this is from the religion and this is that if you don't do it something, no, that now you've made it a bid'ah because you've given it a hukum that's not its hukum. الأحاديث إذا تعارضت ولم يعلم الناسخ من المنسوخ تساقطت ويبقى شيء على إباحته إذ لا يثبت حكم على مسلم إلا بدليل لا معارض له. This is a really important one. When you have hadiths that contradict each other, if you don't know the nasikh from the mansukh, in other words, the abrogating hadith from the abrogated hadith, then neither of them are taken. They lose their authoritative power to determine a ruling. And the thing is considered mubah. And then he says, because you cannot determine a hukum against another Muslim except with a dalil that has no objection. It has no... and this is why when there's a khilaf, he'll get into that, but this is a really important point. أقوال العلماء إذا تعارضت في أمر فقيل هو مشروع وقيل غير مشروع ما يكون هذا قط أحط مرتبة من المباح. If the ulama differ about an affair, and they say, one says it's permitted, and the other says it's not permitted, then, ما يكون هذا قط, it will never be less than the ruling of permitted. Right? Because it's not mujma' alayh. The ulama have to agree on tahrim to say that it's haram. You can take the position of the one that says not to do it, tawarru'an, out of scrupulousness, but you can't expect that of others, even your own family. ما كرهه بعض الأئمة واستحبه آخرون ففعله أولى كرفع اليدين لأن الشرع يحتاط لفعل المندوبات كما يحتاط لفعل الواجبات. Those things that some of the ulama detested and others considered to be recommended, to do them is more appropriate. So if they differ about this is makruh or this is mustahab, then it's preferred to take the mustahab position. Like raising your hands in dua. Because some say the Malikis traditionally did not raise their hands in the dua. Even though there's hadiths and some hadiths say hatta they could see the ibtay al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. But traditionally, and some of my teachers don't raise it. Like Murabt al-Hajj, I never saw him raise his hands for dua. So some take that position. But he's saying that in the hadiths are there, there's a difference of opinion, it's about mustahab, it's better to raise your hands in the dua. أجمع العلماء على اتقاء مواضع الخلاف. The ulama have agreed to guard yourself against these places of difference of opinion. Be very careful about these places of difference of opinion. الرؤيا من غير الأنبياء لا يحكم بها شرعا على حال. The Prophet ﷺ said that a true dream that a believer sees is 1/46 of prophecy. In other words, a true dream is part of prophecy, but the one having it is not a prophet, and therefore no legal ruling can be taken from the dream. Even in the books of fiqh about the prayer time, it says, لا اعتبار بكشف الولي. There's no consideration for the kashf of a wali could know right when the prayer time comes in and just say, dakhal al-dhuhr. Kashfan. But you can't use that like a watch. Because you can have dajajila, you can have people that aren't really awliya making these claims. So, but then he says, إِلَّا أَن تَعْرِضَهَا على ما في أيدينا من الأحكام الشرعية فإن صوغتها عمر بمقتضاها. So if that ru'ya does not go against the ahkam al-shar'iyya, then it's permissible to act according to it. So for instance, one of the great salihin or awliya might see in a dream where he's told to do a certain dhikr a certain number of times. He can do that. Because if it was a true dream, he could do it, and it's part of the deen. But you can't make a legal ruling and say, oh, it's mandub to do this so many times. But if somebody understands that's a ru'ya, somebody saw Imam al-Kattani, and he mentions it in the book, saw that to do the 40 times, Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, La ilaha illa anta, subhanaka. Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, La ilaha illa anta, 40 times before Fajr. He says that the heart won't die when other hearts die. So you'll find that done in some places, based on that vision of the Salih. So that's what he says. But it's not a hukm shar'i. You don't take a hukm shar'i. But you can do a mustahab. Something, dhikr is mustahab, as long as it doesn't go against any amr or injunction from the Prophet. البدعة أن تحكم على الشيء بغير حكمه. We already did that. حقيقة البدعة المذمومة هي التي تميت السنة أو تكاد تفضي إلى إماتتها. The reality of a negative bid'ah is something that causes the sunnah to die. It puts to death the sunnah, or it will lead to the death of the sunnah. So one of the things that is from the sunnah is dhikr. So as long as the dhikr is masnoona, it's permissible to do it according to, for instance, the way certain scholars have put together awrad. As long as those awrad are from the deen, you can do that from that, because that's the sunnah. So if you read Imam al-Haddad's wird, that's not the way the Prophet ﷺ did his wird as far as we know, because we don't have the details of how the order. We know some things, the order of some things, but not everything. But all those things that are put in there are from the sunnah. And this is true of a lot of these awrad. And then there are some awrad that are not acceptable, that some people put together. It's not permissible to use languages that aren't known, or to write magical formulas like in talismans and things like that. Stars and numbers and things like that. Numerology. Those things aren't permitted. النصوص الصريحة بالنهي في القرآن والسنة فيما هو وارد على ما في ملك الإنسان أنه نهي أدب أو إرشاد لا نهي تحريم. Many of the prohibitions in the Quran and the Sunnah that relate to the individual behavior are the nahi of adab and irshad. They're prohibitions of guidance and comportment. They're not prohibitions of tahrim. So there are many things where the nahi is in the hadith, but it's actually not for prohibition. And this is again, the usulis look at the nahi and try to determine what type of nahi it is. And that's why there's some khilaf about what's prohibited and what's not, because of the actual hadith that they differ on. Al-amru bil ma'ruf yakunu bi ma'ruf. To command good should only be done in a good way. So you're supposed to have rifq, gentleness with people, and not harshness. Amrul hisbati laysa bil huwaina. The regulating the people through amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar, regulating people, regulating the markets, this is not an easy affair. It needs a lot of knowledge, because there are a lot of differences of opinion, and you're not supposed to condemn things that there's a legal difference of opinion and people have a right to do it. Al-makruh min qabil al-jaiz. The makruh is still considered from the jaizat. So even if you see somebody doing something that's makruh, You could tell them that that's makruh, or you just leave them alone if you don't think there's any benefit in that, or it's actually better for them to be doing that, because if you tell them, like Ibn Taymiyyah passed by some of the Mongols that were doing playing chess, and he didn't say anything, and somebody said, why don't you condemn them? Because most of the ulama didn't like games of lahu. I mean, imagine what they would say about these games everybody's playing now. But they didn't like games of lahu because it was a waste of time. That's for people of maqam, if they're utilizing their time. But for common people, he left them because he said, this is preoccupying them. If they weren't doing this, they'd be doing something worse. So just leave them alone. Like he understood, prioritize. حكم المكروه عدم نقضه بعد وقوعه. So the ruling of makruh is not to rescind it after it's already happened. So you could have a makruh contract, but once it's happened, you just leave it. Right? النهي عن الشيء أمر بضده أو بأحد أضداده إن كان ذا أضداد. To prohibit something is to enjoin its opposite or one of its opposites if it has opposites. So this hukm is nuanced because it's not always applicable. قلة الإثم بنسبة إلى كثرته خير كثير. A little bit of evil as opposed to a lot of evil is a great good. It's a really important point. And the Arabs say, فلان خير من فلان. So-and-so is better than so-and-so. And they mean أقل شرا. He has less evil. So less evil is a good. And this is why in usul you have ارتكاب خف الضررين, taking the lesser of two evils. So sometimes the lesser of two evils is a great good. Again, this is understanding. القرب إذا شهد الشرع باعتبار جنسها فهي مندوبة. Drawing near to Allah, if the Sharia recognizes the genus, it can become manduba. So something that the Prophet did not command to do, but it's from its jins, the genus of it. Like for instance, learning the seerah is a sunnah, and very important for Muslims. That's why traditionally most of the ulama permitted gathering to recite stories about the Prophet's birth and his period and how he was when he was a child and these things, because they considered it from the genus of it. And other ones, a small group said that it wasn't. That's a khilaf. Really, technically, they should not condemn the ones that do it, and the ones that do it should also not condemn them for not doing it, because they're not doing it, not because they don't love the Prophet ﷺ, they're actually doing it in their belief that the Prophet wouldn't want them to do it. So they're doing it out of love for the Prophet. They're not doing the mawlid out of love for the Prophet ﷺ. And then other ones are doing it out of love for the Prophet. So both groups should be seen in the light of love of the Prophet ﷺ. It's not that they don't love him. They want to follow his sunnah. قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهِ فَاتَّبِعُونِي يُحْبِبْكُمُ اللَّهِ وَيَغْفِرْ ذُنُوبَكُمْ. Right? That if you love Allah, follow me. So they believe that is the ittiba', is not to do ihdath, not to do something the salaf didn't do. And so that's their position. Whereas other ulama said, no, it's from the genus, and therefore it can be considered manduba. This is their opinion. These are differences of opinion. This is how the ummah gets united. You see, by recognizing legitimacy of difference of opinion of the ulama. And not just to say my way or the highway, I'm the only one. They didn't differ until knowledge came to them. بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُمْ, oppressing each other with the knowledge. So you're wrong, I'm right. Imam Shafi'i said, I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. I think my interlocutor is wrong, but he could be right. That's the position of the real ulama. They take their position, but they recognize he has a legitimate opinion if it's done within the confines of usul. النوافل ما قدر الشرع
أن في فعله ثوابا من غير أن أمر به أو رغب فيه أو فعله. The nawafil, extra acts, are what the Sharia considers in that act is a reward, whether it tells you to do it or encourages it or did it itself. So for instance, there are a lot of things that Muslims have done. I mean, I'll give you an example. You know, our sister in the United States encouraged people to help rebuild the churches. Now, there were all these Muslims saying, you know, haram, you can't rebuild churches. And there's a couple of things to say. First of all, the Muslims traditionally protected churches. Right now, they're destroying churches in Muslim countries. People that claim they're following Islam are literally blowing up churches, tearing down their crosses, doing these things, right? This is a great crime against another religion that has the validity of perpetuity. It has the right to perpetuate itself. Traditionally, the Muslims in the Ahkam al-Sharia, they did not permit Christians to build new churches. But don't forget, populations were stable at that time. It's only very recently that populations have begun to grow. In Andalusia, because the Christians were always a majority, the ulama actually permitted them to build new churches. You know, because the Muslims aren't there to oppress people. And the African American community, the most beautiful people that I've met in the United States are devout Christian African Americans. I mean, hands down, I would take them over any other people in my country. And I'm not saying that gratuitously. My experience, beautiful communities, you know, and the black church preserved the African American community. It preserved their families. Most of the churches, most of the great black institutions of learning in the United States, like Dunbar College, Dunbar High School, and Howard University, and these things. If you study the history, these were often devout Christians that started these institutions, in that community, the black church has been really destroyed. And so for Muslims to be in solidarity and help them rebuild a church that was already there, not building a new church or fundraising to build, no, but in solidarity that we're in the United States and we are also a community, our mosques are under threat. And just as we would want them to support us in our expression of freedom of religion, we want to support them in their expression. That's usul al-fiqh. And this is understanding. And unfortunately, it's something our community lacks a great deal of. So that's another problem. ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فلا يقال فيه حرام.
If the ulama differ about the tahleel or the tahrim of something, you don't call it haram.
لا تقولوا تصفوا ألسنتكم الكذبة هذا حلال وهذا حرام لتفتروا على الله الكذبة إن الذين يفترون على الله الكذبة لا يفلحون.
Right? Don't claim, don't describe with your tongues halal and haram. In other words, don't make the haram halal and don't make the halal haram.
النهي عن المنكر لا يتعلق إلا بالمجمع عليه ولا ينكر المختلف فيه.
To forbid a vice is only if that is an agreed upon vice. That in which people differ about, there should be no munkar. And this, if people would just apply this one usuli principle, so much of the dissension and problems in our community would be resolved. Wallahi, just this one principle. If they would just apply this one principle. If it's mukhtalafi, you know, the calculation and the moon sighting by naked eye, it's mukhtalafihi. If people follow that one, they have a valid ijtihad. If people follow the other one, my personal opinion, I think the calculation is extremely weak, but it's there. And to deny it is to deny the ikhtiraf of our ulama. And that's why I'm not going to say their fasting is invalid. I'm not going to say that.
And amongst the naked eye siders, again, some go by that just a Ummiyya tradition of if they say they saw it and they saw it, even if science says they couldn't have seen it. I don't believe that opinion either, because we developed these sciences. But again, it's a difference of opinion. You know, and this is, we don't have to hate each other or get angry. I mean, Imam Tahir in my community, he went with the sightings. You know, I wouldn't go with the sightings. He went with, I love Imam Tahir. He's a beautiful human being. Really, he's one of the best people I know. You know, so why should we hate each other over these differences? Just, this is human beings. We're going to differ. But as long as we differ within the confines of the mukhtalaf fihi, with sound usuli principles, then we can get along and our Islam can flourish. But if it's my way or the highway, it's no way. It's moon fighting instead of moon sighting. Right? It's lunacy instead of lunar sighting. مذهب المحققين أن كل مجتهد مصيب. The madhab of the masters, the muhaqqiq are the people of tahqiq. They're the great ulama. The madhab of the masters is the madhab of musawwiba, that every mujtahid is correct. Now, the hadith says, من اجتهد وأصاب فله أجر ومن فله أجران ومن اجتهد وأخطأ فله أجر. That hadith which is sound, whoever makes an ijtihad and is correct, he gets 2 rewards. If he makes it validly with the tools of ijtihad and he is mistaken, then he gets 1 reward. How does that square with that they're all correct? Because that you ta'awwal al-hadith. That hadith is interpreted by the musawwiba to mean that the khata is with God, but not with us. We consider it to be sound if they did it correctly with the proper ijtihad tools. But Allah knows. So as far as we're concerned, it's a sound ijtihad. I disagree with it, but it's sound. So every mujtahid is musib. And that's the muhaqqiqeen. Those are the masters that concluded that. The other madhab is the mukhatti'ah, the ones that say no, they're wrong. But this is the true school that will unite our community. الرد على قول ابن حزم أجمع على أن متبع الرخص فاسق. Ibn Hazm's opinion that those who follow licenses are fasiq is rejected. أن عقد الإجماع على أن من أسلم فله أن يقلد من يشاء من العلماء بغير حجر أو حجر as a مثلث. So the ijma' is that whoever becomes Muslim, he can follow anybody who's a scholar and take his opinion. So when I first became Muslim, I happened to become Muslim with Malikis. So they just told me, pray with your hands down, move your finger like that, do 1 taslima. That's what I learned. Then I saw other Muslims, what are they doing? Don't worry about that. They're Hanafis or they're okay, you know. They're all correct. That's what they said. They're all correct. But Shaykh Nuh, he met Shafi'i, so he became Shafi'i. Imam Zayd went to Syria and studied with Shafi'i, so he's Shafi'i. كلهم من رسول الله ملتمسون. All of them took from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they're all correct, even though the ijtihadat are different. لا تسع الفتيا والحكم إلا بمشهور المذهب. That you should really teach the mashhur of a madhab, because madhabs have so many diverse opinions that, again, you will create disunity in the community. Now, I would argue in our time, this is true for ibadat. For mu'amalats, it's a little trickier, and that's why with the mu'amalat, there needs to be a lot more leeway, just to make things easier for people. But for the ibadat, that's true. That unless it's a difficult situation, you can get people out of. العارفون بالله أفضل من العلماء بأحكام الله. those who know Allah are better than those who simply know the rulings of Allah. But those are things that Allah knows. من الورع الخروج من الخلاف. It's part of scrupulousness to get out of khilaf, difference of opinion. So, wara' is to get out of khilaf, but you cannot impose wara' on other people. You can only impose it on yourself. So it's better to follow a more conservative position. Islam is actually quite a conservative religion, but if there's a liberal opinion and it's accepted by the scholars as valid, and these are scholars that are in the Isnad tradition.
ما لا يتوصل للواجب إلا به فهو واجب.
If you can only get to an obligation through a means, then that means becomes an obligation.
مخالفة الجماعة فيما أبيح لنا ليس من شيم الأئمة.
To go against the group in things that are permitted is not from the characteristic of true leaders. So when you see people doing something in their urf, you don't go against the urf just to be different. Or you think this is the sunnah. The sunnah is to be with the group. The Prophet ﷺ said, Al-jama'atu rahma wal-firqatu adab. Jama'ah is a mercy, wal-jama'ah ta'ifatu min al-nas ala gharadan wahid. Jama'ah is a group of people with one goal. So a jama'ah of musafirin are going to the same place. So they're called jama'ah. The Muslims are jama'ah because our goal is ridwan Allah and Jannah. To please God, to please His Messenger, and to get into paradise. So we all have the same goal. Everybody in this room has the same goal as a Muslim, is to please God and get into paradise. Right? Hopefully, that's our goal.
وقاية العرض بترك سنة واجب في الدين.
To protect your dignity, even if it means leaving a sunnah, is from the deen. So there are situations where if you're going to be humiliated for the sunnah, then you leave the sunnah. If you're in an area where to dress in a certain way is going to cause people to attack you or something like that, you shouldn't do it, even if you believe it's the sunnah to do it. Because you should never put yourself in a situation where you're going to be humiliated. And again, he'll talk about in the book, for instance, Isa ibn Abdul Salam was asked about standing, because the sunnah is not to stand. He said, but the sunnah is also, لا تقاطعوا ولا تدابروا. Don't split up and don't be divisive. Right? Don't turn your backs on one another. So he said, if we don't stand in these days when the urf is to stand, we'll end up creating division. Because people will see the person and say, what's his problem? Why isn't he standing? He doesn't respect me. So he's saying that it's worse to create dissension. That's one of the greatest ulama in the history of Islam, Izz ibn Abdul Salam. That was his fatwa. And there are many examples like that amongst the A'immah. Qadi Ismail, one of the greatest Malikis, was in a gathering in Baghdad, and the minister of the Caliph, who was a Christian, came into the room, and he stood up and greeted him. He saw the ulama that were in his gathering look at him, and he was the biggest Maliki scholar of that time. He was considered mujtahid fil madhab. They looked at him like, what's he doing? Why is he doing that? And when the Christian left, he said, I saw you got upset about me standing. He said, this is a minister from the government. You know, that he has the affairs of Muslims, whether you like it or not, in his hands. And Allah did not prohibit us from showing birr to them if they don't oppose us in our religion. Right? لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين أو تخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم. Right? That Allah didn't prohibit you from showing those لم يقاتلوكم في الدين. They didn't fight you in your religion أو يخرجوكم من دياركم. That or chase you out of your homes. أن تبروهم. Right? To show them birr. So he used that verse. over the other one, فَلْيَجِدُ فِيكُمْ غِلْظَةً. You know, like, let them find harshness. That's another time. That's when you're at war. You don't want to be soft and gentle. You know, let's all sing Kumbaya and they're shooting bullets at you. That's stupidity. But that's not normally how you should behave with people. If they're nice to you, be nice to you. Ibn Abbas, you know, a Jewish man said, Assalamu alaikum, and the other man greeted him back. And he got angry at him. They went to Ibn Abbas. He said, Wallahi, if Fir'aun said something nice to me, I'd say something nice back to him. You know, this is the way they were. This whole harshness and this, where did that come from? Right? Where did that come from? It's a very strange thing. حقيقة التقليد قبول قول الغير من غير حجة وأما ما سمعته عن رسول الله فليس بتقليد لأنه حجة في نفسه. The reality of taqleed is to conform to the opinion of another without knowing the proof. It's to accept the opinion of another without knowing their proof for it. That's taqleed, which is a negative thing in our religion, but it's the hukm of people that don't have knowledge. It's to get out of taqleed is a good thing, but if that's where you are, that's where you are. وَأَمَّا مَا سَمِعْتُهُ عَنْ رَسُولِ اللَّهِ. But what you hear from the Prophet, فَلَيْسَ بِتَقْلِيد. If you have understanding, yeah, it's important that, you know, this is like, if you can't follow the hadith without knowledge of Arabic and grammar and studying hadith with ulama. من حضرت له نية في مباح ولم تحضر له في فضيلة فالمباح أولى. If you have niyyah with a mubah to make it something good and you don't have niyyah with a virtue, then the mubah is better than the virtue. المباح يصير مكرمة بالنية. The mubah can become a positive thing by intention, an honorable thing that you get a reward for. So to eat is permitted. Kulu washrabu. It's permitted. Ibaha. But if you eat with the intention of taqwiyah for ibadah, then it becomes a makruma. المعصية لا تنقلب أبدا مكرومة بسبب النية. No disobedience can ever become a makruma because of niyyah, because of your intention. واستثنوا من هذا. But they excluded from this مصلحة شرعية لم تنال إلا بمفسدة دونها. But they took the lesser of two evils out of this. So, you know, if you have to do something that normally would be a ma'asiyah, but it's a way of preventing a greater ma'asiyah, then that's the exception. المعصية إذا كانت تدرأ معصية أعظم فإنها تفعل. If doing something prohibited will prevent something greater that's prohibited, then it's done. I want to finish this, but I'm going to stop here. These are very important. But I'll end with one. العمي لو زنى أو سرق. A common person, if he fornicates or steals, كان خيرا له من أن يتكلم في العلم بلا ولا يعلم. That a common person, if he fornicates and steals, it's better for him than he speaks about knowledge of this religion without any training. And that's based on the ayah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala إنما حرم ربي الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن والإثم والبغي بغير الحق وأن تشركوا بالله ما لم ينزل به سلطانا وأن تقولوا على الله ما لا تعلمون. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah in I'lam al-Muwaqqi'in, he says that this ayah it's a tartib of the severity of prohibitions. The first are the fawahish, right? And those are like any foul thing, like fornication is a fahisha. لا تقربوا الزنا إنه كان فاحشة وساء سبيلا. Don't go near fornication because it's a fahisha. So fawahish are less than أن تقولوا على الله ما لا تعلمون. That you say about God what you don't know. So he's saying it's better for that person. Here, khayru means أقل شرا, less evil. It's not a good thing, but it's less evil. And this is, if people understood that, really, we would stop talking. I mean, These are momentous things. The Imam Malik, when he was asked a question in fiqh, he would say, "Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un." That's what you say when you, إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّ لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. He would actually see it as a calamity, that he's being asked about the deen of Allah. Because he has to give an opinion that he thinks this is God's opinion. Who wants to take that responsibility? There have been incidents of people being murdered for committing blasphemy towards the Prophet ﷺ. What would be the usuli approach to this? Well, first of all, nobody can, la darara wa la dirar. Nobody can take the law into their own hands. Blasphemy laws are judged by qadis. It's not nobody can kill another. I mean, look, think about this. If I wanted to murder somebody, all I would have to tell the judge, oh, I heard him say something bad about the Prophet, so I killed him. Oh, okay, you can go. What kind of, think about that. It's crazy. Nobody can take the law into your own. And then the laws of Islam do not apply in the lands of other people. They can do whatever they want. Allah, kafaynak al-mustahzeen. We will take care of the mockers. The Prophet ﷺ was mocked in Mecca. His Sahaba didn't go and kill anybody. Even when they were making fun of him and intending him, they wrote a poem and they used the name Mudhammam, which is the opposite of Muhammad. He said, look how Allah has removed their tongues from me. They're talking about some guy named Mudhammam and I'm Muhammad. It's like he didn't give them any reality. It's like have you ever seen that surrealist painting that it's a picture of a pipe and it says, this is not a pipe, right? To make you think it's not a pipe. It's just an image of a pipe. It's not the pipe. So anybody who draws a caricature and says that that's the Prophet Muhammad, they're lying. And if you bring me anybody from the ulama or the Muslims that have any 2 cents of brains to have them swear an oath that that's our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they're kafir. If they say that's the Prophet, they're kafir. It's not the Prophet. It's some stupid thing from their own imagination. And unfortunately, some Muslims are painting those pictures for them by their behavior. They contribute the pens and the paper. In the Islamic tradition, what are the most effective ways to learn and perfect a language, specifically Arabic and English language? Is there book recommendations to help doing so? I mean, first of all, language, speaking and writing, there's an element of it that's clearly a gift, but there's also a large part of it that is acquisition. So you can learn and master. Shaykh Sa'id Ramadan al-Buti, Allah yarhamuhu, told me that he tried to write poetry, but he never could. I know people like Zain al-Abidin, who's the son of Shaykh Abdullah bin Bay. He's a brilliant poet. And in fact, I'm going to read one of his poems for you guys before I go, inshallah. But a brilliant poet. He didn't study arud. Shaykh Sa'id studied arud. He studied prosody and the rules of versification. Zain al-Abidin could just do it from hearing it. He just hears the meters. Those are mawahib gifts. But to learn grammar in any language is difficult. English grammar is complicated. I've spent a lot of time studying English grammar. I still get confused on some rules, and Arabic is also difficult. The most difficult thing in Arabic is sarf. Sarf it's a tough one. Sarf. But the grammatical rules of Arabic are actually relatively easy. They don't take a long time to master. I would suggest, if you're an English speaker, first studying through the medium of English. I think it's preferred to an immersion method. Personally, I did the immersion method, and there were a lot of nuances that I did not really understand until I started teaching Arabic through the medium of English. And it really helped because when there's certain idioms in Arabic that became much clearer to me when I saw translations for them in English. So I would recommend doing that first if you're Ajami, and that's traditionally how Ajam were taught.
they were taught through the medium of their own language in a lot of Muslim countries. Like in Urdu-speaking countries, they use books that are written in Urdu to study Arabic grammar. It helps. But eventually you have to go into the Arabic grammatical texts, the Ajurrumiya, the Qatr al-Nada, Mulhat al-I'rab. I would recommend studying the traditional ones. Some people prefer Nahw al-Wadih, and some of the modern ones. The modern ones are, Nahw al-Wadih is good grammar. It's a good book. But the earlier ones are easier to memorize, and a lot of the rules need simply to be memorized by rote. So, but there's good books. There's a very nice book called Gwyn's Grammar, which I'm using in my freshman seminar. It was written by an English grammarian. It's short. It gives you a very good overview of, and he makes a beautiful argument for why grammar is so important. He actually believes that grammar can save the planet. Like if we would just learn proper grammar, we could start communicating again. And he makes a very solid logical argument that the lack of grammar is threatening the well-being of the planet. So, with reference to quantitative and qualitative sciences, which are the most important amongst them to study in order to respond to the crises of the age? The qualitative sciences are more important in our tradition than the quantitative because the qualitative relate to revelation. You don't need to know mathematics other than very simple fractions to practice Sharia. And Sahaba had very limited knowledge of mathematics, but they were masters of language and they were natural logicians and rhetoricians. So they did not know the formal sciences of rhetoric and logic, but they knew them intuitively. And like Socrates is one of the most brilliant logicians in history, but he did not study logic. It was Aristotle that looked at what Socrates was doing and developed the rules of logic from Socratic method. The same is true of Imam Shafi'i. Malik was practicing usul al-fiqh, but Shafi'i looked at what he was doing and what the other mujtahidun were doing, and he codified it. It's a type of genius that's able to derive rules from natural practice. And so, for instance, there's a reason why if I say to you, ask not what Zaytuna can do for you, but ask what you can do for Zaytuna. That somehow sounds better than saying, instead of thinking about what Zaytuna can do for you, you should really, think about helping Zaytuna. It just sounds better, and you'll remember it for some reason, right? So, all rhetoric is looking at great rhetoricians and noticing that they use certain tropes and figures, and then, like for instance, alliteration, jinas. For some reason, a man should not, be judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character. Listen to all the kas in there. We like alliteration just naturally, and that's why, if you said, don't judge people by the way they look, judge by the way they act, it doesn't sound as good. And so rhetoric is partly a bag of tricks that you learn in studying rhetoric, but it's also a way of really understanding why the Quran was so powerful. Because Abu Bakr al-Baqalani, who was a great rhetorician, wrote a book proving that there is not one sentence in the Quran that could be rhetorically improved upon. And he shows how the Jahili poets, all of them, the greatest of them, had bad lines. And he said that you cannot find any verse in the Quran that could be rhetorically improved upon based on these rules of rhetoric. In a time with much confusion and shortened of usuli fuqaha, how can we reconcile difference of opinion or know what's right if we're not on the track of becoming full scholars? Well, part of it is to try to identify people that you trust, which is difficult in and of itself. For me, I haven't met anybody that I trust more than Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, but he's a human being, and he could be wrong on some things. So, and there's scholars that I really like, but I don't agree with them on all the issues. So, in the end,
At one level, Islam is very simple and you don't need to complicate it, really. The simplest person can understand this religion. But there's certain, one of the things Shaykh Abdullah quotes a lot is the 4 criteria that you should always use to judge anything. That Islam is mercy, it's rahmah, and it's not cruelty. It's always rahmah. Even when it's a harsh thing, like a surgeon's knife, it should be extremely sharp. It would be cruel for the surgeon to use a dull scalpel, right? Or a saw. Like, what are you doing with that? Well, I need to, open up your stomach. Why are you using a saw? I don't have a scalpel. So you don't want a cruel surgeon. So it's all rahmah, and it's also all maslahah. It's all benefit. It's not mafsada. So if it's harmful, it's not from Islam. And it's all hikmah. It's wisdom. So if it's foolish or stupid, it's not from Islam. And it's all just. It's adala, it's justice. So if it's not just, if it's oppressive or wrong, it's not from Islam. A lot of that just your common sense and what your mom and your dad taught you are good standards and criteria. So if it doesn't sound right, it probably isn't. Now, unfortunately, people can get brainwashed, and there's a lot of people doing that. But the Prophet ﷺ did not have anybody do any suicide missions in Mecca or Medina, and he didn't permit it. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes, because there are some ulama that justified it, but they always justified, only in the context of Palestine. It doesn't work like that. You open a door, and then you open a door for depressed people. Like somebody he's depressed. I mean, who's going to strap on bombs onto themselves and go kill themselves? And think they're doing good. These guys have killed more Muslims than anybody fighting the Muslims. I have read from Al-Ghazali some texts recording talismans to depict the logically unexplainable. Is it condemned? There's something called a ta'weedha, which there are hadiths against it because the Jahili Arabs used to do them. But the ulama in Maliki fiqh, I don't know about the other methods, but in Maliki fiqh it's permitted to write them. They're not encouraged. But some people have a lot of waswasa, and so it's permitted to write something from the Quran that they can carry with them to give them some kind of, it's almost like a psychological treatment of just waswasa, just to calm them down or something like that. But it could only be from the masnoon. And there is a hadith that the Prophet put them on Hassan and Hussein, which is where they take that from. When speaking of khilaf or something being agreed upon, does he mean within one madhab across the 4 madhab or even the dead ones across? Yeah, khilaf, it means if it was a rightly guided mujtahid who's recognized by the ummah as having achieved the level of ijtihad, and there are levels of ijtihad. So you have the mujtahid al-mutlaq is an absolute mujtahid. This is like Abu Hanifa, Imam Shafi'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Imam Malik ibn Anas, Imam Layth, Imam Abu Sufyan al-Thawri, Imam al-Awza'i, and some claim, Suyuti initially claimed ijtihad mutlaq. Some say Imam Kandahlawi from India, who wrote Hujjatullah al-Baligha, was a mujtahid mutlaq. There have been claims later, but in the early period, the agreed upon ones, there were several people that reached this level. And those are people that actually have their own usul. So for instance, Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, he has a position where he will not take hadiths even if they're sahih, if he thinks it goes against something in a Quranic principle that he makes from qiyas. Or, for instance, he won't accept, there's certain hadiths like Abu Huraira, if it's in a fiqh issue. Abu Huraira was not known for his fiqh. He was known as a rawi of hadith, although he
He did give fatwa, but rarely. He was not from the muftin of the Sahaba, but he did give some fatwa. But for instance, Abu Huraira has a hadith about, whoever does wudu, it'll give you nur, and the Prophet ﷺ said, so let him increase in that. So he used to do the wudu beyond the elbow to get more nur. The ulama said that was a misunderstanding of the hadith, because it was actually meaning doing wudu on wudu. So even if you're in wudu, to do wudu again before the prayer, that's how you do it. So that's an example where, he understood something, but it wasn't what the fuqaha understood from it. Radiallahu anhu. So there are many examples of that where he differs from Imam Malik. Imam Malik took the amal of Ahl al-Madinah over ahad hadith. So if the hadith was a solitary, which means that there's two basic types of hadith: ahad and then mutawatir. Mutawatir means so many people related, it's factual. So it's a factual hadith. It's impossible. Like the Quran is mutawatir. And so this is called qat'iyyat al-wurud in usul. It means that it's a decisive statement that cannot be denied. And there are hadiths like the Prophet naha an qatl al-nisa wal-awlad. And then you have tawatur lafzi, you have tawatur ma'nawi. So you have hadiths that are mutawatir in actual level of it. Man kadba alayya muta'ammidan falyatabawwa maq'adahu min an-nar. That's lafzi. Like it was related so many times in the same way that it has factual. It's as good as an ayah of Quran in terms of its reliability. A hadith that is ma'nawi means even though it's related in different meanings, in different phrases, the meaning is mutawatir. So for instance, the prohibition on killing women, children, and non-combatants is mutawatir. So you cannot kill women or children or non-combatants in war. It is haram, as strong as anything in the Quran is haram. The mutawatir are, there's a difference of opinion about how many there are, but they're not more than 500. It's a small amount of hadith. There are over 54,000 hadiths altogether. Only 500 of them, around 500, are considered mutawatir. And they've been collected in books. From the ahad hadith, you have variations. So you have sahih. Every mutawatir is sahih. I mean, it's higher than sahih. But you have sahih, you have sahihun bighayrihi, hasanun bighayrihi, and then you have da'if, and then you've got over several categories of da'if. I mean, you're getting into, depending on the types of words they use, you'll get into dozens. But there's over 20 categories of da'if hadith. And so the weak hadiths, depending on how weak they are, depends on what you can use it for. So most of the ulama agree you can use them for fadail al-amal, which are virtuous acts, like reading Yasin for over the dead people. Some people differ on that. It's a weak hadith. اقرأوا ياسين على موتاكم ياسين لما قرئ له. But most of them say it's permitted. Ibn Rushd said this is a khilaf about Allah's rahmah. It's better to err on the side of rahmah. Don't make a big deal out of it. So these are fadail al-amal. A weak hadith is not fabricated. If it was fabricated, it would be called mawdu'. It means that the Prophet probably said it, but the probability is less than a sahih hadith. So it gets a C grade as opposed to a B, like a hasan hadith, or an A, like a sahih hadith. And then you have A+, muttafaqun alayh. And then you have 100%, which is the mutawatir. So, and then weak, that's very weak, it's a D. And then flunk is a mawdu'. So you don't throw out a D paper, but it's not the one you put up as the example, right? You don't use it for an example. But if that C paper has something that you didn't find in an A paper, then
you might point that out. So that's where fadail al-amal, if you find it in a weak hadith, or in akhbar, like the ghaybiyat, the weak hadiths about the end of time are used because if they come true, then even if they're weak in the sanad, the fact that they've become true, that proves that the Prophet probably said it. And that's why even if, and then munkar, people say, oh, it's a munkar hadith. They don't even know what munkar means. The munkar hadith can have soundness in the transmission, but only one person. Or and then some it's not known. So if they say yarwi and manakir is different from huwa munkar al hadith in the techno, these are very, very, these are all technical terms. When you study mustalahat al hadith, you learn these distinctions. So the best thing is to, find somebody that you trust, that people have not, and hopefully that is not, if man shadda shadda finnar, if they have opinions that aren't common, if they're really out there, then you just have to, the Prophet said, إِذَا اخْتَرَفْتُمْ فَعَلَيْكُمْ بِالسُّوَادِ الْعَظَمِ. The hadith, if you differ, follow the vast majority. It's better to be with the group. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك.
محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الحمد لله، نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى ونشكره ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا، من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. First of all, I want to welcome Layla Shahin, Dr. Layla Shahin, who's a member of the Turkish Parliament, and the group of people that came with her. I don't know all the names, but she there she is right there. Stand up maybe, just stand up so they can see you. Yeah, thank you. Alaikum assalam. So she has been at the forefront of women's rights in Turkey, including religious rights, and helping restore the right to wear the hijab for women in Turkey. So she's been a very important person for human rights in Turkey, because certainly religious freedom is a human right according to Islam, la ikraha fid-din, and also to the Western system based on the United Nations. 1947, I think it was, or 48, when they ratified the Charter of Human Rights. Religious freedom was at the forefront of those rights. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I'm going to finish what we started, inshallah, on the principles derived from Sidi Muwaq. And Sidi Muwaq is a very important scholar for a number of reasons. One, he was the last scholar of Al-Andalus, quite literally. He was in the delegation that met with Ferdinand and Isabella when they surrendered Granada to the Christians. And that surrender was not by any means an unconditional surrender. They had 80 stipulations in the actual treaty. Because the Muslims were still quite strong, they were able to withstand almost a 2-year siege on the city. It was a walled city, and they had the mountains behind them, so they were able to bring in supplies. And they were hoping that the Muslims from Morocco or Algeria would come to their aid. There's a wonderful scene for anybody who's read Don Quixote. Has anybody in here read that book? Do you remember the lion scene from Algeria? There was a famous scene in that book of the lions that come from Algeria, and everybody's afraid of them. And Don Quixote says, "No, open the cage. I'll fight them." And when he opens the cage, they all just kind of yawn and they don't do anything. But that was really an allusion to the fact that I think that the North Africans didn't do anything to help the Andalusians other than take them as refugees, which is a big help, but they certainly didn't go. Because if you read that book, Don Quixote, which is the first novel in human history, Cervantes spent 7 years in Algeria. He knew Arabic, and a lot of hadiths are actually mentioned in that book as proverbs about the age of chivalry, and the great knight that he's trying to imitate is Amadeus, right? And he claims to have written it, that he found the book, and it was written by Ben Ghazal, an Arab, Hamid Ben Ghazal. Right? So it's a very interesting book, about that period of, and it's only recently, because I read it a couple of times, and I read it in Spain, and it was very clear to me that there were a lot of Islamic motifs, but recently there actually has been research in Western academia about the Islamic influences on Cervantes. So, anyway, back to Sidi al-Muwaq. So Sidi al-Muwaq was in that last period. He's considered a authoritative Maliki scholar in both furu' and usul, because fiqh is divided into furu', which is the branches, and those are that would be akin in Western law to what we call statute law. And then usul, which would be akin to constitutional law. So constitutional law gives you the frame by which laws are made. But the statute law are the actual laws that are made from within that frame or matrix of constitutional theory. So usul al-fiqh is the theory behind the legislation. And then fiqh is the actual rulings. And one of the problems with Islamic fiqh, or one of the things that is problematic with Islamic fiqh, is that it's very difficult to implement it as statute law. In fact, the Ottomans attempted with Abdul Majid II, when they did the Tanzimat, they attempted to codify Islamic law because the commercial law in particular was necessary in dealing with the Europeans who had codified legal systems. So they attempted to do it, but the Islamic law is more organic, and it's very difficult to have a hukm that is universally applied in every situation, because the judge will look at every situation as a particular case. It's like the difference between naturopathic medicine and allopathic medicine. In naturopathic medicine, every case of asthma is unique. So Sidi al-Muwaq was both usuli and a faqih. He has a famous commentary, Tajul Iklil, on the Mukhtasar of Khalil, which is the preeminent later abridgment of Maliki law. He was also a student of Minturi, who was a student of Ibn Lub, and this is in the Maqasidi tradition, because the Malikis in particular, but also Abu Hamid al-Ghazali's and Imam al-Juwayni's school is a Maqasidi school that attempts to look at the underlying reasons for the Sharia, getting at the purpose behind the Sharia. And so the maqasid are the aims and ends of Sharia, like what the Sharia is trying to do. And then you have the means to those ends, which is why ahkam can shift based on the maqsad, the purpose behind it. And that makes it very difficult because it needs very creative legal minds to work within that framework. In the West, you have things like the Supreme Court, where these are where the creative minds are supposed to work to figure out things. But in the Islamic tradition, the judge should really almost be at that level. And traditionally, they really were, in best case scenarios, the judges were of a very high caliber because the training took so many years. In the West, legal training literally takes 3 years, which from a Muslim perspective is insane. To give a person a license after 3 years to practice law would be considered madness in the Islamic tradition. In the Islamic tradition, you would have at least 15 to 20 years before you would get a permission to issue fatwas and to be fair, in the Western tradition, it takes a while to get to the stage where you can actually be like the Supreme Court, where they do issue those type of judgments. Because they're more like muftis, with the exception, they're like a mufti and a judge because their positions become binding. Although the great legal theorist from Princeton University, Robert George, has a brilliant, I think, argument about the original intent behind the Supreme Court and how it differs from the modern. This is for the Americans, even though everybody else gets affected by this stuff, unfortunately. So he says, حُكْمًا مَكْرُوهُ عَدَمُ نَقْضِهِ بَعْدَ وُقُوعِهِ. We talked about that yesterday. The ruling of a makruh is that you don't rescind the ruling once it's happened. Somebody asked me after the class for an example. An example of that would be marriage contracts. Certain marriage contracts could be makruh, and so it would be, you would tell them not to do it. But once it's happened, it's not haram, and what's happened is marriage. And so you're not going to rescind the marriage because of something that was makruh and not haram that was done. النهي عن الشيء أمر بضده. To command something means to also command to prohibit something means to command the opposite of it generally. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لا تقل لهما أف, don't say to your parents أف, then the opposite means speak kindly to them, right? So if a nahi comes, it very often means to do the opposite, right? وَلَا تَنْهَرْهُمَا. So don't insult them or be mean to them. قِلَّةُ الْإِثْمِ بِنِسْبَةِ إِلَى كَثْرَتِهِ خَيْرٌ كَثِيرٌ. Very important qaida. Less sin in relation to more sin is a great good. And this is very important. This is why traditionally Islamic societies tolerated levels of sin. And you get into Western, if you read Max Weber and the theories about crime and the social functionality of crime, this is also related to this. Not to the same degree, but in that you have to allow for flexibility within a society. Because if you try to eliminate all sinfulness, it will lead to greater sinfulness. So there are certain things that you want to focus on. Like in our culture, we're seeing a collapse of family. So focusing on things that will keep the family healthy and survive is more important than focusing on other things of lesser importance. And this is a type of triaging, to use a term from emergency medicine. If somebody comes in with a headache, it could be a brain tumor and it could actually be extremely dangerous. But you're not going to treat that person before you treat the person who's lost a limb and they're bleeding to death. You have to look at what's more important. So then he says, القرب إذا شهد الشرع باعتبار جنسها فهي مندوبة. In actions that draw you near to Allah, if the Sharia recognizes the genus of the action. This is very important because in logic you have a genus and you have what's called jins and nu' and khasa. These are terms from logic. They're called the 5 predicables in classical logic. So you have the genus, and then you have the kind, and then you have the difference, the differentia. The genus and the difference gives you the kind, the species. So for instance, if you look at a human being, our genus is animal. Biologically, obviously we have eternal souls, which is a theological, but looking at us as a species among the species of animals, we are under the category of the genus of animal. We're not vegetable, right? We're not mineral, we're animal. But what gives us our difference? Intellect, because other animals don't have it. So that's the difference. You put the difference in the genus together and you get the species, which is rational animal or human being. Qurba there's a genus, like dhikr is a genus. There are many types of dhikr that differentiate that dhikr from other dhikr. So recitation of Quran, the genus is dhikr. But the species, right, is the reading of Quran. Right? So it's dhikr by reading the Quran. So what he's saying is the genus of dhikr is encouraged in Islam. There are many ways to do that. And so, if the Sharia sees that this is from the genus, then there are many ways to do that. And this is a big khilaf amongst people that say all of ibadah is tawqifiyah. That's true. But dhikr is what is mawquf. Dhikr is what is from the Prophet. اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا. Do much mention of God. اذكروا الله الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم. They remember Allah standing, sitting, and reclining. So the Quran gives these 3 hayat, which are the hayat, the things that human beings do, that all those are appropriate to do dhikr in. So now there's bid'ah in dhikr. Undeniably. But generally, dhikr is seen as a good thing. النوافل ما قدر الشرع أن في فعله ثوابا من غير أن أمر به أو رغب فيه أو فعله. So the nawafil are those things that the Sharia says there's a reward in. So dhikr is a type of nafila, and there's a reward in doing dhikr. Whether it encourages a specific kind of dhikr. Like for instance, you could just be saying, Ya Muhayminu, Ya Muhayminu, Ya Muhayminu. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says if you want to strengthen your memory in his commentary on the 99 names, Ya Muhayminu is a good name to do constantly. There's nothing in the Sharia that says the Prophet used to do Ya Muhayminu. But the Quran says call on the names of Allah. And al-Muhaymin is one of the names. So it's permitted. Now there's certain names that people aren't encouraged to do a lot. Like you don't want to call Ya Mumit. That's not a name that you really want to invoke unless you've got some enemy in front of you. Ya Mumit. Amit, But generally it's not a name that you want. Ya Mumit, And you don't really want to call on that name as a type of invocation because it's one of the Jalali names. And anyway. ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فلا يقال فيه حرام. If the ulama differ about its tahleel and about its tahrim, you don't say haram as a am statement. The early ulama did not say haram. If you look at the early period, Malik and Abu Hanifa, they used to say things like لا يعجبني, I don't like it. Or لا يفعله الناس. When Malik was asked about music, he could have said haram. He didn't. He said لا يفعله إلا الفساق عندنا. It's something that the people that aren't very religious do it in our community, right? But he didn't say haram because it's amr mukhtalaf fihi. Now, when the majority of the ulama say something is prohibited and a minority say that it's not, then generally the ulama tend to go with the dominant opinion because of the hadith of إِذَا اخْتَلَفْتُمْ فَعَلَيْكُمْ بِالسُّوَادِ الْأَعْظَمِ. When you differ, be with the majority. وَيَدُ اللَّهِ مَعَ الْجَمَعَةِ. The providential care of God is with the jama'ah. So ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فهو مكروه وَمَنْ تَرَكَهُ أُجِرَ وَمَنْ فَعَلَهُ لَا يَأْثَمْ. So when the ulama differ about, some say it's halal, some say it's haram, it takes the hukm of makruh. You'll get a reward if you don't do it, but you're not sinful by doing it. Very important qa'idah. إذا ظهر للمرء خلاف ما يظهر لغيره فيمتنع في ذاته ولا يحمل الناس على مذهبه. If it appears to a man something that another comes to a different conclusion, he can not do it in and of himself. If he thinks something's haram, but other people say it's not, but he thinks it is, then he shouldn't do it himself. But he shouldn't force other people to follow his school. They said about Imam al-Ma'zari that his knowledge was so vast that he never actually would attack anybody. Because he would say, maybe he's following the opinion of so-and-so. That's how vast his knowledge was, that he found excuses for people in what they did. مذهب المحققين أن كل مجتهد مصيب. The madhab of the masters is that every mujtahid is correct in his ijtihad. الرد على قول ابن حزم أجمع على أن متبع الرخص فاسق. That there's a rejection of Ibn Hazm's claim that those who follow license are fusaq, irreligious people. انعقد الإجماع على أن من أسلم فله أن يقلد من يشاء من العلماء بغير حجر أو حجر. So the ijma' is that whoever becomes Muslim, they can follow anyone amongst the ulama. They don't have to follow any specific group or opinion. لا تسع الفتية والحكم إلا بمشهور المذهب. You should follow the dominant opinion. العارفون بلا أفضل من العلماء بأحكام الله. The Gnostics, those who have knowledge of God are over those who have knowledge of the categories of God, the ahkam. So this is the purpose of life is to know God. فَعْلَمْ أَنَّهُ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. Know that there's no God but Allah. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, شَهِدَ اللَّهُ أَنَّهُ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ. Right? وَالْمَلَائِكَةُ وَأُولُو الْعِلْمِ قَائِمًا بِالْقِسْطِ. So the angels are witnessing that there's no God but God. And then ulul ilm, those who are firmly rooted in knowledge. So this is the purpose. And that's why Ma'ruf al-Karhi, the great Zahid from Baghdad, who was a contemporaneous with Ahmed bin Hanbal, they asked Ahmed bin Hanbal, because he had ulama in his gathering and great students of knowledge, they asked him once about Ma'ruf al-Karhi. They said, هل له نصيب من العلم? Does he have any knowledge? And he said, عنده رأس العلم خشية الله. He has the whole purpose of knowledge, which is awful awareness in the real sense of awful, an awe-inspiring awareness of God. So in other words, he has the purpose of knowledge. إنما يخشى الله من عباده العلماء. Those who have khashya are the ulama. So that's the real alim, even if he's not very knowledgeable in the sharia. If he has real awe of God, then he's a arif. He's a alim billah. Even if he's not a alim bi ahkamillah. Because you can have a person who knows all the rules of sharia, but he's fasiq. He's an irreligious person. And there are many in the history who knew all the knowledge, but they didn't practice it. مخالفة الجماعة فيما أبيح لنا ليس من شيم الأئمة. Going against the group in those things that are permitted for us is not from the habits of the imams, of the leaders. In other words, you shouldn't go against the urf of a people in the mubahat. So if they stand up, as long as the person doesn't want them to stand up, if the urf of a people is to stand up, or clapping, things like that, this is a'raf. If you start going against these things, you create fitna in a community. And this is part of this book is written to end fitna, right? And too many Muslims, really, they want to just enforce their views, believing very often that they're rightly guided in these things, thinking that this is what's expected.
We have to condemn these things. And they'll bring hadith to prove it. They'll bring verses of Quran to prove it. But this is not the way of the ulama of our tradition. The ulama were very gentle in their amr bil ma'ruf and nahi anil munkar. They weren't harsh with people. And then they also prioritized the triaging. What's more important? That people gather to hear a good lecture, or that they don't clap. And if you start rebuking them for clapping, maybe they won't come back again, because it's like, what's that about? What's up with that? Is it really that big of a deal? But people make these things very big deals. And these are things that go under a'raf. They're customs and norms, right? The norms of a people. المعصية لا تنقلب أبدا مكرومة بسبب النية. And then so فعل الخير لا يمنع من أراده إلا أن يصح. إن السنة نهت عنه من وجه لا معارض له. To do any act of good should not be prohibited for the one who wants to do it, unless there's absolutely something sound from the sunnah that prohibits it in a way that there's nothing that contradicts that. It's a really important qa'idah. If people want to do good, and then they say, oh, that's a bid'ah. If it's a good, and there's nothing in this gets to a masala that's very important in our tradition, which is called tark. And this is why the next thing that he follows that up with is, الترك ليس بموجب لحكم في ذلك المتروك إلا جواز الترك وانتفاء الحرج فيه خاصة. وأما تحريم أو لصوق كراهية فلا، لا سيما فيما له أصل جملي متقرر من الشرع. This is a really important qa'idah. If you understand this, you get a lot. If the Prophet did not do something, this is called tark, right? وَسَكَتَ عَنْ أَشْيَاء, right? رَحْمَةً بِكُمْ لَا نِسْيَانٍ. God was silent about things as a mercy to you, not out of forgetfulness. فَلَا تَبْحَثُوا عَنْهَا. لا تَسُرُوا عَنْ أَشْيَاءٍ تُبْدَأَ لَكُمْ تَسُؤُكُمْ. Don't ask about things that once it comes to you, then you're distraught by it. The Prophet did not like a lot of questioning. Don't delve too deeply into things. هَلَكَ الْمُتَنَطِّعُونَ. They perish, the extremists. So you can go into this kind of extremism. The early ulama differed about tark. Imam Malik inclined towards avoiding things the Prophet did not do. That's because he had a lot of wara'. It's not to say the other imams didn't have wara', but Imam Malik was very conservative. For that reason, for instance, he considered it makruh to recite Quran in one voice. Because he couldn't find anything that said that the Sahaba did that. The other imams said, like Imam Shafi'i, tark is not a dalil. If the Prophet didn't do it, it's not a proof that it's haram. And if you can find something of the genus that permits it, then it's perfectly fine to do. So, in the example of the Quran, the hadith in Sahih Muslim, مَجْتَمَعَ قَوْمٌ فِي بَيْتٍ مِّن بِيُوتِ اللَّهِ يَتْلُونَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ وَيَتَدَارَسُونَهُ بَيْنَهُمْ إِلَّا نَزَلَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ السَّكِينَةُ وغشيتهم الرحمة وحفت بهم الملائكة وذكرهم الله في من عنده. So in that hadith, in that hadith, no group of people gather in a house of the houses of Allah, يَتْلُونَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ. Right? It doesn't say يَتْلُو أَحَدُهُمْ الْكِتَابِ وَيَسْمَعُ الْآخَرُونَ. One reads it and the other. No. اجتمع, in the Arabic language, افتعل, Ijtama'a means to gather together. So they gather together and recite the Quran together. So they said, this is a proof
right? And the fact the Sahaba didn't do it is not a proof that it's not prohibited to do. Now, some of them use the hadith, the athar from Ibn Mas'ud that says that Ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu anhu found some people in Iraq that were in a circle of dhikr, doing dhikr together, and he said, what is this? And he said, Nadhkurullah. He said, Afuqtum ashaba Muhammad? Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Are you better than the companions? In other words, we didn't do this, why are you doing this? That's often used as a dalil. Well, Sidi Ahmad Zarruq in the Qawaid says, and this is a qaida in what's called adab al-ba'th wa munadara, the comportment of discussing and debating about issues, ala naqil as-sihhatu wa ala al-muda'i ad-dalil. That if you're going to mention some naqal, if you're going to transmit a hadith or a verse or anything and say qala or qala fulan, so and so said, you have to show that it's sahih. The attribution is sound. If you're going to make a claim, you have to bring a dalil, either naqli or aqli. There's two types of dalil. Dalil naqli, which is a transmitted dalil, or a dalil aqli, a rational dalil where you can prove it by reasoning that this is true. So Ahmad Zarruq says, bring the dalil of that, because we're not going to leave a sahih hadith in Sahih Muslim that says that you can gather, or the hilq al-dhikr, that because Ibn Rabah said, hilq al-dhikr, hilq al-halali wal-haram. That's true. The circles of dhikr are the circles of fiqh and learn. Like this would be considered, even though we're not in a circle, it would be considered to be dhikr, because we're learning the ahkam of our deen, we're learning our religion. So this is the reward of doing dhikr of Allah, which is higher than sitting and saying subhanallah, alhamdulillah, which is good. وَفِي كُلٍّ خَيْرٍ. There's good in that. But the way of knowledge is a higher way of the two. So that's really important about tark. And Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya wrote a really important book, Al-Mashahid min al-Maqasid, about this very issue, proving that tark, if it's understood properly, will resolve most of the conflict, the religious conflict in our community where people say that's haram. Because if it's a masala, if it's related to tark, then you can't use it as a proof against people. To say the Prophet didn't eat something doesn't mean that it's prohibited to eat. Now, it's true, Sahaba, when the Prophet, they brought him lizard, the Arabs used to eat lizard. In fact, the Persians made fun of them, calling them akratul dab, the lizard eaters. The Arabs used to eat lizard. Well, when you're starving, lizard will taste pretty good. It's like one of the zuhad who used to eat really, really bad bread, and one of his friends came and he said, how do you eat that stuff? He said, by not eating it for several days. It'll taste pretty good, right? So, I'll give you an example. And this is how we get spoiled. When I was in the Sahara, no bread. Now, in the West, most people do not eat bread on their own. They have to put butter on it, put something else on it, right? But if you haven't had bread for a really long time, bread on its own tastes really good. And that's the idea behind it. So, how did I get off on that? I know that. Yeah, thank you. Somebody's paying attention. Yeah. That the Prophet ﷺ, if he didn't eat something, it wasn't. So the Prophet ﷺ, when they said it was dab, he withdrew his hand. One of them said, "Aharamun ya Rasulullah, is it prohibited?" He said, "No, except that my people don't eat it." In other words, and there's a tradition, Omar, yani a'tu kulla jasadin ma'tad, give bodies what they're accustomed to from food. One of the signs of the real sickness of the modern period is eating a lot of different types of food. So people have, what do you want to have tonight? Indian, Italian,
Chinese, Turkish, they're all the different. Traditionally, people ate the same food every day, and then on their festivals, they had different foods. So the body doesn't know what to do, because one day you give it all this Chinese food, and it's like, I'm from Ireland. Why are you giving me Chinese food? Next day you give it Italian, and what's up with this? So it gets confused. And that's why traditional societies always ate the same thing. Every day, the same thing. So the body's used to it. It knows how to deal with it. But when you give it all these different things, it creates a type of physiological confusion, and then it begins to break down and get sick. Anyway, that's my theory. But, so the Prophet ﷺ did not eat lizard. That doesn't mean that it's haram. Because there's no proof that it's haram. So if you go to China, where they eat dog, now I wouldn't eat a dog. But Maliki said it was makruh. In fact, Imam Shafi'i has a proof against. He said, إِذَا النَّفْسِ تَعَفَّهُ. If the self considers it foul, then it's prohibited to eat. So he would say, like snails, escargot, the French eat snails. He would say, because most people, you talk about eating slugs or snails, they just feel sick. Now they're trying to convince people to eat insects. Have you seen this latest movement to eat crickets and things, good protein, and but people generally don't like that. But some people like things. Now cats, it's too far, because cats, Chinese culture, some Chinese eat cats, which I think that's fitra gone wild. Yeah, because cats, you should not eat a cat. Trust me. And I don't think you should eat a dog either, but the Malikis did permit it, because Imam Malik would not prohibit something he could not find a clear dalil for. So he said it's makruh. Even khinzir al-bahr, which is what we call the porpoise. Porpoise is from a Greek word which means pig. So it was called the pig of the ocean because it has a snout. And it's related to the dolphin. They're from the same family. The dolphin is called dukhas or dolphin. They asked Malik about eating porpoise, right? Khinzir al-bahr. And he said, Antum sammaytumuhu khinzira. You named it pig, so I wouldn't eat it, just because Allah haram al-khinzir, so even if it's khinzir al-bahr, don't eat it, right? And I would not eat a porpoise. They're like our cousins, they're probably down there discussing what's real and what is not, right? They have huge brains, right? Porpoise and dolphins. But everything from the ocean is permitted, right? Yeah. كما ترك السلف الأول الحديث المروي غير معمول به Hello? Was somebody recording? Why do I have a phone here? This is not my phone. Hello? Assalamu alaikum. Naam. Hello? Türkçe bilmiyorum. Huh? Is this your phone? Do you speak English? Arabic? Whose phone is this? Oh, it's not? Okay. Well, that's a case for minding your own business, right? So, just as the Salaf would leave a hadith
غير معمول به. This is really important. Malik left many hadith that were absolutely sahih because he didn't find anybody practicing them. And he didn't feel comfortable taking a hadith that nobody practiced because these are the tabi'een. He had 600 teachers from the tabi'een. They studied with the sahaba. And he said that if it was a practice, it surely would have been implemented. And one of the proofs of the people of Medina about this was if the muezzin fell from the minaret, everybody would have been talking about it. So if the Prophet ﷺ emphasized something, it would have been widely known. So he would leave hadiths that were solitary that he couldn't find action on. I'll give you one example of that. It is absolutely sahih that the Prophet said not to fast on Friday. He found all the people in Medina fasting on Friday as a virtuous day to fast. And so he said, I'm not going to take a solitary hadith that is only probabilistic when the people of this city who were with the Sahaba are fasting on Friday as a virtuous day to fast. And so he said, and this is why the hadith is not, everybody says, إِذَا صَحَ الْحَدِيث فَهُوَ مَذْهَبِي. If it's a sound hadith, this is what I follow. That's not a categorical statement. That statement has to be constrained by other considerations. Because if every sahih hadith was taken, you would have a lot of confusion. Because some hadiths contradict other hadiths, and either they try to find out if it's abrogated or abrogating, and that's the case, like in camel doing, wudu from cooked food, which was initially something that the Prophet did. But then after that, he said, that it was fine. Or, for instance, not having children for the first 4 years after a child. And then he permitted it. So these are things that you'll find in the hadith that the ulama squared away. But not all of them were squared. And so for that reason, there's a difference. So he's saying, and this is why Ibn Wahb, one of the greatest scholars of hadith tradition, he's from the Rijal of the people of Sahih. Ibn Wahb said, أَكْثَرْتُ مِنَ الْحَدِيثِ حَتَّى تَحَيَّرْتُ. I learned so many hadith, I became confused. وَلَوْلَا مَالِكٌ وَلَيْث لَهَلَكْتُ. And had it not been from Malik and Layth, these two great fuqaha, I would have perished in my confusion. He said, I went to Malik and I would tell him a hadith, he'd said, دَعَهُ, leave it. It's غَيْر مَعْمُوب بِهِ. It's not a hadith that's acted upon. Imam Malik knew over 100,000 hadith. In the Muwatta, there are less than 800 hadiths. Out of all those hadiths that he learned, there's only, because the hadith literature is for the ulama. Unless it relates to Fadail al-Amal in books like Riyad al-Salihin, Arba'in al-Nawawiyah, those type books they can be learned, and there's a great blessing in hadith. But if you go in untrained into the hadith literature, you'll be on a new deen every day. Because you're going to find something, and then later you'll find something that contradicts it, and this is the reality of hadith. So the hadith literature traditionally was for the ulama. It wasn't for urd al-nas, the majority of people. It was for the ulama. And he says, فَكَذَلِكَ نَحْنُ بِالرِّوَايَةِ. And we are the same with the riwayah, the fuqaha. نَعْمَلُ بِعَمْرِ الشِّيُوخِ. We follow the teachers. وَنَتْرُكَ الرِّوَايَةِ. So if our shaykh says something, then we follow that. This is for at the level of before you're a mujtahid. If you're a mujtahid, then you don't have to. But if somebody is less than the rutbah, the rank of ijtihad, then they follow what the ulama said about these things. Or else, and this is why the hadith is the hadith literature is vast because the early period, they collected everything and they wanted to ensure that nothing was lost. But then they left it to the fuqaha to sort it out. And so the muhaddithun are called sayadila. They're the pharmacists, and the fuqaha were called the doctors. You don't want the pharmacist prescribing the medicine because he doesn't know how to prescribe. What he knows is whether the medicine is useful or not. So the muhaddith is a saydali. This is the metaphor that our ulama used. He's a saydali. He says this is sahih, but the faqih looks at it and says this is for prescription, right? Or not. Very important distinction. So he said, أو نذكرها على أن نسلمها ونحن في ساعة من مخالفتها. Or we can mention it and recognize that we can actually disagree, not disagree, but act opposite of what the riwayah is saying. This is high knowledge. أو نفصح بالتأويل عوضا من التصريح بالنص الصريح. Or we can express in nufsihu بالتأويل, we can express an interpretation or articulate an interpretation in exchange for whatever the tasrih of the nas is. So we make a ta'wil. So ta'wil is to go from the literal to another type of meaning when the literal is something that it's not working out. And there are many examples of that in the tradition. ما لم ينهى الله عنه ولا نبيه فلا معنى لمن كرهه. If Allah didn't prohibit it or the Prophet didn't prohibit it, there's no meaning in saying it's makruh. Because nahi karahiyya comes from Allah and His Messenger. إن الخلاف إذا لم يكن في أمر شرعيا إنما هو يعني شيئا جائزا. A difference of opinion, if it's not from a sharia matter, إنما هو يعني شيئا جائزا, then it's just permitted. If it's not about sharia, if they differ about a reason other than the sharia, it's just a difference of opinion. It's a permitted thing. So if إنما هو يعني شيئا جائزا هل ينفع أو لا فينبغي أن يعمل. Is it beneficial or not? Then if that's the khilaf, people can do it. الأشياء أصلها الإباحة. This is the dominant opinion. There is another opinion, أصلها التحريم. That's a valid opinion, but the vast majority of ulama said أصل الأشياء الإباحة. The foundational legal ruling of all things is permissibility until you have a proof that it's prohibited. That Allah, He's the one that created everything in the earth for you. So everything is permitted unless there is a clear nas that it's not. And that's the dominant ulama. وقاية العرض بترك سنة واجب في الدين. Protecting your dignity, even if it means leaving a sunnah, is an obligation in the religion. ظاهر الأحاديث أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يرشح للصحابة ما يأتون في مستنبطاتهم من عمل الخير. It's clearly indicated in the hadith tradition that what the Prophet ﷺ, what the Sahaba were doing from good deeds based on their own istinbat, that he encouraged it. So when he would see them doing something good, he would encourage it. ليس كل ما فعلته العجم منهيا عن ملابسته إلا إذا نهت الشريعة عنه ودلت القواعد على تركه. Not everything the non-Arabs do is prohibited from doing, as long as the Sharia didn't prohibit it, or the qawaid, the principles that we have don't indicate that it should be avoided. This is really important because there are hadiths that say don't follow the ajam, don't do what the non-Arabs do. Those hadiths are sometimes specific to the Arabs. So for instance, the Prophet ﷺ said, من يحسن أن يتكلم بالعربية فلا يتكلم بغيرها فإنه يورث النفاق. Whoever is
capable of speaking properly in Arabic, he shouldn't speak in other than Arabic because it will cause hypocrisy in his heart. كان مالك يكره رطانة الأعاجم في المسجد. Imam Malik didn't like the non-Arab speaking in the masjid of the Prophet ﷺ. If you take those hadiths, so what? Our religion means everybody has to become Arab? The Quran says that in the difference of your complexions and your tongues is a sign of God. The Prophet ﷺ spoke Farsi to Abu Huraira when Abu Huraira had stomach ache, and the Prophet ﷺ said to him in Farsi, "Is your stomach aching?" He said, "Yes." The Prophet spoke Habashiyya when Habib came back, gave him a shirt from Ethiopia. He said, "Inna hasana," and he used an Ethiopian word to say it's nice, because she had learned Ethiopian while she was in Ethiopia. He spoke with every tribe according to their dialect. So when the Yemenis came, he spoke Yemeni dialect. And there's an indication that he knew all the languages. So the Prophet ﷺ did not prohibit language. The Quran, even though it's all Arabic, Araba, it turned into Arabic some other terms from other languages. So Firdaus is originally from Persian, right? Paradise, it's from Persian. The Qistas, right, was a Latin term. But the Quran, Arab, ala khilaf. I mean, there's a khilaf about this issue. Imam Suyuti wrote a whole book on this subject. So it's a khilaf issue, because inna anzalnahu Quranan Arabiyan, we sent it down as an Arab Quran. There's a khilaf. But generally, it's and then there's a debate about whether Arabic is the mother tongue, or Syrianiyya. Min ajaib ma tara al-aynani anna su'al al-qabri bis-Syriani. Imam Suyuti said that in the afterlife, everybody speaks Syriani. And there's a hadith, it's weak, but it's there, that حب العرب لي ثلاث لأنني عربي والقرآن عربي ولسان أهل الجنة عربي. I'm Arab, the Quran's Arab, and the tongue of the people of paradise is Arabic. But anyway, if you take those hadiths and say, "Oh, people can't speak Arabic," or "I speak Arabic, there I have to speak to you in Imam Shafi'i's first madhab," because he has different madhab stages of his development, he prohibited buying and selling in other than Arabic. في المذهب القديم. Now the reason for that was, he said, if you're going to buy and sell, it has to be in some language. So why should the Arabi yatanazal? Why should he go down and go down? Why not make the other one learn Arabic? But then he changed his opinion. Because if you're Arab and you speak Persian, and you want to sell to a Persian and he doesn't speak Arabic, you're not going to have a sale. So you might as well speak Persian, right? So there's nothing wrong with speaking other languages. It's good to learn Arabic. It's the language of our religion. One of the things about the Ottomans is they never imposed Turkish on other civilizations. So when the Ottomans, when they were ruling Egypt, the administrative language was Arabic. When they were ruling Iraq, the administrative language was Arabic, because they didn't have this colonial mentality of imposing. Whereas when the English, no offense to our English brothers and sisters, when the English went to other places, in fact, it's said that the monkeys in India they know language, but they refuse to speak out of fear the English would put them to work. But when the English or the French went, they made everything in French and English. So Moroccan administration became French. Algeria became French. In fact, many Algerians lost their Arabic because of the imposition of French. The English, when they conquered, I'm sorry to, point out the English, but they're one of the great colonizers in human history. When the English colonized Ireland, and they say the Welsh or the Irish that couldn't swim, right? When the English conquered Ireland, they cut out the tongues if they spoke Gaelic. So Irish people whose original language was Gaelic don't speak Gaelic anymore except in few areas. They're trying to revive it like they've revived Welsh in Wales as a language. But they lost their tongue, literally, for speaking Gaelic. This happened in Andalusia. They used to cut out the tongues of Quran teachers so they wouldn't teach the Quran. And now we have our community abandoning the Quran when people lost their lives for teaching the Quran. It's amazing. So, languages are honored in Islam. Every language, every people's language is their language. And that's why in many cultures, a lot of Arabic names went to those cultures, but they didn't adopt only Arabic names. Just like in the West, most Christian people had names from the Bible. So if you meet Western people, it's David and John and Yohanna, Dawood, Jesus, if you're Hispanic, Jesus. But not all the names. Many of the names are like Laurel, right? From ivy, because they were pagans before they were Christians. And so the spirit world was all embodied in the animal and vegetable kingdom. You had native peoples, Aboriginal peoples name after animals very often. So Native American Indians had names that related to animals. The Bedouin Arabs had names related to animals, Fahad and Nimr and Dhi'ib and Jahash and names like that, right? That's tradition. So the Prophet, when he came, he didn't change everybody's names and make them all get new names, right? They have their names that they had in Jahiliyyah, unless the meaning was against a name. Then he would change it. So if they were like Abdul Lat, he would change it. Or Abdul Atiq, he would change it. But he didn't change names. Hanbala, he didn't change. Talha. Talha is the acacia tree because it's hard and it gives shade. And they used tree names because the Arabs really love trees. So people can use names. They don't have to have an Arabic name. And so you go to like Gule in Turkish, right? You have a name like that. It's a Turkish name. Nothing wrong with that. So somebody says, why do you have that name? I mean, my son's named Daniel, right? We were in Mecca and he was in the restaurant and some lady said to him, what's your name? And he said, Daniel. And she said, A'udhu billah, that's not a Muslim name. In Mecca, it's like, and he was like in tears. He comes up to me and I said, what's wrong? He said, she asked my name. I said, Daniel. And then she said it wasn't a Muslim name. And I just went up to her and I said, taqillah. I mean, that's an taqulu ala Allah bighayri ilm. It's a dangerous thing to speak without knowledge. Just shut up. If you don't know something, la taqfu ma laysa laka bi ilm. Don't go in areas you have no knowledge of. The better response is, I've never heard that name, I didn't know Muslims use that name or something. But to say it's not a Muslim name, because Daniel is in the Qasas al-Anbiya of Ibn Kathir. He has a chapter called Bab Daniel. It's in the Hadith. The Indian and Malay Muslims use it as a name for their children, right? It's the reason Arabs don't use it is because it's a very common name amongst Arab Christians. And they don't want to confuse, traditionally, their children with the Christian children. Right? So that's fine. That's urf. If you want to distinguish yourself. Because the Christians have certain names that they use. Most Arabs can identify Christians by their names. Whether they're Coptic or Lebanese or... because they use certain names the Muslims don't use and vice versa. So that's an example just of you can use any name that's good if it's from your culture. If you want to call your child, a good name, that's fine. Or if you want to use the names like John, if you're a convert to Islam or you're raised in the West and you want to use John instead of Yahya, the Turks say Mehmet. They don't say Muhammad. They say Mehmet. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's why Joshua becomes Joshua. For instance, in the Quran, you have Ibrahim which is qira'ah sab'iyah, and then you have Ibrahim, which is a qira'ah sab'iyah. It's a valid recitation. So if you called your son Ibrahim, it's as valid as Ibrahim, because it's a sound qira'ah. Or if you want to call him Abraham, there's nothing wrong with that. These are issues that, were resolved centuries ago, and they just shouldn't be issues anymore. But this is when ignorance becomes widespread in a community, all these problems arise. And then humility of just not having that basic thing to say, I didn't know that. People say that, like, really? I didn't know that. Well, gee, do you know everything? Is it really surprising that you should say, I didn't know that? There's lots of things you don't know. I remember years ago, I was in the Emirates, and they brought these tiny little finger bananas that I'd never seen before from India. And I was like, subhanallah, I've never seen a banana like that. And the sheikh said to me, there are many things you've never seen in this world. Right? That was a good lesson for me. There are many things that you've never seen in this world. And there's even more things that in the next world that we haven't seen. مَا لَا عَيْنٌ رَأَتْ وَلَا أُذُنٌ سَمِعَتْ وَلَا خَطَرَ عَلَى قَلْبِ بَشَرٍ. No eye has seen or ear has heard or even occurred to the heart of a human being. That's the akhirah. Ibn Abbas said, لَيْسَ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا الْأَسْمَاءِ. The only thing the dunya and akhirah share is the names. The realities are completely different. So it's, when the Quran says there's grapes in paradise, don't think they're like these grapes down here, right? Where you have to spit out the seeds. So that's important. And then dress also. There are hadiths about man tashabbaha biqawmin fahuwa minhum. Whoever imitates a people is from them. And so one of my teachers, Abdullah At-Tiridi, who was a student of Shaykh al-Ghumari, and I actually have ijazah from him from Morocco. Shaykh al-Ghumari was very rigid and strict about things, and he wrote books. Shaykh Abdullah has a book, Al-Istinfar fi Ghazar al-Tashabbuh bil-Kuffar, like calling people to fight the ghazwa of not imitating the kuffar. And that's his book. And it's all these hadiths. It's a litany of hadith about not imitating non-Arabs, about don't dress like the ajam, and don't... Sidi Muwaq said all of the hadith that relate to not imitating the ajam are specific to the Arab. They have no relationship to ajam that become Muslim. So this idea of not dressing like, and then you see converts who suddenly put on a robe and a ghutra, thinking that this is Islam. There's no dress of Islam. There is no dress in this religion that is specific to the religion. The Prophet ﷺ wore a Habashi shirt. He wore a Roman shirt. It was a Romani, qamis Romani. Kana dayiq. It had narrow sleeves. He wore a Yemeni red striped jubba that one of the Sahaba said, I never saw anything more beautiful than the Prophet in that red striped jubba, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he was international in his dress. He didn't wear anything specific to indicate. Now he did wear a turban. And he did cover his head. But he also went hasir al-ras to show that it wasn't haram not to cover your head. The Andalusians, the urf of the Andalusians was not to wear anything on their head. So the Andalusians did not, in Mauritania, the Mauritanian urf for the men is not to wear anything. They have the turban wrapped around their neck, and then when they go out in the sun, they put it on. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, all the time, he just, right when he gets inside, he pulls off his turban and he puts it down. Right? So the turban, undeniably, is it's arguable that it's from the Sunnah. There's a khilaf about it, but it's arguable. But, let me give you an example. The Maliki said, it's only Sunnah if you do it with tahniq. So you have to do the turban wrapped under the chin, because that's the way the Prophet ﷺ wore his turban, with a du'aba, wearing
like the way Jama'at Tabligh puts down and has they have two coming out. The Prophet did that. But he wore it under his neck. And this is why the Muhannak was the alim who had the tahniq. He reached a level and he started wearing the turban with the tahniq. So Uthman Danfodio says, if it doesn't have the tahniq, it's not sunnah. So if you put a turban on your head, it's a turban, but it's not the sunnah turban. That's his opinion. Other scholars didn't go by that. So these are khilaf issues. So if the urf is not to wear the hat, which is the common urf in most places now, not to cover the head for males. But it's actually not good for you because the sun goes through the hair. And if you're in areas where there's a lot of sun, it's actually very bad to be exposed to sun. You can get cancer. That's why if you go to a dermatologist, they'll check your hair, under your hair, because it's a very common place to get skin cancer. And we know now that exposure to the sun is except for very small amounts to get your vitamin D, like 10 minutes a day maximum. But other than that, it's not a good thing to be exposed to the sun. And people that have a lot of sun exposure, they wrinkle quicker, they have a lot of skin problems, especially if they're from northern climates. So traditionally, people covered their head, in both male and female. Now, female coverage is the urf of the Bani Adam. I mean, women have covered their head in every civilization, except for Aboriginal peoples who usually wore very limited. They didn't have textiles, so they didn't make cloth. Most of them wore skins and things like that. Aboriginal peoples and the elite who have always not done those things. But the Byzantine women covered completely, like a lot of some of the areas in the Gulf, the modern Gulf Arabs, where they cover even with the niqab. That was a Byzantine tradition. And Marshall Hodgson argues that it actually was adopted by the Muslims from the Byzantines, because it was the elite women that covered their faces, not the common women. And historically, in the Muslim world, it was the elite women, which is why on Hajj they're not allowed to cover their face, because it was something that distinguished the wealthy from the poor. So the women on Hajj weren't supposed to cover their face. And that's a khilaf issue. I don't want to get into that because some madhabs say that the face is awra. The majority is not. But there are some of the ulama that said the face of a woman is awra, she should cover her face. It's a weak opinion, traditionally. And then they say the fasad al-zaman, a relative hukum about fasad al-zaman, because there's an argument that every zaman outside of the prophetic period was a corrupt period. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam.
يختص النهي بما يفعله الأعاجم على خلاف مقتضى شرعنا. أما ما فعلوه على وفق الندب أو الإيجاب أو الإباحة في شرعنا فلا نترك ذلك لأجل تعاطيهم إياه. So if non-Muslims, he's really talking about non-Muslims here. If non-Muslims do something, the prohibition of imitating them is in only those things that go against our Sharia. As for what they do that is either encouraged or an obligation or permitted in our Sharia, we don't leave it because they do it. Right? We don't leave it because they do it. ينبغي للمتورع أن يتورع في خاصة نفسه ولا يحل له ولا يجوز أن يحمل عليه أهله وعياله. The one who is scrupulous in his practice should only be scrupulous in what pertains to himself. It is not permissible for him to force his family or his children to follow that same. This is great wisdom, because this is what drives kids out of Islam. When you try to force them, you take the strictest opinions and you try to force it on your children, it makes them rebel. This is great wisdom. العامي لو زنى أو سرق كان خيرا له من أن يتكلم في العلم ولا يعلم ولا سيما فيما يتعلق بالله وأسمائه وكلامه. A common person, and a common person is somebody who's not from the ulama. Everybody, and then you have degrees. Like most of us
are tulab al-ilm. You know, we're students of knowledge. And all of you, inshallah, are students of knowledge. The alim is like Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya is a alim. You know, to say that, you know, and some of us, like Dr. Omar is, I mean, I would argue that he's a alim in ilm al-kalam. Like he knows ilm al-kalam very well. And he's mutafaqih. He knows fiqh. He studied fiqh to a good level. He knows usul and things like that. But even he himself would not put himself in the category of somebody like Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya. And I certainly would never do that. So we have students of knowledge that are from ammat al-ulama. You know, they're like the amma of the scholars. All right? So they're not from the amma per se, but they're also not really from the khasa. All right? And then you have, I mean, that's my category, so don't take that as a, you know, rule. I'm just, you know, that's not a real category, but it's just helping you understand these differences of what the du'at, the fuqaha, the mutafaqi, the alim, the mujtahid, the allama. These are all terms that are important to distinguish and are not distinguished anymore. So anybody that memorizes Quran now and can give a good talk, people think he's alim, which is a real problem because ilm takes years to master, and especially it has to be done at the hands of masters. And autodidact can be very dangerous for this religion. So that's very important. He's saying that for a common person to fornicate or steal is better for him than to speak about knowledge without knowledge. This is not a gratuitous statement. It's not an incorrect statement. It's based on the verse in the Quran, قُلْ إِنَّمَا حَرَّمَ رَبِّيَ الْفَوَاحِشَ. Say, إِنَّمَا, only, my Lord has only prohibited al-fawahisha, ma dhahara minha wa ma batan, inward and outward fawahish. Fahisha in Arabic is kullu ma yaqbahu dhikruhu 'inda al-Arab yusamma fahisha. Everything that the Arabs don't like to say explicitly, they call it a fahisha. So if they don't want to mention the sin, they just say fahisha. Hadihi fahisha. It could be theft, it could be fornication, it could be adultery, it could be stealing. But generally, it's applied to sexual sins. Generally. So, لَا تَقْرَبُوا الزِّنَا. Like, don't go near zina, fornication. إِنَّهُ كَانَ فَاحِشًا. Allah calls it a fahisha. مَا ظَهَرَ, what's manifest from it, those things that are done with the limbs and you can see it. وَمَا بَطَنْ, those things hidden in the heart, like hiqad and bughd and hasad and ujub, arrogance, kibr, those type things are wal-ithma, and then general sinfulness, wal-baghi bighayr al-haq, and then unjustly oppressing people, baghi, right? وَأَن تُشْرِكُوا بِاللَّهِ مَا لَمْ يُنَزِّلْ بِهِ سُلْطَانًا. So this is the maratib of sin. This is maratib al-dhanb. These are the degrees of sin. The first and least harmful are the natural sins. Theft generally is done because somebody's in need, and then they can become accustomed to it. But generally, theft is when people are in need. So it's understandable why people steal. Fornication is an appetite of the animal nature. It's understandable why people can do that. But oppression, now you're getting into something that is really oppressing another person is something that's really and then shirk, associating with Allah, taking the right of Allah who created you and acting in rebellion against His right. But the last one, وَأَن تَقُولُوا عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah in I'lam al-Muwaqqi'in says these are the degrees, and the highest and worst sin, which is more sinful than shirk, the unforgivable sin, is to speak about God and you don't know what you're talking about. And that's why all of our ulama, when they ended their statements, they said, Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. Allah knows better. That's His way of getting out of saying something about God. In other words, I'm doing my best, But I'm not going to put myself in a danger. I saw a quote-unquote fatwa from somebody about the moon sighting. And it was saying calculations, and this is the haqq, and everybody should follow this. And at the end, it didn't say, Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. You know, which is an indication the person doesn't know anything about knowledge. Because that's just a basic standard of, you know, or just say, you know, I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. You just say that. Because it's ijtihad. But to say this is the haqq, that's أن تقولوا على الله ما لا تعلمون. You're saying what you don't have any authority to say. You have no authority. And this is in his asma, in his sifat, in his ahkam, in all those things that relate to God, in the deen itself. This is why our ulama didn't like to say haram. They would say, لا يعجبني, I don't like it. You shouldn't do it. دعه, leave it. But to say, هذا haram, that's why the later ulama tended to use it, because there was so much. In the early period, the wara' was strong, so if the alim said, don't do it, people didn't do it. But over time, they stopped responding. And so they started saying it's haram. They got more assertive because they were, you know, and they genuinely believed it was haram. But I think that early period needs to be restored, because haram doesn't mean anything anymore. And so everybody's now in danger of perdition. I mean, they had a fatwa from a leading Muslim institution that seeing the film Nuh is haram. You know, Noah. It's not Nuh, it's Noah. Seeing the film Noah with the Australian actor, right? Russell Crowe. Yeah, thank you. So somebody from down under there, obviously. So, you know, they said, oh, it's haram to see Noah. First of all, pick your films, man. We've got an ummah now that are watching pornography. I mean, pornography is a major problem in our ummah today. And just look at the Google stats, if you can trust Google, but look at the Google stats on pornography downloads and searches. The highest ones are in the Muslim countries. And this is a real crisis in our communities. So, I mean, maybe they'll go to Noah and have Tawbah, you know, afterwards. I wouldn't see it. I don't want to see it. But I'm just saying, like, pick your films, you know. Either say they're all haram, you know, but this is a problem because, you know, people now, it doesn't mean anything. Your 18-year-old kid in the Muslim world, they're not going to listen to that fatwa. It just becomes abath. It becomes meaningless. So they hear haram, it doesn't mean anything. You know, I heard Shaykhna bin Bayya, the brilliant son of Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya. Shaykhna said, you know, he heard one of the du'at on TV telling the parents, giving them advice, don't say aib to your children about things. Tell them haram and halal. Don't say aib. You know, we have to get rid of this whole cultural thing, and this is deen of Allah. And that is really not understanding the importance of urf and social regulation. Because people will not do things out of shame from society. Right? Inna Allah yaza'u bis-sultan ma la yaza'u bil-Qur'an. God will prohibit things with the government that He doesn't prohibit it with the Quran. In other words, just out of fear of being punished by the government, people will not do something that's haram, whereas because the Quran says don't do it, they'll do it. The human nature. So the social regulation is very important to say this is aib. Aib. It's better than saying in many instances it's haram. Because if they do it, at least they know it's a aib and they'll hide it. But if you say it's haram and then they do it, هذا intihak. It's degrading the hurma of God, the sanctity of the deen. So unless it's absolutely haram, we should avoid that word. Because we need to retrench. We need to see what we're up against. We have a tsunami
of sinfulness out there, and we need to choose our battles. Right? So we have to get back to the kaba'ir, because people are doing kaba'ir now. And the saghair will be forgiven إِذَا اجْتُنِبَتِ الْكَبَائِرِ. The hadith says that Allah will forgive lesser sins if the major sins are being avoided. And so focusing on major sins and just not putting all that attention, everything's haram, so people get fed up. I can't do this. It's too hard. Islam. Like Azhar Usman said, it's not Islam, it's hard. Right? الفضائل والترغيبات تنقل على غير الوجه الذي تنقل عليه الأحكام. So virtuous deeds and encouraged things are transmitted in other ways than the ahkam are transmitted. The hukm shar'i has to be a dalil sahih. You have to have a sound dalil or qiyas that's valid, analogical reasoning that's valid. Or if once you get into usul, masalih al-mursala, istihsan for those who call. I mean, there's a whole slew of things that usuli scholars have to learn in order to derive rulings. But the point is that for virtuous things, the ulama were not rigorous about asserting proofs for virtuous things. Because virtue is a good thing. So if it's a good thing, it's better people are doing dhikr than doing something haram. So if they're doing dhikr in a way that might not have been transmitted, but it's still from the genus of dhikr, it's better they're doing that than they're doing something haram. Now there are some people who take the other school that said, no, it's better that they're doing ma'asiyah and not doing a bid'ah. I mean, unfortunately, there are some people that, it's a very small minority, but they really believe that. It's better they're in the discotheque than in the zawiyah. Because at least in the discotheque, they know it's haram and they can make tawbah. In the zawiyah, they think they're doing something good and they won't make tawbah from it. This is the type of reasoning. But when you take this madhab and this methodology of our usuli giants, because he's in the tradition of Ibn Lubbin, of Imam al-Shatibi, of Imam al-Qarafi, of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. These are the great giants of usul. This is their minhaj, which is a much healthier minhaj for a society that has a lot of diversity and a way of keeping people in Islam and in the halal. And this is why then he says, لما في ذلك من الاستناس في الترغيب على الطاعة والإعانة في النفس لكي يحصل لها شيء من أخرها, because this will help them to do obedient things and in order that they might get their akhirah. You know, instead of making everything haram and chasing them out of the religion, it's better that you try to find makharij for them, of ways of keeping them in the haram, either by taking weaker opinions or taking sound interpretations, things like that. This is what our ulama did to keep people in the halal. They didn't want them in the haram. So they would do everything they could to get them out of the haram. One of the things he says in this book is about, you know, if you have somebody addicted to alcohol, teach them the oud. Because the alcohol is mujma' ala tahrimihi. He said the oud is mukhtalif fihi. And he said that music has a type of intoxication that's similar to alcohol. So you can get them out of the haram into a difference of opinion and help them. But if you try to take him from his alcohol to be like in the masjid praying in the first rank, he said it's too wide. You go shwaya shwaya. Just take them little by yawash yawash. You know, take them little by little, right? Just slowly get. You know, this is hikmah. This is wisdom. The Prophet ﷺ was very gentle with people. He took them slowly. He didn't take them all at once. I mean, they were drinking alcohol. Look how long it took for alcohol to be prohibited. Because had he brought all the ahkam at once, they wouldn't have become Muslim. It's too much. So he had to strengthen their iman. You know, so if somebody comes into Islam, don't force them into all these things. I mean, I had a case, I'll give you a personal example. There was a lady who became Muslim with me, and the first thing she asked about was makeup, because she had been told that it was haram. And I just said to her, no, don't worry about makeup, it's not important.
It's fine. Wear your makeup, right? People who heard me, some of the, A'udhu Billah, he permits makeup and she ended up leaving Islam. I asked about her, and I was, where's that lady? And they said, oh, she left Islam. I said, why? And they said, because they told her that she was now in fornication because her husband wasn't a Muslim. And she just left Islam. It's just amazing. These people have no fear of God. No fear of God. I had another case of a woman who called me, and she had become Muslim. She's a very highly educated woman. Her husband was highly educated. She called me because somebody gave her my number because she was being told she had to leave her husband because they were no longer validly married because he wasn't a Muslim. She loved her husband. She had kids with him, and so she called me, and I told her, no, you don't have to leave your husband as long as he's not opposing your Islam. You can stay with her. 6 months later, he became Muslim. Now I wouldn't have known that had it not been for Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya. And it's a weak opinion. But in this age, those are the opinions that you need to keep people in the fold. And it's an opinion on Ali ibn Abi Talib, which has, the chain is sound. So, but it's better to say, I don't know, or, And then he finally, a few more things. Madhab al-Sufiya. Now, when they say the Sufiya, don't think of what we call Sufis today. Like people know, like if you're from Pakistan, you go to Baba Farid, or from India, you go to these places where you'll see people, tying little ribbons to tombs and things like that, and people say they're Sufis. The Sufis were the original Sufis were ulama. They were not ignorant people. They were ulama. Imam al-Junayd was a mujtahid in the madhab of Thawri. Shibli was a qadi in the Maliki madhab. He had a very high rutbah in Maliki madhab. Abu Hamid al-Ghazali is one of the greatest Shafi'i jurists in history. I mean, these were great ulama. They were usuli, they were mufassirun, So this idea now of the ignorance that's widespread in our community, and you have these ignorant people that call themselves Sufis. That's fine, whatever. But that's not what he's talking about. When he says madhab al-Sufiyya, he's talking about the ulama. And they were generally the strictest. The Sufiyya were very strict about ahkam, but they were easy on other people. That was the difference. In themselves, they were extremely strict, but with other people, they were very generous and would find makhraj. So now it's the opposite. You'll find that they're very easy on themselves, but they're also easy on other people generally. And I'm not going to, bash people that go under the name Sufiya if they want to call themselves that or something. I mean, I had a lady who, she was like just on the fringe of Islam, and and she told me, I'm a Sufi. That's fine, alhamdulillah, I'm happy for you. Well, I'm saying, no, you're not. A'udhu billah. Your Sufis are, where's your hijab? Sufis would always wear a hijab. This is the other extreme. So you have these two extremes in the community of people that just speak ill of the Sufiya. Ahl Sufiya, Maulana al-Rumi he was a great scholar before he was a poet. He was a great scholar. He was well versed in the ulum al-shar'iyya. He transmitted hadith, muhaddith. He's in the chains of the muhaddithun of his time. So Sadruddin al-Qunawi, who's here, was a great scholar. He was a Quranic master. People came from all over the Muslim world to read hadith with him. He was a master of hadith. So this whole idea that these people weren't the ulama is wrong. They were ulama. Now there are some amongst them that were illiterate that Allah gave big openings to. That's true. And that's a possibility. But generally, the vast majority were great scholars. So he says, مذهب الصوفية أن ما هو من باب الأعمال إذا كان لا يناقض حكما شرعيا بل ذلك في باب
القرب المندوبة وشهد الشرع باعتبار جنسه فإنهم يأخذون به ولا يلتفتون لصحة أصله. So the madhab of the Sufis, if they find actions that are not contradicted by a Sharia ruling, and they're from the qurab and mandubat, they're from things that get you closer to Allah, and the Shara' recognizes the genus, they take those things, and they're not concerned about whether the asl is sahih or not. That's a madhab. You don't have to follow that madhab, but it's a valid madhab. It's a valid madhab, because these are ulama. They're not talking about ignorant people. They're talking about scholars. That was their opinion. ما أدى من الوسائل إلى طاعة فهو طاعة. What ما أدى من الوسائل. So those things that are means to an act of obedience are an act of obedience. So for instance, in order to recite the Quran, you have to learn the Arabic script. That's a means to an act of obedience. So the actual learning of the Arabic script is an act of ta'ah, of ibadah. So the means to an action has the hukm of the action itself. If you're doing it to get to an act of obedience, and you can't get there without it, then it itself is an act of obedience. Now this last one is very important. I want you to reflect on it. جميع الأغيار والأنوار والمقامات والأحوال والدنيا والآخرة والنعم الظاهرة والباطنة لا تلاحظ شيئا من ذلك ولا تركن إليه ولا تعتمد عليه بقية أو ذهب فإن ذلك قادح في إخلاص التوحيد. It's an amazing statement. All of the things that happen to you, lights that might come to you, the illumination, what the qawm called barq, you get these flashes of illumination that can happen. Maqamat, all these stations. Ahwal, going into ahwal. والدنيا والآخرة, world and other world. والنعم الظاهرة والباطنة, and blessings, outwardly and inwardly. لا تلاحظ شيئا من ذلك. Don't look at those things like this is what it's about. ولا تركن إليه. Don't depend on them, because you can lose your dunya, you can lose, your maqam, you can lose all. Don't depend on these things. He said all of these things degrade the sincerity of your tawheed. All of these things degrade the sincerity of your tawheed. Murabt al-Hajj told me once, because I asked him about those, kashf and ahwal and things. He said, لا نلتفت إليها. He said, we don't consider those things. He said, نعبد الله لأنه قال اعبدوا ربكم. He said, we worship Allah because He said worship us. Whatever gifts He might give us in that worship, that's His affair. It's not our affair. We don't worship Him for the gifts. We worship Him just because of the gift of life, and that we're commanded to worship Him. Simple as that. Alhamdulillah. 15 minutes. That was 15 minutes ago? Yeah, okay. Allah yubarak fi. I want to thank, she left I think already, but the Member of Parliament, Layla, Dr. Layla, and her group. Thank you for coming and honoring us, and tashakkur edirim. So, barakallahu fikum, subhanakallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. بسم الله ابتدأت. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين وفقنا توفيق الصالحين والهمنا ورشدنا في الدنيا والدين. الحمد لله. So he begins Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa sallallahu ala nabiy al-Kareem. إن الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول في محكم كتابه
يخاطب هذه الأمة المحمدية بكريم خطابه ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين اصطفينا من عبادنا فمنهم ظالم لنفسه ومنهم مقتصد ومنهم سابق بالخيرات بإذن الله ذلك هو الفضل الكبير جنات عدن يدخلونها. So he begins his book Sanan al-Muhtadin with this verse, and the book is basically a commentary on this verse from Suratal Fatir. The verse says that we have given as an inheritance the book. ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين اصطفينا من عبادنا, those who we have chosen from amongst our servants. ويختص بفضله من يشاء, he gives his bounty to whomever he pleases. You can't question Allah. لا يسأل عما يفعل وهم يسألون. You can't ask Allah why He does something, why there's Muslims and why there's non-Muslims, why there's believers and why there's disbelievers, why there's all these different religions, why there's evil in the world. All of these questions, which do in our tradition have metaphysical responses, but in terms of why Allah would allow these things, it's not for us to say. It's for us to accept the situation and then to respond accordingly. Because Allah tells us He's going to try us, there's going to be difficulties, and there's responses to any given circumstances that you find yourselves in. We cannot determine, at least not in any unlimited way. We can determine to a certain extent our circumstances. I mean, for instance, we're here, we planned our trip, we have this place, we have an order, all those things we've determined, but you cannot determine the outcomes. So you can do tadbir, which is closer more to takhtit. The reason that, Abu Hassan al-Shadili has a famous saying, إِن كُنْتَ لَابُدَّ مِنَ التَّدْبِيرِ فَدَبِّرْ أَلَّا تُدَبِّرْ. If you have to manage your affairs, manage not to manage them. But it's really looking at the word tadbir, because dabbara means to determine the outcome. The dubr of a shay is the outcome of a thing. We can't do that, right? And the Arabs say, al-insan yudabbir wallah yuqaddir. The human being plans, but Allah determines. So you have your plan and Allah has His plan. Tawfiq is when they're the same for good. Khidlan is when your plan and Allah's plan are in conflict. Right? So tawfiq is when His rida and your plan are consistent. So what he's saying here is that the book has been given to those whom He has chosen from amongst His servants. But then He puts them into three categories. And this is very important because each of those categories is still amongst the chosen. فَمِنْهُمْ ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. He begins with the zalim, the one who's oppressing himself. Because oppression is of two types. You oppress others and you oppress yourself. In oppressing others, you're also oppressing yourself. But there can be things that you simply oppress yourself in. For instance, wasting your time. Because time is such a precious commodity that God has given us. I mean, I shouldn't even use that word commodity, but they do call it in the Arabic tradition, rasmal. It's your capital. It's time is capital, but real capital, real wealth. Because you have real wealth and then you have what appears to be wealth. And gold and silver is not real wealth in the spiritual sense. It's real wealth in the material sense. But in the spiritual sense, it could be real wealth if you use it in a way that's pleasing to Allah, or it could be actually harmful for you. So in that way, it's not enriching you, it's actually impoverishing you. And so when he says that we chose amongst our servants these three, the middle one is muqtasid, and he's put in the middle. Allah puts him in the middle because he is, the zalimun li nafsihi is shortchanging himself. The muqtasid is he's moderate. He's خَلَطُ عَمَلًا صَالِحًا وَآخَرَ سَيِّئًا, mixing good and bad. He's between the two. And finally, سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ is the outstripper, the one who's really taking advantage of life on earth. And those are السابقون أولئك المقربون. The sabiqun are the muqarrabun. They're the closest to God. And musabaqa is to vie. Sabiqu bil khairat, vie in virtue. And so the sabiq is the outstripper. Ashab al-yamin, zalimun li nafsi wa muqtasidun. This also relates to the three nafs. Nafs al-ammara, nafs al-lawwama, and nafs al-mutma'inna. The nafs al-ammara, the zalimun li nafsihi, the ammara has more influence on him than the mutma'inna, right? If you want modern terminology, the id and the superego, right? You have the id is your shahawat, your impulses, your desires. The id is commanding you, and the superego is not acting appropriately to suppress those urges when they're unhealthy. Because those urges, the source of them is healthy. The appetite, to be hungry is healthy. If you lose your appetite, it's called anorexia. Right? You don't have an appetite. That's what it means, literally, anorexia, without appetite. So it's not healthy. Shahwa is healthy. But when the shahwa is determining everything, then it's taken over. And so now the markab is the rakib. So the vehicle becomes the driver. Right? Because the shahwa it's to get you somewhere. But once it takes over, it's taking you not to the right place, it's taking you to the wrong place. And so, وَمِنْهُمْ سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ, but then he says, بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. The reason for that Allah says about the سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ is so the kibr doesn't get in. That it's by the permission of Allah that you're sabiqun bil khairat. It's bounty from Allah. Because somebody, very often the way shaitan gets in, and for those of you who've read C.S. Lewis's Screwtape Letters, I think he does a very good job at describing how the shayateen can take somebody who is practicing piety and practicing their religion and distort that and fill their heart with pride and give them spiritual diseases. Ibn Ata'illah says, رُبَّ مَعْصِيَةً أَوْرَثَتْ ذُلًّا وَانْكِسَارًا خَيْرٌ مِنْ طَاعَةٍ أَوْرَثَتْ عِزًّا وَاسْتِكْبَارًا. Sometimes a ma'siyah, an act of disobedience that results in humbleness and brokenness, which leads to tawbah, is better than an action of obedience that leads to arrogance and pride. So one of the reasons why the sins have been decreed for us is to keep us humble and to keep us broken before our Lord. Because if you're outstripping, then you have this danger. And this is why Allah says, سَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْكَبِيرُ. All to be chosen to receive the book from Allah is the real fadl. ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْفَضْلُ الْكَبِيرُ. This is the great bounty, the great gift of dunya. It's not to have jah, it's not to have wealth or power or influence. Those can be good things in the world. But the real wealth, the true bounty is to be given guidance and revelation. And then Allah says, يَدْخُلُونَ جَنَّةُ عَدْنٍ يَدْخُلُونَهَا. They enter into the gardens of Eden. All three enter into the garden. يَدْخُلُونَهَا جَنَّةُ عَدْنٍ يَدْخُلُونَهَا يُحَلَّوْنَ فِيهَا مِنْ أَسَاوِرَ مِنْ ذَهَبٍ وَلُؤْلُؤًا. They're ornamented with bracelets from gold and pearls. Right? This is one of the gifts that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives. So they're ornamented with asawira, min dahabin.
وَلُؤْلُؤًا وَلِبَاسُهُمْ فِيهَا حَرِيرٌ. And they wear fine clothes, like silk. And then Allah said, وَقَالُوا الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ الَّذِي أَذْهَبَ عَنَا الْحَزَنَ. Praise be to the one who has removed grief, sorrow, and sadness from our hearts. Because the nature of dunya is grief, sorrow, and sadness. And this is something that people don't understand. People want to be happy psychologically. One of the things that Aristotle did in his Nicomachean Ethics, which was a foundational book for Muslims in our tradition, because it was Arabized by Ibn Miskawi, and then it was the process of its aslama was through Raghib al-Isfahani, Imam al-Ghazali, who wrote Mizan al-Amal. So, because Aristotle was given a lot of gifts, and he definitely, he was given a hikmah, and the Prophet said, al-hikmatu dallatul mu'min. The wisdom is the lost property of a believer. Wherever he finds it, he has more right to it. And this is why the Muslims were syncretists. Wherever they went, they benefited from the knowledges of the people that they found. Salman al-Farisi taught the trench warfare. The Prophet ﷺ didn't say, this is a Persian bid'ah, we're not going to do this. He said, that's a good idea. People don't understand the trench because Medina was between these two, what they called labatani. Laba in Arabic is lava. Lava. Ba and va are labials. So lava, they were lava tracks. And the Medina had these lava tracks around them, but there was one area that didn't. It wasn't protected because the lava tracks, you can't ride on them and it's very difficult to walk on them. If you've ever seen the lava tracks in Medina, if you go outside of Medina where they still are, because they've removed most of them. But if you go out, you can't walk on them because they're really sharp and pointed. So Medina was protected. But there was one area that was open, and this is where they built the trench. So they couldn't get around them, and then they were in the trench. Right? And so when but the point of that is, that's another story. The point of that is that Salman was the one that suggested the trench. And the Prophet ﷺ said it's a good idea, and because he saw trench warfare in Persia. And so he took something from another culture, introduced it, and the Prophet ﷺ said, that's useful for us. The Arabs, when they got there, they'd never seen it. They didn't know what to do. Because they weren't used to that. And the Prophet ﷺ said, al-harbu khud'a, war is deception. That's also begins the great treatise on war by Sun Tzu. War is deception. The nature of war is you want to trick your enemy into thinking one thing and doing another thing. So the grief, the point of this is that Aristotle said that grief, that happiness, true happiness, cannot be determined at any point in one's life. Happiness is the sum total of the entire life. To be sa'id or to be shaqi is not determined at any one point in your life. And this is why the Western pursuit of happiness is a psychological state. And this is why they will use antidepressants to get that state. Because they want to be happy psychologically, not realizing that happiness is a spiritual state, not a psychological state. It's a spiritual state of being, according to Aristotle, of being virtuous. In our tradition, of being amongst the people of Sa'ada, which are the Su'ada, are the people, Taha, ma anzalna alayka al-Quran li tashqa. We didn't send this book for you to be miserable. Mafhum al-mukhalafa, anzalnahu li tas'ad. We sent it for you to be happy. فَبِذَلِكَ فَلْيَفْرَحُوا هُوَ خَيْرٌ مِمَّا يَجْمَعُونَ. Let them rejoice in the book and the sunnah. It's better than what they're gathering from dunya that they're trying to make them happy. Because every pursuit in life is a pursuit for happiness. If you ask somebody, what do you want in life? They say, I want money. Money is not an end. Because you'll say, why do you want money? And they'll say, well, because it'll give me freedom. Why do you want freedom? You can keep asking them that. In the end, they have to come to the conclusion what they really want is to be happy. And that's why happiness is an end in itself. It's not a means to another thing. I'm not happy to fall in love. I fall in love to be happy. I'm not pursuing wealth merely to the pursuit of what, unless it's pathological. Because you can have, like, there are people that are pathological. They're diseased people. They have pathologies, like the miser who collects wealth. He doesn't benefit from it. He's actually poor. Because wealth is what you use. It's not what you have. Your risk, there's a khilaf amongst the ulama, but the risk really is what you use, not what you have. Because you might be acquiring it for somebody else, and you don't even know it. So happiness is what we want, but you are going to have difficulties in your life. And that's why you have to be spiritually fortified for them. This is the nature of life. This is a daru ham. It's an abode of anxiety. It's an abode of depression. It's an abode of concern. Right? This is the great noble truth that, the Eastern traditions, that life is suffering. Life is suffering in that the nature of life is its impermanence. And things that are impermanent will never give you true satisfaction. The only thing that will satisfy you in life is what's permanent. And the only thing that is permanent is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is why no matter what you're going after in dunya, it's all an illusion that you're pursuing if you're not pursuing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To be in a state of knowing your Lord. Because with that comes happiness. With that comes contentment. And this is why the awliya are the most contented people in the world. Nothing phases them. It doesn't mean they don't have fear. أَوْجَسَ فِي نَفْسِهِ خِيفَةً. They can have fear. It doesn't mean they don't get depressed. The Prophet ﷺ got depressed. We know that he had huzn. When his son died, he grieved. Grief is a human condition. It's not a negative thing. In fact, grief can open up a door that might have been closed before it happened. And Allah will often put grief into your life in order for you to call on Him and come back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's why you have to embrace that gift. Because if you're a believer, it's a gift. You might not see it, but it is a gift. This is our belief. عَجَبًا لِأَمْرِ الْمُؤْمِنِ فَإِنَّ أَمْرَهُ كُلَّهُ لَهُ خَيْرٌ. Sahih Muslim, Suhaib al-Rumi said, our Prophet ﷺ said, how wondrous is the believer's affair because all of it is good. إِنْ ابْتَدَاهُ صَبَرٌ. If He tries him, if God tries you, He's patient. And if He gives you, He's grateful. Now, there are those who will see the gift in the tribulation, and then that's the highest maqam. قَلِيلٌ مِّنْ عِبَادِيَ الشَّكُورِ. Few of my servants are always grateful. Shakur is always grateful. Right? And what does Iblis want? He wants to make sure that we're not grateful. That's his whole game, is to remove gratitude from your heart. So either you have patience or you have gratitude. But to be in any other state is to be in a dangerous state. And shaitan wants you, he says you will find most of them aren't grateful. That's what he wants, ingratitude. Why? Because he's an ingrate. Kufr means ingratitude. Kufran al-ni'mah. Iblis is an ingrate. And this is why I see Muslims now, they complain all the time. They complain about their hukam. They complain about their social conditions, their economic conditions. It's all complaining. That's all Muslims do. We are the best complainers on the planet. And the thing about complaining, Allah will just give you more to complain about. You want something to really complain about? And then people say, wow, that we thought it was bad then. Look at it now.
Right? That's what the Prophet said, the end of time, the fitan تُرَفِّقُ بَعْضُهَا بَعْضًا. كُلُّ مَا نَزَلَتْ فِتْنَةٌ يَقُولُ مَهْلَكَتِي مَهْلَكَتِي. I'm finished. And then the next one that comes, it's easier than the first. And this is why, if you're not grateful, لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. Right? If you're grateful, I'll increase you. But if you're an ingrate, عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. My adab is fierce. If you want to be ungrateful, I'll give you plenty to be ungrateful about. And that's why gratitude is the best state to be in. The best state to be in is to be in a state of just thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you're in aman, thank God you're not in chaos. If you're in chaos, right, thank God you have iman. At least you have some frame to understand it. Because there's people in chaos that lose their faith. Right? And the idea of losing faith, I mean, may Allah not try any of us with great tribulations, but the whole point of faith, and the new atheists, their argument is that faith is unreasoned belief. For us, it's not. It's reasonable. Our religion is a religion, the Quran is filled with proofs. Look at the dead earth, how we brought it to life. Don't you think we can do that to you? Use your brain. Do you think this all came out of nothing? Do you think you were created for no reason? Right? أَيَحْسُبُ الْإِنسَانَ أَن يُتْرَكَ سُدًى. Does he think he's just going to be left without any reckoning? That he can go and do all this horrible stuff in the world? To oppress people, steal their wealth, rape their children, right? Do all these terrible things, and what? Nothing's going to happen to them? So, these three, the ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ, the one oppressing himself, the muqtasid, and the sabiqun bil khairat, they are all part of this ummah, if they're believers. And this is why يَدْخُلُونَ جَنَّةُ عَدْنٍ يَدْخُلُونَهَا. All of them will enter into paradise. Maybe they'll have a period of purification. Right? They might have to go through some type of pasteurization, the flash heating, and to remove all the impurities. That's possible. Qala ibn Abbas wa ibn Mas'ud, two of the greatest of the interpreters of our religion from amongst the Sahaba. Al-asnafu wal-thalathatu kulluha fi hadhihi al-ummah al-Muhammadiyyati wa kulluhum fil jannah. All of them are part of the Prophet's ummah, and all of them are in paradise. And that's why don't belittle people. If you see a mubtala, if you see a Muslim who's in tribulation, if he's smoking, drinking, if he still has La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, he's from the ummah. And he has hurma. And the other people are from the ummat al-da'wah. You have ummat al-istijaba and ummat al-da'wah. Sometimes in the hadith when the Prophet says ummati, he doesn't just mean the believers. He means also the people who haven't believed yet. Or the disbelievers, because they're part of his ummah. So there are hadiths where the ulama will actually say, here he's most likely talking about ummat al-da'wah wal-istijaba. Both of them. Because he'll say, my ummah, a'maru ummati ma bayna sittina wa sab'een. The age of my ummah, not just Muslims, non-Muslims, is between 60 and 70. Well, isn't it a coincidence that most life on earth today is between 60 and 70 years? Because previous peoples had either shorter or longer lifespans. The ancients had very long lifespans. But he said his ummah would be 60 and 70. So the majority of his ummah, both Muslims and non-Muslims, will live between 60 and 70 years. قالت عائشة رضي الله عنها. Aisha, now we've got a major interpreter of Islam. دخلوا الجنة كلهم. All of them go into paradise. قال كعب الأحبار. كعب الأحبار is a great Yemeni. He was one of the tabi'een. Some people say he was from a Jewish family. Others say he was actually from his mother was a Himyarite and his father was Persian. There's khilaf about Afwan. I'm thinking about Wahab. Ka'b al-Ahbar was one of the the people that knew the Jewish tradition. And he had a lot of knowledge. And a lot of the Israeliyat come from him. The Prophet said, حَدِّثُوا عَنْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ وَلَا حَرَجٍ. So Ka'b al-Ahbar said, استوت مناكبهم ورب الكعبة. By the Lord of this house, their paths are equal. Right? These three. Their paths are equal. وَتَفَاضْرُ بِأَعْمَالِهِمْ. But where they're different, they're all going to Jannah, but where they're different is in their actions. So the more action, the higher your maqam. It's like one of the interesting things about the souk of Medina, the Prophet ﷺ, his souk was an open, it was what we would call today like the flea markets in the West, where first come, first serve. He did not allow people to have stalls. It was the first people that got there got the best place. That was the souk of Medina. So the earliest people to the souk got to choose where they set up. And obviously every souk has the best places, and then you don't want to be in the very back where nobody goes. And this is why even today in malls, but depending on the position, you're going to pay more for your position. Well, this journey to Allah is like this. The first people to get there are going to get, it's like the best hotels, but then when you get there, that's already sold out. You have to go to that hotel. Now, they're all getting there, but it's not going to be the same. So this is the munafasa of khayr, this vying for good. Because paradise there's darajat, there's degrees in paradise. The people that do more here will have more there. But all of it is fawz. If you get in, you've had victory. So no portion of paradise is belittled. It's all fawz. وقال أبو إسحاق السبيعي أما الذي سمعت منذ 60 سنة كلهم ناج. Everything that I have heard for the last 60 years, in other words from the ulama, was that all of them are safe. They're saved. All of them have salvation. وقرأ عمر بن الخطاب هذه الآية ثم قال قال رسول الله سابقون سابقون ومقتصدون ناج وظالمنا مغفور له. Umar radiallahu anhu read this verse from Fatir, and then he said, Sabiquna, our outstripper is Sabiq. He won the race. He's the first one there. It doesn't mean he's the only one that finished. He's the first one there. Muqtasiduna najin. The second one is najin. He's saved. So he gets the second, third, fourth prize. Zalimuna maghfurun lahu. Right? He might have passed out on the way, but the ambulance comes and takes him to the finish line. Right? He's forgiven. And this is why at the end when it says, Inna Rabbana laghafurun shakur. The end of the verse is our Lord is ghafur for the zalim li nafsihi, shakur, right? Forgiving and grateful. ولا شك أن الراكن لهذا العموم مغرور. But if you rely on this general statement that you're forgiven, then you're deluded. So this is a warning from Sidi Muwaq. Don't get deluded. ما لم يقفوا سنن الأئمة المهتدين. If you don't follow the paths of the rightly guided. فقد قال معروف الكرخي, one of the great early righteous people. He was a friend of Ahmed ibn Hanbal's radiallahu anhu, and he was originally from Karkh. طلب الجنة بلا عمل ذنب من الذنوب وانتظار الشفاعة بلا سبب نوع من الغرور ورجاء رحمة من لا يطاع حمق وجهل. To seek paradise without actions is sinfulness from amongst the sins. To wait for the intercession of the Prophet without taking any means is delusion. And to hope for Allah's mercy, for the mercy of one that you don't obey, is stupidity and ignorance.
And that's why the Prophet said, help me with some portion of the night. You know, he said, help me get you across the sirat. Do something so that I can do my job. You have to do your job so that I can do my job. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وأنا إن شاء الله تعالى أذكر في كتابي هذا أدب هذه الأصناف الثلاثة. So I'm going to make mention in this book the adab of these three categories التي ذكر الله سبحانه وتعالى وأتكلم عليها في 9 مقامات بعضها أو بعضها أعلى من بعض. So I'm going to talk about 9 different stations, maqamat. Some of them are higher than others. أبدأ بالمقام التاسع. I'll begin with the 9th maqam, ثم تدلى, and then descend منه إلى المقام الذي بعده, to the next maqam, إلى المقام الأول, and then to the first maqam. ثم أرتقي, and then I will begin to ascend منه إلى المقام الثاني, to the second maqam, ثم إلى الثالث, the third, ثم كذلك إلى المقام التاسع, to the 9th. أبدأ به. وَبِهِ أَخْتِمُ خَتَمَ اللَّهُ لِي بِهِ وَبِمَنِّهِ وَفَضْلِهِ. And I will finish it with the highest maqam. And then he says, خَتَمَ اللَّهُ لِي بِهِ. May Allah make this my khatima, that I'm in that maqam when I die. بِمَنِّهِ وَفَضْلِهِ. سَابِقٌ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. بِمَنِّهِ وَفَضْلِهِ. You see, this is the understanding, but through His grace and His bounty. فَاذْكُرُوا فِي التَّدَلِّي الْمَقْصُودِ بِاخْتِصَارٍ. I'm going to mention the tadalli I'm going to abridge this. وَبِالتَّرَقِّ بِالْبَسْطِ وَالْإِكْثَارِ. But elevation, so the descending ranks, I'm going to not speak a lot about them. But on the ascending ones, I'll speak more about them. اقتداء بصاحب كتاب أدب الدين للماوردي. أدب الدين والدنيا was a book written by the great Shafi'i scholar al-Mawardi, and so he said he's going to use that. قال القلوب ترتاح إلى الفنون المختلفة. Hearts find repose in or comfort in a lot of variety. Like if you talk about the same thing all the time, people get bored. They say the fanatic is somebody who always speaks about who only has one thing on his mind, right? And he'll never change the subject. It's just the same thing over and over again. Whereas this is, he's saying, I'm going to talk about different things. ذكر حكاية عن المامون. Mamun was the ruler. قال كان ينتقل في قصره من موضع إلى موضع وينشد قول أبو العتاهية. He would move about in his palace from one place to another, and he would recite the verses from Abu al-Atahiyya, was a famous poet that talked a lot about death. And لا يصلح النفس إذ كانت مدبرة إلا تنقل من حال إلى حال. That nothing will benefit the soul if it's moving away, in a negative sense, except to change conditions. So if you're going down a bad road, you need to change your circumstances. You need to change your condition. وكذلك قول عياض في صدر مداركه. Qadi Iyad wrote a famous book, ترتيب المدارك, about the great Maliki scholars, and he said in it, جمعنا من أخبار أعيان المالكية وسير قضاتهم ونوادر من فتاوى فقهائهم ما يحتاج الحكام إليه ولا غنى للعلماء عنه. So he said, I have gathered in this book stories of the great Maliki scholars, أعيان, the notables, and the siyar, the biographies of the great judges, and also unusual stories, unusual things from their fatwa, the responsi, the legal responses of the jurists, what rulers need and ulama should not be unaware of. Like they need it as well. أثبتنا من مناهج صلحائهم ما ترجى بركاته, and I have confirmed from the ways of the righteous in what we would hope to get from their blessings. فقد قال سفيان عند ذكر الصالحين تنزل الرحمة. Sufyan, the great jurist, said, when you mention the righteous, mercy descends. And so there's important truth about making mention of righteous people. وقال أبو حنيفة الحكايات عن العلماء أحب إلي من كثير من الفقه. That I prefer to listen to the stories of the righteous even more than a lot of fiqh. So the stories of the righteous are very important. وانتقينا أثناء ذلك من ملح آدابهم ما ينشط النفس عند كسرها ويصقل عنها رين صدائها. فقد قال علي رضي الله عنه سل النفوس سعة سعة فإنها تصدى كما يصدى الحديد. And I have chosen from amongst them ملح آدابهم. Mulha al-Hariri wrote a book called Mulhat al-I'rab. These are like the, like the bon mot in like these clever things that they said, interesting things, witticisms and things that they have said from the adab of these people that will excite the nafs in a good way, energize the nafs, the soul. When it's lazy, it will remove the rust. When the heart gets rusty, because Ali said, give yourselves some entertainment, tasliya, give yourselves some entertainment, because the hearts will grow weary. If you don't have something to lighten things up, if it's always heavy, then you're going to get worn out. وحدثني شيخنا المنتوري. Al-Minturi was one of the great ulama of Andalusia. He's the Shaykh of Sidi Muwaq, and he comes from a long line of great ulama. Ibn Lubbin was his teacher. This is from the madrasa of Imam al-Shatibi. These are the great maqasidi, fuqaha, and jurists. Going back to Ibn Abd al-Barr, Qadi Iyad, Ibn Abd al-Barr, Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, really truly great giants in our tradition. And he said that Al-Minturi related to me bisanadihi, in a sanad muttasil, which is the way of our tradition, ila Abu al-Abbas ibn al-Arif. Ibn al-Arif, who died in the early 6th century, was a great scholar from Marrakesh, and he has a famous book called Al-Majalis, which just recently got published. Dr. Ashaq gave it to me. It's a brilliant book about the stations. And so he was sitting with him. Ibn al-Arif was he said, قال كنت في مجلس أستاذي أبي علي الصدفي. Abu Ali al-Sadafi was a student of Ibn Abd al-Barr. Ibn Abd al-Barr is called Hafiz al-Maghrib, one of the greatest muhaddithin in the history of Islam. He knew over 100,000 hadith. He wrote the famous Istidkar, many books. He wrote Fadr al-Ilm. Abu Ali was his student. Ibn al-Arif was learning hadith from this great muhaddith. Now listen to this story. أقرأ علي الحديث. I'm reading hadith with him. فقرأ يوما الحديث ثم أغلق الكتاب. So he's reading the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, and then he closed the book. وجعل يحكي حكاية الصالحين. فوقع في نفسي كيف يجيز الشيخ أن يقطع حديث رسول الله ويحكي الحكايات. So he's just thinking in his heart, how could the Shaykh leave the hadith and start talking about stories about the Salihin? قال فما تم لي الخاطر. I didn't complete my thought. حتى نظر إلي الشيخ شزرا. Until the Shaykh looked askance at me. Askance, like, what's up with you? فقال يا أحمد الحكايات جند من جنود الله. Stories are soldiers from the soldiers of God. In other words, they reinforce you. A soldier is to protect you. These are soldiers from the soldiers of God. يُثَبِّتَ اللَّهُ بِهَا قُلُوبَ الْعَارِفِينَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ. This is the way the hearts of those who know God are strengthened and affirmed. قال فما بقي في جسدي شعرة إلا قطر منها العرق.
There wasn't a hair on my flesh that didn't start sweating. This is called kishf. فَلَمَّا رَآنِي دُهِشْتُ. When he saw that I was really shocked. قال لي يا أحمد أين مصداق ذلك من كتاب الله تعالى. Where do you find the truth of that in the book of Allah? What he just told him. He said, الشيخ أعلم. The Shaykh knows better. قال قوله تعالى كُلًّا نَقُصُّ عَلَيْكَ مِنْ أَنْبَاءِ الرُّسُلِ مَا نُثَبِّتُ بِهِ فُؤَادَكَ. These are the stories of the prophets that we tell you in order to strengthen your heart. And this is for the prophets. Now, the stories of the prophets also strengthen our heart, but prophets are prophets. When we hear the stories of the salihun, we know that we can be like them. We can't be like the prophets. We can emulate to the best of our ability, but we can be like the righteous. And that's why their stories are to us what the prophet's stories were to the Prophet ﷺ. They strengthen our heart. Now, just, you know, when I was first studying with Marabt al-Hajj, my teacher in Tuaymarat, I was sitting with him, and he had me for the first 3 months. He actually had me. I lived in his tent and slept on the same khatta with him, like on the bed. And I was the only student that I was told that he ever did that with. And then I wanted to go and make my own. He didn't tell me to go. I just started feeling, you know, all the other students were over in the student housing, which were basically little twig huts made from old sacks of rice. So anyway, I was sitting with them, and I was looking at his dara', you know, his robe, and it had a lot of dust on it, very dirty. And I was thinking, it just occurred to my heart, an-nadafatu min al-iman. It just occurred to my heart. He was reading, and he closed his book, and he looked at me, and he said, Hamza, سمعت الحديث البذاذة من الإيمان. Have you ever heard the hadith al-badadatu min al-iman? And I said, no. And he said, atadri al-badada? Do you know what badada is? I said, no. He said, jib al-qamus. Go get the dictionary, because he used the dictionary of al-Fayruz Abadi. So I went and got the qamus, and I looked up badada. And it said, having no consideration for the appearance of your clothes. And a few years after that, I was in Medina, and I mentioned that to some people, and one of the people there said, أنا أستبعد هذا الحديث. I find that hadith difficult to... And I went to the bookstore, and I saw the book of Kandahlawi, Hujjatullah al-Baligha, and I actually bought it. It's still in my library, and I have the page marked. And I just opened it. You know, I wasn't looking for anything. I opened it, and it said, as for the hadith al-tahur, shatr al-iman, wal-ahadith allati waradat fi al-nadafa, la tunafi al-hadith al-badadha min al-iman. As for the hadiths that are all about cleanliness, they don't negate the hadiths about unkeptness. Because the hadiths about unkeptness are for the Bedouin. Because if the Bedouin didn't have that hadith, they would feel bad because they live in the outdoors. And so the dust gets them all the time. Their floor is made out of dust. They sleep on the earth. So their clothes will get soiled. And so that relates to the Bedouin, which Marabt al-Hajj was Bedouin.
But that's an example when you read these stories. These are real stories. These aren't made up stories. These are real stories that, there's people that, and it's not that they can necessarily read your heart, but it can be on their tongue, and they just say that thing at that time because that's what you need to hear. And so that's why they say when you're with the awliya, you have to guard your heart. Right? When you're with the salihun. وَلَا نُزَكِّي عَلَى اللَّهِ أَحَدٍ. We don't claim anything about anybody. Allah knows who His awliya are, but نَحْسِبُهُمْ كَذَلِكَ. We think of them that. We have a good opinion of these people. We should really have an opinion of every Muslim as a wali. That should be our opinion, because wilaya, there's wilaya amma and wilaya khasa. Wilaya amma, every Muslim, Allahu waliyul ladina amanu. Allah is the wali of every believer. So every believer is in wilaya with Allah. And those believers could be amongst people that you think are non-believers at the time. So you should even consider non-believers are possibly awliya of Allah. Because you don't know their end. Omar was always a wali of God, even when he was bowing to idols in Mecca. Because Allah's knowledge doesn't change. He doesn't find out something new about Omar. Oh, I didn't know he was going to believe. Allah knows he's going to believe. So he was Allah's friend even when he was in his state of shirk. In the ilm of Allah. In the knowledge of God. So, the stories are important, and that's why traditionally they've been recorded and told for this reason. قال الجنيد الحكايات جند من جنود الله. So, what he's showing is that Imam al-Sadafi is taking from Imam al-Junayd, because this is the silsila. So he was really quoting Imam al-Junayd, the great scholar who is praised by all. He's an imam by ijma'. Nobody of Ahl Sunnah rejects his imamah. He's called Imam al-Ta'ifatain, the people of outward and the people of inward. He says, Al-Junayd al-Hikayat jundun min junudi la yuqawwi biha Allahu abdan al-muridin. This is the way Allah strengthens the bodies of the believers so that they can do more. وَكَانَ سِيدِي الْمِنْتُورِ رَحِمُهُ اللَّهِ لَمْ يَزَلْ يُنْشِدُنَا. And then Sidi Muwaq is saying, Sidi al-Minturi, his sheikh, would always recite these poems. أُسْرُدْ حَدِيثَ الصَّالِحِينَ وَسَمِّيهِمْ. Tell the stories of the righteous and name them. فَبِذِكْرِهِمْ تَتَنَزَّلُ الرَّحَمَاتُ. Because of mentioning their stories, you feel the mercy of Allah descend. وَحْضُرْ مَجَالِسُهُمْ تَنَالْ بَرَكَاتِهِمْ. Sit in their gatherings, you will get their blessings. وَقُبُورُهُمْ زُرْهَا إِذَا مَا مَاتُوا. And visit their tombs after they die. For the sake of Allah, because it's a ziyarah to a brother for the sake of Allah, right? Or a sister. When I was in Cyprus, I went to visit somebody in Cyprus. Haram is buried there, Al-Ansariya. We went and visited her place. Now, obviously, there are people that call people that do that quburiyun and things like that. The tombs of the salihin, they serve the religion, and you're visiting them out of love for them. You make dua for them. This has been a sunnah. The Prophet ﷺ visited Hamza. He visited the Baqi'. He used to go to Baqi'. He said, "Kuntu anhaakum an ziyarat al-qubur fazuruha." I used to tell you, don't visit the graves, because he was worried. But after he knew that they understood Islam, he sent them to the graves to visit them. They remind you of the akhirah. That's a primary reason. But visiting people for the sake of Allah is one of the aspects of our religion. And those who serve the religion, you visit them, because man zara akhan lillah la yazuruhu illa lillah. He didn't la yufarriq bayna al-hayy wal mayyit. But what people do at tombs, there's a lot of munkarat, and that's why people that don't know the adab of visiting
a grave shouldn't visit them. I mean, that's part of the problem. Even at the Prophet's tomb, people do things that are incorrect there. You know, and a lot of the reaction of that group against the people of visiting graves comes from genuine problems at grave sites in the Muslim world. There's a lot of bid'ah, there's a lot of munkarat. There's people that go and sit and they tie knots, the nuta, which was a jahili practice at the graves. You know, so these are problems. But generally, if you're in a place and there's righteous people that they call them mazar, then it's good to go and say salam, because we believe they can hear you in the grave. Salamun alaykum ya dar qawm al-mu'minin antum as-sabiqun nahnu lahiqun. He didn't say salamu alayhim. He did kaf and mukhataba. He used the word that you speak to a person who's present. And there's a khilaf about can the dead hear or not hear, but the majority of ulama have always said they can hear. Some of the people say that was a khas of the Prophet when he spoke to the people in Badr, in their graves. And the Sahaba asked, can they hear? And the verse in the Quran that you know, la tusmi' al-mauta, you can't make the dead hear. That is about, and even if you read in the context of the ayah, it's about the making the dead of hearts. You can't get the message to them. If their heart is dead, they're not going to hear. لَقَدْ نَدَيْتَ لَقَدْ أَسْمَعْتَ لَوْ نَدَيْتَ حَيَّا وَلَكِنْ لَا حَيَاةَ لِمَنْ تُنَادِي. Like the poet said, you would have made him hear if you were calling a dead person. But the one you're calling has no life. He's talking about dead heart. Because al-qulub tamutu kama tamut al-abdan. The Prophet said that hearts die just like bodies die. وَأُسَمِّي كِتَابِي هَذَا سَنَنَ الْمُهْتَدِينَ فِي مَقَامَاتِ الدِّينِ. I've called this book the path, not sunan, sanan. The sanan, لَتَتَّبِعُنَّ السَّنَنَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. You will follow the path of those who went before you. So it's sanan. He said it could be called a tadalli wa taraqi, going up and going down. لأن أوله تدلٍ, it begins with going down. وآخره ترقٍ, and it ends with ascending up. وبالله أستعين, I ask Allah for help. وأعوذ به سبحانه أن أقول في علم بغير علم. And I seek refuge in Allah to speak about knowledge without knowledge, or to act in this religion, أو أعمل في الدين بغير يقين, or to act without certainty. وحسبي الله لا إله إلا هو عليه توكلت وهو رب العرش العظيم وما توفيقي إلا بالله عليه توكلت وإليه ينيب وقصدي الاقتداء حتى في العبارة فلا تعدى عبارة من أثق به من العلماء. And my intention here is to follow, even in my expressions. So I will use expressions that have already been used by ulama before me. فأفتتح خطابي بحمدة أبي حامد في الإحياء. So I'm going to begin with Abu Hamid's beginning of the Ihya. So he begins the book just quoting directly from the Ihya. Ahmadullah Rabbi hamdan kathira. I praise Allah, my Lord, with great praise. الذي جعل الليل والنهار خلفة لمن أراد أن يذكر أو أراد شكورا. I praise Allah with a great praise, the one who made the night and the day to interchange, alteration of night and day, for the one who wants to remember in it and for the one who wants to be constantly grateful. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد الذي بعثه بالحق بشيرا ونذيرا. Praise be to the one, and prayers, benedictions on our master Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was sent with truth as a giver of glad tidings and a warner. أما بعد, as for what follows. فإن الله سبحانه وتعالى جعل الأرض ذلولا. Allah has made this earth easy to traverse. لعباده ليتخذوها منزلا, so that they would take in it a place where they could alight upon. فَيَتَزَوَّدُونَ مِنْهَا مُحْتَرِزِينَ مِنْ مَصَايِدِهَا, so that they could fortify themselves with what they need in the next stage of the journey and guard against its traps. وَمَعَاطِبِهَا, and the places where you can be destroyed. وَيَتَحَقَّقُونَ أَنَّ الْعُمَرْ يَسِيرُ بِهِمْ سَيْرَ السَّفِينَةِ بِرُكَّابِهَا. And they realize that life moves with them the way a ship moves with its passengers. We're on a ship. We don't feel like we're moving. I was once, people have heard this story before, but I was once in Arizona, and I was with Shaykh Abdullah Wad Ahmedna, one of the great Mauritanian scholars, the grandson of Murabit al-Hajj, and a first-rate scholar in his own right. He actually memorized Sahih al-Bukhari in my house. We were on one of those electronic walkways that they have in airports, and he'd never been on one before. He grew up in the Sahara, and initially, if you watch people that aren't familiar with them, they're very scared when they get on because it's very weird to get on and have the earth move under you. So we got on, and he was like, "Subhanallah," he's just amazed, and then we're just on it, moving, and he said, "This is just like dunya. You think you're standing still, but you're moving towards the end." And I swear, as Allah is my witness, when we got to the end, there was a sign warning the end comes abruptly. And I translated it for him. I said, "Subhanallah, hada indar an-nihaya ta'ti baghdatan." And he just said, "Subhanallah." He said, "Ahl ad-dunya fi ghafla." People of dunya are in ghafla. And so he's saying that it's like you're on a ship. And then he says, أول منازلهم, the first alighting place is al-mahad. We were all in a crib or some type of bed, right, of a baby. All of us that were here. At one point, we begin this earthly journey in a crib. And it ends with the lahad. From the mahad to the lahad. It ends in a grave. And between the two, and then he said, وَالْوَطَنْ الْجَنَّةَ أَوْ النَّارِ. So this is a journey, and the land you're going to is either a paradise or a hell. One or the other. No third place. وَالْعُمْرُ مَسَافَةُ هَذَا السَّفَرِ. Life is the distance of the journey. And we don't know how long our distances are. We have a relative understanding, but we don't know how long it is. وَالسِّنُونَ مَرَاحِلِ. The years are the marahil. A marhala is the amount of time that it takes to travel in one day, walking, for the Arabs. They call it a marhala. It's from the rihla. Yarhalu. Rahila yarhalu. To move on a journey. So the marhala is what it takes. It's around, the Malikis say it's around 45 kilometers, about 28 miles. Some say it's 24 miles. Some say, I think the Hanafis have it's longer. But these are classical ways of measuring distance. So the years are like marahil. Ash-shuhur farasikh. The months are like the farsakh, which is a Persian word, parsang, which is another type of measurement. These are Sharia measurements, by the way. And there's a khilaf about how far a parsang is. But it's about 3 miles. The parsang, the farsakh, is the amount of walking that you will do before you'll want to sit down and rest for a little bit. So that's a farsakh. He's saying that's a month. Al-ayyamu amyal, the days are miles. So the mil is the distance before something on the horizon will start dipping. So the mail. In English we call it a mile, but it's from Arabic. The mil is clearly from Arabic. And this was a Sharia category. There's a khilaf about it based on the khilaf of the farsakh. So some say it's 3,000 zira' doing this, or 100,000 ispa'. So you can go out, and measure how much. If it's 3,000, then it's about 48 miles, English miles. The Malikis have a khilaf about it. Is it 1,500 or 2,000? They differ on the amount. The Mauritanians go by 32 miles. So the safar with them is 32 miles. Most
The Shafi'is, I think, go by 48 miles, and the Hanafis are a little longer. Well, do you know? It's 48 English miles, right? Yeah.
So he's saying the mile is like the days.
وَالْأَنْفَاسُ خُطُوَاتٍ, and your breaths are like steps. Every breath is a step towards your end. وَالطَّاعَةُ هِيَ الْبِضَاعَةِ, obedience is what you're going to in the souk. It's what you're taking to sell. Right? So your bida'ah is obedience to Allah. That's what you're going to sell when you get to the marketplace, that determines whether you're bankrupt or whether you're rich. وَالْأَوْقَاتِ هِيَ رَأْسُ الْمَالِ, your time is your capital. وَالشَّهَوَاتِ قُطَعُ الطَّرِيقِ, and your appetites are highway brigands on this journey. They're the brigands on the road that will steal from you your bida'ah. They'll steal your what you have.
وَالرِّبْحُ الْفَوْزُ بِلِقَاءِ اللَّهِ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى فِي دَارِ السَّلَامِ, and your profit is having victory with the meeting of Allah in the abode of peace. مع الملك الكبير مع الملك الكبير والنعيم المقيم, with great dominion you're given mulk and you're given great pleasure. فإن كانت خسارة والعياذ بالله, but if you're at loss, may Allah protect us, فهي فوت هذا الربح العظيم, it's the losing this great profit. ويا ليت ذلك كان خاصة بل مع العذاب الأليم, and would that all you did was just lose, but you also get a painful chastisement. في دركات الجحيم, in the descending stairs of hell. فالغافل عن نفس من أنفاسه حتى ينقضي في غير ما يقربه إلى الله زلفى قد عرض نفسه في يوم التغابن لخيبة وخسارة ما لهما منتهى. So the one who's heedless of the breaths he takes until they're over, in not using them to draw him near to Allah, he has exposed his soul to being cheated out of this great profit with loss and shame and what those two entail. قال الشاطبي في موافقته ولذلك قهر السلف الصالح أنفسهم تحت مشقات التعبد. And for this reason, وسووا بين الواجب والمندوب في طلب الفعل وبين المحرم والمكروه في طلب الترك وعدوا من لم يعمر أنفاسه بطالا. And for this reason, Ash-Shatibi in his muwafaqat says, for this reason, the early community, the righteous Salaf al-Salih, they conquered their souls and put them under the difficulties of doing a lot of ibadah, and they considered wajib and mandub to be the same, and in doing good, and they considered the muharram and the makruh to be the same in avoiding it. And they considered that the one that did not fill his breasts with good was useless. If you weren't doing good. قال علي وقال على هذا وقال علي هذا نبه حديث الندامة وقال وعلى هذا نبه حديث الندامة. The Arabic has its little tricks in there. وعلى هذا, and upon this, نبه حديث الندامة. The hadith about nadama is reminding us, يوم القيامة يندم المحسن ألا يكون أزداد ويندم المسيء ألا يكون نزع. On the Yawm al-Qiyamah, the one who did good will regret that he didn't do more, and the one that did evil will regret that he didn't decease from it. قال السحنون, the great Maliki scholar, رأيت ابن القاسم وغيره فما رأيت مثل عبد الرحيم. I saw Ibn Qasim and I saw others, but I didn't see anybody like Abdul Rahim al-Rib'i. He was called the Zahid, very pious man. Sahnun said about him,
I knew the outward of the others, but I knew his inward. There's a story that Sahnun used to always ask Ibn al-Qasim for dalil, right? And one day they were sitting on a pier, and Ibn al-Qasim was sewing something, and he dropped the needle, and a fish came up with the needle in his mouth and gave it back to him. He said, after that, I never asked him for dalil. You know, the Malikis never asked for dalil in fiqh. And this is why if you read the Mutawwana, Malik had two majlis. He had the majlis of hadith and the majlis of fiqh. The other madhabs tended to focus on dalil in the fiqh, but Malik didn't. He saw fiqh and hadith were two separate sciences. Fiqh was the istinbat. And his students, he expected them to know the hadith. So it's not that they didn't have dalils, but he didn't mix them. And traditionally, the fuqaha were often not great muhaddithin. Some of them were. Malik, out of the four imams, is the only one to be considered at the highest rank of hadith. Ahmed is a muhaddith and a faqih, but he's of a lower rank than Imam Malik in hadith. Imam Shafi'i was a muhaddith and a faqih, but he's lower than Ahmed in hadith. Abu Hanifa was a muhaddith. They were all muhaddithun. But their rank was not the rank of Malik. Malik had the highest rank of his generation in the hadith, which is why Imam al-Bukhari considered the silsila dhahabiyya, the soundest chain, the golden chain, was Malik an Nafi' an Ibn Umar. If he found that, he didn't consider there to be a higher chain in hadith. But they're all muhaddithun, all of them. ومن كلام السحنون انظر أبدا الأمرين يكون فيهما الثواب فأثقلهما عليك هو الأفضل. Always look, if you have two things that you're deciding about, look at the reward. And the heaviest one on you is the best. Now there is a hadith, ما خير رسول الله, Aisha رضي الله عنها said, ما خير رسول الله بين أمرين إلا اختار أيسرهما. He wasn't given a choice between two things, except he chose the easier of the two things. And there's a lot of different interpretations about what that hadith meant. But there's a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ told Aisha, al-ajru ala qadr al-nasab. You know, the reward is in how much you exert yourself in a thing. So there's a lot of reward. Reminding yourself that your body has a right as well. But Sahnun was somebody who practiced. One of his students said about him, he said, كَانَ كَلَامُهُ لِلَّهِ إِذَا أَرَادَ أَن يَتَحَدَّث كَانَ يَسْكُتْ وَإِذَا أَرَادَ أَن يَتَكَلَّمْ وَإِذَا أَرَادَ أَن يَسْكُتْ كَانَ يَتَكَلَّمْ. That if his nafs wanted to speak, he would go silent. And if his nafs wanted to be silent, he would speak. So he was doing riyadha, you know, tarbiyah. He was doing that, and that's a level of awareness about, because the speaking is very dangerous. The tongue is. I think Dr. Omar's talking about that in his class. And then ثم نقل عنه أنه قال زيادة الإخوان نقص من العمل. Having too many friends, Facebook people, listen up. Having too many friends will waste your time. It's going to diminish your ability to do good deeds. You know, and I'll tell you, this is an age where Iblis, man, he has tools he's never had before. People could not backbite if they were alone. Not that long, you couldn't backbite if you were alone. Now, you can backbite all the time. You know what so-and-so did? Really? Wow, what an idiot. Yeah, LOL, you know. They're all doing it, just saying things. They sit, now people in the same circle will say things about somebody in the very circle. So it's a new type of backbiting. Because they're present, but they're unaware that you're saying something about them. Like, what an idiot. Click, it goes to them and they're, you know, snicker, snicker, yuck, yuck.
قال المحاسبي تبدأ في أوامر الله بالأوجب فالأوجب والأفضل فالأفضل. Imam al-Muhasibi, one of the great people of Tazkiyah, he was also, Ahmed spoke very highly of him. He said, in the commands of Allah, always begin with the most awjab, fal-awjab. In other words, triage. The most important, always do those first. Always pray the fard before you do any nafila, unless the nafila precedes the fard. Like for dhuhr, you have 4 before. But always, if you haven't prayed dhuhr, and it's dhuhr time, don't think about doing some other act of goodness. And then, wal afdal fal afdal, do the best and then the next best. فَإِن لَمْ يَتَبَيَّن لَكَ فِي أَمْرَيْنِ أَيِّهِمَا أَفْضَلُ. And if it's not clear to you in the 2 matters which one is better, وَأَوْجَبْ فَأْتِ الَّذِي هُوَ أَثْقَلُ عَلَى قَلْبِكَ. If you can't determine which one is more of an obligation, then do the one that's heaviest on your heart. فإنه لا يؤمن عليك أن تعمل العمل الذي خف عليك لهوى نفسك. Because you're not safe from your hawa, you'll want to do the easier one on your nafs, right? So the nafs will trick you into, oh, you should do that first, but it's really, it just wants to get out of doing the other one. فإن استوى الأمران فلم تقدر أو فلم تقدر أن تعرف أثقالهما أو أخفهما فليعرض نفسه حينئذ على الموت وهو مقيم عليه وعلى أيهما يحب أن يأتيه الموت. If he still can't decide, then think about, you're going to die right away. Which one would you rather have in your mizan? If you could only do one before you die. That's another way of looking at it. فإن النفس المؤمنة وإن كانت غافلة عاصية لا تتمنى لقاء الله ولا تحب إلا على الخير والصافي. Because the nafs, even though it's in heedlessness and it's disobedient, it doesn't want to meet Allah unless it's in a good state. الذي ترجو أن ينجيه من عذاب الله سبحانه وتعالى لأنه لا هون لها عند الموت في الدنيا إنما هواها في الدنيا للحياة ما دامت حياة. Because there's no hawa about death. The hawa is about things in this world. قال أبو حامد إمام الغزالي وكل نفس من أنفاسك خاتمة إذ يمكن أن يكون الموت متصلا به. So every breath that you take could be your last, because death will be in one of those breaths. انظر وعلى فرضا أنه ليس بآخر نفس. So think about this hypothetically, that it's not your last breath. فقد قال أرباب القلوب ما من نفس تبديه إلا وله قدر فيك يمضيه. So no breath will come from you except that it's been decreed that you will finish it. يجب عليك أن تصرف ذلك النفس في طاعة مولاك. So you should use it in the obedience of Allah. وترضى بما يرد عليك منه وإن خالف هواك. And be pleased with what you do from it, that it's going against your passion or your desire. فإن صوفت هذا النفس لنفس آخر, if you procrastinate this nafas thinking that you have another breath, ذهب هذا النفس وسيلحقك عليه الأسف. You will lose that breath and you will regret it down the road. قال تاج الدين لا تترقب فروغ الأغيار فإن ذلك يقطعك عن وجود مراقبة له فيما هو مقيمك فيه. وقال إحالتك الأعمال على وجود الفراغ من رعونات النفوس. He's saying that putting off actions based on this idea that you're going to have leisure time to do it is one of the blemishes of the soul. وانظر, and you're doing Ibn Ashur now. One of the things Ibn Ashur says, وَعْلَمْ أَنَّ رَصَدِ الْآفَاتِ حُبْ الرِّيَاسَةِ وَطَرْحُ الْآتِ. That the root of all of the sinfulness is love of leadership and putting off what's coming, procrastination. And there's a hadith, التسويف شعار الشيطان. Procrastination is the Satan's slogan. You got time, don't worry. Be able to do it. Somebody asked Sahal bin Abdullah Tusturi, متى يستريح الفقير? When will the poor one get
repose. قال إذا لم يرى غير الوقت الذي هو فيه, when his time runs out. Because the hadith says, المستريح والمستراح منه. انظر هذا مع الذي قالوه إنه هو التصوف أن يكون في الوقت فيما هو أولى في الوقت. It's been said that tasawwuf is simply to be doing at any given time the most appropriate thing for that time. And this is why there's a famous statement of Sufi ibn waqtihi. The Sufi is the son of the moment. In other words, he or she is aware of the moment that they're in and the preciousness of that moment, and that it could be the last moment. And so they're always doing what is best at that moment. وقال تاج الدين في حكمه, so Taj al-Din in his the Hikam al-Ata'iyya, Ibn Ata'illah said, حقوق الأوقات لا يمكن قضاؤها إذ ما من وقت يرد إلا ولله فيه عليك حق جديد أو أمر أكيد فكيف تقضي فيه حق غيره وأنت لم تقضي حق الله فيه. The rights of times, of specific times, you can never fulfill them. Because there's no time that comes except God has in it a new right and a confirmed matter. So how could you complete the rights of other than it if you can't complete the haqq of Allah in it? So you have to do your best. قال عياض كان مالك لا يره أحد من أهله ولا من أصدقائه إلا متعمما لابسا ثيابه لا يضحك ولا يتكلم فيما لا يعنيه يقول لا يكون العالم عالما حتى يكون كذلك حتى يحتاط لنفسه بما لو تركه لم يكن عليه فيه إثم. قاضي عياض said Malik لا يراه أحد من أهله ولا من أصدقائه إلا متعمما لابسا ثيابه. Nobody, even his own family members or his friends, ever saw him without his turban on and dressed properly. He didn't laugh a lot, and he never spoke about what didn't concern him. And he used to say, a scholar is not a scholar until he's like that. حتى يحتاط لنفسه, that he is careful about his soul. بما لو تركه لم يكن عليه فيه إثم, that if he left it to its own devices, it still wouldn't be sinful. His soul is under control. Any Oh, I wanted to just, go ahead. I wanted to, they had a border incident. May Allah protect this country. I want to mention something. We're living in a time where you have these people, we're living in a time when you have these mad people doing crazy things, killing indiscriminately. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Man qatala tahta rayatin amniyatan or ammiyatan." Whoever fights under a blind flag, وَمَاتَ مَاتَ مِيتَةٍ جَاهِلِيَّةٍ. Sahih hadith. You fight under a blind flag. In other words, you don't know who you're really fighting for. When you die, it's a jahili death. These are blind flags out there. People doing all this. So we don't know who they are. We don't know who's involved in these things. And in the same hadith, it says that they don't distinguish between innocence and guilty, which is the essence of terrorism. You can't blow people up. You go into a place and just kill people. Muslims would never have done that. This is a completely new demonic thing. Now, the hadith in Sahih Bukhari, which is related by
Imam al-Bukhari from Abdullah ibn al-Muhtadin. It's related by Hudayfa ibn Yaman, who knew a lot about the end of time. He was very interested in the end of time. He relates a lot of hadith about the end of time. But hadith is inside al-Bukhari. And Hudayfa said, كان الناس يسألون رسول الله عن الخير وكنت أسأله عن الشر مخافة أن يدركني. That people were asking the Prophet about good, but I asked him about evil, out of fear that I might find it. So he said, Ya Rasulullah, قلت Ya Rasulullah, كنا في جاهلية وشر فجاءنا الله بهذا الخير فهل بعد هذا الخير من شر? O Messenger of Allah, we were in Jahiliyyah, this age of zealot ignorance and evil. So, is after this evil, is after this good, and then God brought this good to us, is after that good any evil? And the Prophet said, نعم. قلت فهل بعد ذلك الشر من خير? Then is there good again after that evil? He said, نعم. وفيه دخن. Yes, but it will be tainted. Will have like the effects of like a fire. When a house gets on fire, you get the soot that's on the wall. It will have the effect of. And then he said, ما دخنه قلت ما دخنه يا رسول الله. What's this soot? And he said, قوم يهدون بغير هدي ويستنون بغير سنة في رواية. People that will guide with other than my guidance. And who that can be used, Ibn Abi Jamrah says it can be used for balala or for good or evil. The word has yahdiyat al-jahim that can lead them to it. Just means to lead, but generally means good, guide, huda. يهدون بغير هدي. تعرف منهم وتنكروا. You will know things from them and other things you won't know. And these are all the groups that came in to Islam. They definitely have a lot of things from Islam, but then they have things that aren't from Islam. So you'll know things and other things you won't know. And then, so then he said, وَهَلْ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ الْخَيْرِ مِنْ شَرٍ? And then is there evil after that good? He really wants to get to the end of this. Is there evil after that good that has nothing in it? He said, نعم. دعاة على أبواب جهنم. Preachers on the doors of hell. من أجابهم إليها فغفوه فيها. Those who respond to them, they will fling them into hell. قلت صفهم لنا. Describe these people to us. هم من جلدتنا. They're Arabs. They're from they're Mujahidina. They're the same as us. يتكلمون بألسنتنا. They're going to quote our words. هم من جلدتنا. يتكلمون بألسنتنا. They will speak using our language. دعاة على أبواب جهنم. They're callers to the gates on the gates of hell. If you respond to them, they will thrust you into hell. And then Hudayfa رضي الله عنه, كيف تأمرني إذا أدركني ذلك يا رسول الله? What should I do if I see that? قال عليك بجماعة المسلمين. عليك بجماعة المسلمين وإمامهم. Follow the jama'ah and the imam. Right? The sultan, authority. قال وإن لم يكن له جماعة ولا إمام. Amazing. Alhamdulillah. What if there's no khalifa and no jama'ah? فاعتزل تلك الفرقة كلها. Then avoid all the sects. وإن تعض على أصل الشجرة حتى يدركك الموت. Even if you have to cling to the root of a tree until death comes to you. And don't be deluded by any claims of Iman and Jama'at, because the Iman of the Muslims is one thing. And there has to be a consensus. And this whole idea of Sayyidina Umar said, if anybody claims to be caliph, la tubay'ahu, don't give him bay'ah. That's in al-Bukhari. He said, if anybody claims to be caliph, don't give him bay'ah. I mean, I could declare to that. Really? I'm caliph, you have to take bay'ah with me. I'm from California. Land of the Khilafah. It actually is from Arabic. Did you know that? Yeah. There was a Spanish novel about the land of the caliph. It was called California. Yeah. It was a 16th century Spanish novel. The Spanish, when they got to California, named it after this novel. So it really is the land of the caliph. I'm not, that's a historical fact. So this hadith says, you're going to have bad rulers. مَا يُصْلِحُ اللَّهُ بِهِمْ أَكْثَرُ, but their good outweighs their evil because they bring order. Then أَحْسِنُوا لَهُمُ الْأَجْرُ, whatever good they do, they have the reward. وَعَلَيْكُمُ الشُّكْرُ, and be grateful for it. See, all people do is ever complain about these rulers. They don't think about the fact that they actually have roads in their countries. They have the toilets flush. That's a great blessing to have amenities. I mean, I was on a flight once, and there was somebody from one of the Arab states. I won't say which one it was, and I asked him why he liked the Emirates. Yeah, I said, because the Emirates. He said, yeah. I said, do you like it? He said, yeah. I said, why? He said, because they serve their people, which is true. And I said, what? And your government doesn't serve your people? He said, they don't do anything for us. I said, don't you have roads? Yes. Who does that? The government. I said, do you have amenities in the Marafa? Who brings the water to your house? Who desalinates it? It's like people don't think. So he's saying, be grateful for the good they do. Right? And if they're, whatever wrong they do, they have that sinfulness, and you should be patient. This is our tradition. We don't want all this revolution. Well, welcome to it. Welcome to the revolution. I hope everybody's happy. All these millions of people that have lost their homes, and all these children, all these bombs and destruction. This is revolution. This is what happens. People say, well, how do we get rid of the injustice? The Quran says, it's pretty clear Quranic narrative, change your souls and Allah will change your condition. But if you want to change your conditions without changing your souls, then it'll never be. It will never be. It's not going to happen. People they say, no, we have to change the top. No, our tradition is you change the bottom and Allah will change the top. But if you try to change the top, then He's told us not to go against rulers, so let them be forewarned. If they go against His message, right? They will be afflicted with civil strife, right? Or a painful chastisement, right? And that's Quranic narrative. What are the ways in which we can balance our happiness in this dunya that comes from our families, careers, etc., and our spiritual connection to the eternal? And I think everybody knows that there's a lot of blessings. Despite the tribulations, there are many great blessings. Family is one of them.
Health is another. Friendship is another. All those things are blessings that should make us happy. But the point of this is just to realize that this abode is not an abode of happiness by its nature. It's not the nature of the abode. It's darul bala. It's the abode of tribulation. Imam al-Junayd says, إِذَا تُوَطَّن نَفْسَكَ عَلَى أَنَّ هَذِهِ الدَّارِ دَارُ بَلَى. Right? If you accustom yourself to know that this abode that you're in, dunya, is an abode of tribulation, he says, تَعْبُكَ رَاحَةً, right? وَشُغْلُكَ فَرَاغًا. Your exhaustion will be repose, and your preoccupation will be leisure time. You know, alhamdulillah. Everybody, we all have our tribulations. Nobody here doesn't have tribulations. I guarantee you, there's nobody in this room who doesn't have tribulations in their life. Nobody. But the bounties of Allah are greater than any of the tribulations we have, no matter how hard they are. And Ibn Abbas said, whatever tribulation you're in, it could be worse. If you lost one eye, you could have lost two eyes. If you lost one arm, you could have lost another arm. If you lost your husband, you could have lost your whole family. And he said that is a source of gratitude. You know, just that it could have been worse. And عَسَى أَن تَكْرَهُ شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. Maybe you dislike a thing and it's good for you. وَعَسَى أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ شَرٌّ لَكُمْ. And maybe you want something, but it's not good for you. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah knows and you don't know. So let Allah choose for you. Don't choose for yourself. I didn't get that job. I'm so disappointed. Maybe that job would have taken you away from your deen. You know. You don't know. Even losing family and things like that, you don't know if it's better for them. Could be a rahmah for them. What would be the purpose or need to do something our Blessed Prophet did not do, considering that he said what is not from me, and keeping in mind the great love and care of our Prophet for his ummah, would he miss out from telling us that which is beneficial for us? Everything that he told us, everything was beneficial, either by its genus or by its species, either by the jins or by the naw'. So there's nothing of good that you can do that, you know, I mean, I was saying to somebody, you know, there's nothing new. There's nothing new. Like a car is just a new way of moving. But we've always moved. It's just a new way of moving. He said, what about FedEx? And I said, well, like you had carrier pigeons, you know. They used to, do you know about the cherries? The ruler in Egypt, he wanted cherries, and they were in Sham. So they sent the pigeons, they would tie the cherries to the pigeons, and they sent them, and they would, like that. One of our Muslims in America has that fruit company where he sends fruit in the mail. Or edible arrangements. So everybody, if you're in America, you should use his service. He supports State Tuna, so. Yeah. The more he makes, the more he gives. It's good, you know, to support Muslims. Is that it? No other question? Time's up. Good. Allahu Akbar. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu.